Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 16, 2013 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett?
Here.
Member Brindle?
Here.
Member Sprague?
Here.
Member Swenson?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda, and the city manager would like to add one item to the agenda this evening. Mr. Neal?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually have two other items to make as well. We'd like to do three short new staff introductions to the council, and we'd like to do that immediately prior to Mr. Hamill's presentation. They'll be very quick. We'd also request the council to remove item 4C from the consent agenda. That's at the request of the applicant. And also, we've had a late addition to the council agenda tonight, and it has to do with an agreement between the city and the developers at Pentagon Park regarding the implementation of some fire sprinkler improvements. We think it's a perfunctory agreement, but because you didn't have it ahead of the meeting, I'd like to put it last on the R&R section, the reports and recommendations section, and I'll explain it in a little more detail. Yeah.
Add it as F, and it's what's the essence of the matter?
The essence of the matter is that in the normal course of interacting with developers, it's not unusual for the building official and the developer to agree on an implementation of improvements, in this case fire sprinklers. In this case, there's some interest in making that agreement a recordable document, and because it's going to be recordable, the city attorney's asked that it come to the council for approval.
Okay, so it's an agreement regarding fire sprinkling at Pentagon Park?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, with that addition to the agenda, the deletion of 4C, and the addition of new staff introductions, is there a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then with respect to the consent agenda, is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Hearing nothing, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? We had a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we are back to you, Manager Neal, for new staff introductions.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have three new staff that I want to introduce to you tonight. Transportation, we'll have them introduce themselves in this order. Our new transportation planner, Mark Nolan, our new redevelopment coordinator, Cindy Larson, and the new city manager intern, Annie Johnson. So if we could start with Mark. Yeah, they are.
Mark, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity for me to introduce myself. Again, my name is Mark Nolan, and I'm finishing up my third week as the city's transportation planner. I come to you from the private sector, practicing as an urban planning consultant in Minneapolis. I have an undergraduate degree in architecture from the University of Minnesota and a master's degree in urban planning from the University of Illinois down in Champaign. Spent the better part of the last 10 or 12 years working on urban multimodal transportation projects and design around those types of projects. And I could just want to say how truly excited I am to be here. It's a very exciting time for me to be doing what I'm doing for the city. And I look forward to the opportunity to contribute to the future of Edina. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Cindy? Cindy is somebody, as a redevelopment coordinator, she was thrown right into the fire and on her first days and weeks here. So, Cindy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Cindy Larson, and I'm your new residential redevelopment coordinator. I started on June 20th. As Scott said, I jumped right in with both feet, and it's been a very exciting and busy opportunity for me. Prior to coming here, I was in the commercial general contracting business, and I also have history in residential development as well. And I'm really thrilled to be a part of the team here at the City of Edina. They've been very welcoming, and I look forward to being here for many years.
I think we can hardly wait to see you go toe-to-toe with some reluctant contractor.
It may or may not have already happened.
I think believe me, they will underestimate her.
I think it's a no contest deal.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thanks,
welcome. Yeah.
And our final new staff we want to introduce tonight is Annie Johnson. And Annie is my new intern. She takes the very able shoes of Ari Klugman, who has left to take a position in Kansas City.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As Scott said, my name is Annie Johnson. I am in a master's program at Hamline University studying public administration, so I'm very excited to be here for the next year. I come by way of St. Paul, working for a district council in the city, originally from Hudson, Wisconsin, but I am so excited to be here, and it has been the best 2 weeks so far, so thank you.
All right, I'll tell the former mayor, your former employer,
You do
that.
that.
Spent 2 weeks over at the city of St. Paul. All right.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Annie. All right, now, we've got a presentation we've been trying to put together for quite a while. As many of the folks in the audience know, and at home as well, one of the issues that we face in Edina is the implementation of this next generation technology at the airport, airports around the country, referred to by its acronym RNAV. We thought it would be very beneficial if we could get Jeff Hamill, who runs the MAC, the Metropolitan Airports Commission, to come and speak to the council and get him recorded on our television for our residents. Speak a little bit about MAC, give us a MAC 101 presentation, and also give us an update on conversations he's been having with the FAA, as well as an update on the next-gen technology. So, Jeff, I see you sitting back there. Welcome. Thanks for coming over this evening.
I'm Mayor Hovland. Council members, thank you very much for the invitation to join with you this evening and talk a bit about the Airports Commission. The mayor and I have known each other in a variety of different venues in the past, and he expressed an interest in having you receive a briefing from the Metropolitan Airports Commission regarding just how we are structured, who created us, and what we are supposed to do and what our charge is. And then from there, with an understanding of our organization's responsibilities, moving forward and working with the cities and communities regarding all sorts of issues, which include also the noise issues in the Twin Cities. This meeting is important to the Metropolitan Airports Commission. We have two commissioners with us this evening who are joining us. The Vice Chair of the Metropolitan Airports Commission, Lisa Peelan, is with us. Where's Lisa? There she is. And Paul Raykamp, who is also a commissioner appointed by the governor. And Paul is right here, the longest serving commissioner in the history of the Metropolitan Airports Commission. So it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much. He's old, yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation. If I may, I'd like to just start a presentation. Mayor Hovland, however you would like to handle it, whether you would like to have me just pause for questions when questions arise or just proceed as
I think
whatever.
we could do that. Thanks. We
Very good.
talked about that briefly today, and I think as Jeff moves along through his presentation, if any of you have questions, I think we could just.
Mr. Hamill, could I have you move
pose
the
the
microphone
questions.
a little closer? So I
Pose the
can
How is
questions
this?
as they come up
Thank
in
you.
your mind.
Thank you.
and-
appreciate it.
And he'll be
we'll-
happy to answer them.
With that, we'll begin, and I'll look forward to questions. The Metropolitan Airports Commission is a different sort of a government model, and I won't read the slides to you, but point out that, in fact, we are a creature of the Minnesota State Legislature. The commission was created in 1943 as the first commission in the state of Minnesota, and our specific charge was very, very clear, and that is that we were responsible for a relatively narrow area of coordinating transportation needs, in that we were responsible for dealing with all aviation transportation issues within a 35-mile radius of downtown Minneapolis City Hall, downtown St. Paul City Hall. So our jurisdictional responsibility incorporates the entire 7-county metropolitan area and bits and pieces of 6 other counties if you draw the 2 circles on top of one another. Our charge basically is to provide and promote a safe, convenient air transportation, environmentally sound, cost-competitive services for this community. And we've been struggling with that service, trying to do that for about the last 70 years or so. Again, a public corporation created by the legislature, narrow purpose and scope. We want to operate 6 airports, reliever airports, plus Minneapolis, St. Paul, and our national. I'll show you a slide of our system of airports in a few moments. Interestingly enough, the Metropolitan Airports Commission system of airports is the largest system of airports in the country from the standpoint of airports being operated in one metropolitan area by a single airport authority. The entire system is user fee based, and we'll talk more about this a bit later, but the bottom line is we are an example of government that receives no general tax revenues from the communities and taxpayers in the state of Minnesota. We charge the users who use our facilities fees for that use, and from that we generate the revenues necessary to meet our financial obligations. And I'll give you substantially more detail in a few minutes. And finally, we do have some limited taxing authority. We can assess up to a 1/3 mill on all the property, real property values in the metropolitan area, 7 County. We've not exercised that authority since the mid-1960s. And to be quite frank with you, all of our planning and all of our financial strategy focuses around never having to utilize that authorization, and haven't since the late 60s. We have 15 members on our board. 13 of those board members are appointed by the governor of the state of Minnesota. The chairman is appointed as the chairman of the commission by the governor and serves at the wish or the pleasure of the governor. We have 8 metropolitan area districts. If you're familiar with the Metropolitan Council, the council has 16 districts. The MAC simply takes every 2 districts and combines them into one for one district, so we have 8 districts. There are also 4 commissioners who serve from greater Minnesota on our board, plus the mayor of Minneapolis and the mayor of St. Paul. Other than the mayors and the chairman, all commissioners are appointed for 4-year terms, and those terms are staggered, which means that we do not have a complete turnover every time a new governor is elected or a different party is in control of the legislature. Operating expenses, running airports is an expensive proposition, and what we want to do is generate enough revenue based on our forecasting methodology to ensure that we generate the revenues necessary to support the operation of the airport. These are some of the expenses, and on a typical annual basis in 2013, about $143 million in annual operating expenses to operate our operation and our facilities, personnel being the largest single expense that we deal with. Taking a look at the revenues of the Airports Commission, we charge the airline companies and all of the commercial venues on the airport fees to operate and use our facility. For example, the airlines pay a landing fee based on per 1,000 pounds of landed weight. They pay to use the hangars on the airport, which are owned by the Metropolitan Airports Commission. They pay to secure rental space for offices and various workrooms within the terminal facilities. They pay for gate hold areas. They pay a common use fee for use of the concourses to move passengers to the facility. They pay for baggage carousels. All of the amenities that are needed by the airline to provide service are paid through fees to the Metropolitan Airports Commission. We also acquire revenues through the concession fees we charge the various operators who provide food and beverage and retail sales in our terminal building. So, for example, if you're a store operator in the building, you'll pay a per square footage fee to the Airports Commission plus a percentage of your gross sales that will come to the commission as well. Then there are various rental fees and utilities and other revenue streams of sorts to generate a total of about $276 million in revenue in 2013. If you subtract the gross revenues from the expenses, you end up with net operating revenues of about $133 million. This falls into the non-operating revenues category. We have interest income somewhere in the area of about $9.5 million a year. We have substantial costs for debt service, that is borrowed money that we've used to build the facilities and expand our airport to meet the community's needs. That debt service in 2013 was over $96 million. Other various expenses, leaving us net revenues at the end of 2013 or 2012, a little over $40 million. I might point out that in the private sector, you would look at that $40 million not as excess cash year end, but as profit, and you would either distribute that to the shareholders or reinvest in the company. At the Metropolitan Airports Commission, that $40 million goes directly into next year's construction fund, and we use that money to either build out and pay for improvements on the airport or use that money for leverage to ensure that we can borrow adequate monies through either normal bank notes and propositions or through the issuing of bonds to ensure our financial ability to continue to operate the airport system. Airports are not cheap enterprises. We spend between $100 and $500 million a year on making improvements at the airport. The first point I'd like to share with you is that just $50 million a year is required year after year just to maintain runways, take care of the buildings and facilities, do the various upgrades. This does not include new capital investment for new gates, renovation of older facilities, expansions, and so forth. Just the operating expense of running the airport is about a $50 million a year obligation. The $100 to $500 million falls into the category of capital improvements, expansion of parking facilities, adding additional gates in the terminal building, building a parking garage, roadway improvements, whatever the case may be. And as a result, there's substantial construction that goes on in the airport on a regular basis. Those funds come from a variety of sources. We've got the order a little bit different than I'd like to speak, but net revenue, that number we talked about a few moments ago, this is where that $40 million comes in. Passenger facility charges, that's a $4.50 charge added to your airline ticket, and that comes directly to the airport authority. That goes nowhere except from your ticket through the airline company to the Metropolitan Airports Commission. So every departing passenger getting on board an airplane and leaving pays that $4.50 fee. There are some minor exceptions, but the details are not significant or important. There's also a federal program where a ticket tax assessed on your airline ticket goes into an aviation trust fund in Washington, D.C. MAC contributes substantially more to that aviation trust fund through our passenger traffic, and what we do is compete to get some of those funds back from Washington to support our capital improvements, to support expansion and so forth with approved, FAA-approved projects on the airport. So if we wanted to expand a facility for the general purpose of operating the airport, we would apply to the FAA to be authorized to receive grants from the Aviation Trust Fund to pay for part of the cost of those improvements. There are also state funds. They're minimal, but there are funds that come to us through the Municipal Department of Transportation, Division of Aeronautics. And also we sell bonds and have a revolving line of credit, and also involve ourselves in commercial paper. The Metropolitan Airports Commission looks at our financial obligations with a fairly conservative approach. For example, this last week, in fact, Chairman Dan Bovin received an award from the Air Transport Research Society. This is a think tank based at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. They've divided the world into 4 large regions, and then they identify airports that are well managed and operated. And I'm pleased to tell you that in 2013, the Metropolitan Airports Commission was awarded the most efficiently operated airport in North America, and also ranked as one of the 10 most efficiently operated airports in the world. A lot of that has to do with our financial structure, the way we go about running our business, but in fact it's part of that conservative approach of being careful with our dollars, meeting all of our financial obligations, not meeting goals, making certain meeting all of our goals and not violating those goals that has given us this opportunity. This analysis is done every 3 years, and it's published and available to the 163 airports worldwide that participate in this survey. We're conservative in the way we forecast activity. We do not want to tap into our reserves. We do not want to go out and borrow money to cover our obligations, and as a result, we carefully look at the trends, and we do a trend analysis in cooperation with the FAA, consulting companies, our own staff, other financial institutions to take a look at what the projected growth of aviation is for the metropolitan community, what some of the growth dynamics are that are taking place in our community, and basically looking at how we should plan for the future, looking 1, 3, and 5 years into the future. We do have to predict, however, accurately the number of passengers that will come through our facility in a year. For example, with the economic decline in the last several years, we had to anticipate or carefully calculate what we thought the forecast growth and or decline in activity would be, because our revenue comes directly from the stream of passengers using our facility. And as air traffic declines and fewer people travel, our revenues decline as well. So we look at this financial model very, very carefully. We predict very carefully and very conservatively. We maintain a 6-month reserve to keep the airport in operation if something would happen and we were to lose all of our revenue stream. We can continue to operate ourselves without additional funds. And finally, we enjoy one of the highest overall bond ratings of any airport in the nation with a AA- bond rating. And these are in general airport obligation bonds. We also have some, airport revenue bonds. We also have some general obligation bonds that are backed by the taxpayers of Minnesota, and we do not use those types of bonds any longer. One of the measures the airline industry uses is called cost per plane passenger. What this is basically is it's a calculation done by the airlines that tells them how much it costs them to process one passenger through an airport terminal. And they compare all the airports in the country with this particular metric. Minneapolis-St. Paul ranks in the bottom third. In fact, of the 29 large hub airports in the country, we're on the edge of the bottom quarter of airports. What's also very important to point out is that we're the only airport in the top rankings that lives in a cold snow environment. If you don't have to pay for substantial de-icing materials, sand, all the maintenance costs associated with overtime, snow removal, we have over 400 pieces of heavy equipment to remove and move the snow in the airport to maintain a safe operating environment. Even with all those expenses, we still find ourselves competitive with airports in warm climates that don't have to meet these financial obligations. So our conservative approach is legitimate. We watch it very carefully, and we're quite successful thus far in predicting our traffic demands, our passenger throughput, and our financial ability to support ourselves. By the way, if we do have a shortfall, we have to go to lending institutions or find some other source of revenue. We cannot go to the state of Minnesota. I mentioned earlier that we are one of the larger systems in the country. I don't know of any other metropolitan area where one operator of an airport has 7 airports. But Minneapolis-St. Paul, we operate the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. It's our primary air carrier facility. We also own and operate the St. Paul Downtown Airport, which is dedicated more to business aviation and corporate jet activity. Yes, ma'am.
With this map on the screen, could you please identify what functions that the map governs take place at the different regional?
Yes, be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. MSP, of course, is our only air carrier airport. This is all the airline passenger activity and so forth that takes place. It's also where the airlines operate from and also have major investments in operations. St. Paul Downtown Airport is classified by the Metropolitan Council as our only intermediate airport. That's an airport with more than a 5,000-foot runway, primarily designed to meet the needs of corporate aviation, corporate travelers. So at the St. Paul Downtown Airport, for example, that's the headquarters of 3M Aviation, which is probably the largest corporate aviation operation in the Twin Cities. I believe they have 5 or 6 Grumman G5 aircraft that can fly nonstop internationally and do so on a regular and frequent basis. To the far east, we have Lake Elmo Airport, which is a small general aviation airport, more recreational flying, short runways. Typically, you see single-engine 2- and 4-passenger aircraft operating this small airport, kind of in the rural environments of Lake Elmo. If you move toward the north, there's the Anoka County Airport. That airport is right up to the limit of the smaller airports. It has a 5,000-foot runway. To be intermediate, it has to go over 5,000. And from the Anoka County Airport, they can operate some of the lighter and medium-sized corporate jets, but the primary customers there are the more advanced single and multi-engine propeller-driven aircraft and light jet aircraft. To the northwest is the Crystal Airport. Crystal is very similar to Lake Elmo in that it has a couple of runways. They're short in length. They primarily cater to propeller-driven aircraft, single and twin engine, 2-, 4-, and 6-passenger aircraft. There are no jet operations at the Crystal Airport. And to the southwest is the Flying Cloud Airport, another airport with 5,000 feet, still that general aviation category, but can handle medium-sized and lighter corporate jets, as well as the whole gamut of propeller-driven airplanes. And then to the south is the Air Lake Airport in Lakeville, a 4,000-foot runway, and that airport can handle up to small jets, the lighter of the small jets, and most any propeller type of an aircraft that's of typical average size. The system is interesting. We have about 425,000 takeoffs and landings at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, and within our reliever airport system, as we refer to it, because it relieves demands upon MSP to accommodate smaller aircraft that we don't want using the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport for safety and operational traffic congestion purposes, about another 400,000 takeoffs and landings on the smaller airports as well. Our rankings. It says on the slide that we're the 17th busiest airport. That means 17th in the total number of passenger activities, and we're 13th in overall operations. I think that I know that we've been as high as number 7 in these national rankings for both passengers and air traffic. I think that where we actually will end up when this all settles down with the volatility in the industry is probably somewhere around number 11 or number 12, and that would be appropriate for our population size in comparison to the 29 other large hub airports in the United States. Last year in 2012, we were named the best airport in America by Travel Leisure magazine, and folks who seem to use our airport seem to like and enjoy using our facilities. Airport and air service success measures. We, as all of you know, are the former home of Northwest Airlines corporate world headquarters. With the acquisition of Northwest Airlines by Delta Airlines, the headquarters was moved to Atlanta. However, the predominance of our hub being operated, with the primary operator being Delta Airlines, about 76% of all of our operations are Delta Airlines service, with both Delta as the main carrier and the regional airline partners. In addition to Delta Airlines, however, we have all of the other major carriers, plus in the last 5 years or so, we've added Alaska Air, Southwest Airlines, Great Lakes Aviation, which is a twin-engine, 19-passenger turboprop operator in the upper Midwest, Spirit Airlines, and as you know, just recently Air France started nonstop service Minneapolis-St. Paul to Paris. We recruit competitive air service on a regular basis. There's a person on our staff whose responsibility is to go out and seek competitive air service. We know very well that without competition, prices for airline tickets can tend to rise. So we're looking for competing airline companies that can come into the marketplace and challenge the dominant carrier Delta Airlines to ensure that we get a better price or the best price possible. And while we do have a bit of a premium price for our tickets, the fact of the matter is that we have more nonstop air service than most large hub airports in the country. In other words, you can fly nonstop to more destinations of Minneapolis, St. Paul on a per capita basis than you can out of 25 of the other large hub airports. So we have a very good balanced nonstop air service network, primarily supported by the number of Fortune 500 corporations in the Twin Cities, of which there are 19 that demand nonstop service. And most of those folks travel in the front seat of airplanes, which is the first class and business class travel. We also have incentive programs to bring new carriers to the Twin Cities, both international and domestic, trying to grow the airport, provide broadened service at the same time providing competition to keep prices in check. We are served by every major airline company in the United States with the exception of JetBlue. We've been talking with JetBlue for about the last 5 years. We're getting close, but we still haven't won the prize. But I believe that one day in the reasonably near future, JetBlue will announce service to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Our passenger activity, I just want to point, when you look at this graphic, the bottom line is 29 million passengers. So we're just looking at the very top, from 29 to 37 million people approximately, which you can see is steady growth from 2002 up until a peak in 2005, somewhere around 37.5 million passengers. And then you begin to see a significant decline. The decline is a result of two items. Both Northwest Airlines and Delta both filed bankruptcy in September of 2005. With bankruptcy came reorganization, reconfiguration, layoffs, and so forth, and a restructuring of both companies. Delta was not important to us in those days, Northwest was. But the decline is a direct result of the bankruptcy and some of the actions taken by Northwest to restructure itself before it was acquired. And then you see the continued economic decline as a result of the mortgage crisis and the financial crisis that we all faced, declining to a low in 2009, just a little over 30, I think it's 32 million passengers. We see a stabilization in 2009, and now we're seeing slow growth. And our attitude to the Airports Commission when we look at forecasting models is to say slow growth is steady and strong and healthy. We believe that the phenomenal growth in the early 2000s was artificial, generated by an artificial economy. And in our planning process, we anticipated some of that, made adjustments before the collapse occurred, and were able to recover and kind of go through this financial crisis in very, very good position. The numbers that you see now, somewhere in the area of about 33 million passengers, will continue to increase slowly, but it will be stable growth. Last year, we grew at about 0.16%, a little under 0.2%. This year, however, our track record is moving along at about a 2% growth rate for the year. Aircraft operations do not necessarily mimic or follow passenger growth. It's much more stable and it's much flatter. And the reason why is because as passenger traffic or activity grows or declines, the airlines will put appropriately sized airplanes into the marketplace to meet the needs of the community. For example, it makes no sense to fly a 100-passenger airplane from Minneapolis to Fargo, North Dakota, if only 18 or 20 people are getting on board the airplane. So what the airlines do is look at their own modeling, look at the allocation of their inventory and aircraft, and they're now right-sizing the airplanes to the market and to the route, so that in fact, if we see a growth in passenger demand, they can simply put a larger capacity airplane on the route, not add an additional flight or 2 more flights. What that means is that over time, as the airport grows, and that's an important part of our discussion tonight, as the airport grows, they'll simply put larger capacity airplanes in the inventory to a point, and as a result, we won't see the dramatic increases in aircraft flight operations. Let's turn to the economic impact of the Airport Commission on our local economy. This slide is busy, but I'll talk about each of the elements very briefly. I think the most important message here is that the airport's contribution and financial economic output exceeds $10 billion a year. To put that in perspective for you, the 3,400 acres at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport are the most economically profitable or contributing acreage between Chicago and Seattle and as far south as St. Louis, Missouri. It is the most valuable piece of economic generation capacity in the entire upper Midwest and Western United States. So when we take actions to limit its growth or contain it or don't watch it continue to grow, what's happening is it's affecting the economy of the region and the state overall. Breaking down the numbers a bit, on the employment side, more than 76,000 jobs are created by the Airports Commission and the operations on the airport, both direct and indirect. Of that 76,000 total jobs, about 20,000 people actually come to work every day and work at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. As far as overall employment earnings, people who work at the airports within the airport system earn about $3 billion a year. That is a substantial amount of money as far as economic contribution and selling and purchasing of goods and services in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metropolitan area. Also, what's worth noting is that Hennepin County is the largest provider of employees to the Airports Commission, providing 6,500 of those nearly 20,000 annual employees who work at the airport. And of course, the obvious numbers are that Hennepin County, Ramsey County, Dakota, and Washington are the largest providers of employees to the airport. Visitor spending, 3.8 million people travel domestically to the Twin Cities a year. 400,000 international visitors come to the airport. Their total contribution is right around $1.9 to $2 billion a year. So air transportation is a significant generator of revenue when people come to and from the Twin Cities to conduct business, travel for leisure purposes, shopping, whatever the case may be. Total tax revenue contribution, somewhere around $610 to $15 million a year generated by activities on the airport. $358 million of that goes into the tax coffers at the federal level, but the remainder of that $611 million stays in Minnesota as the state tax revenues or local taxes generated. So we are a significant contributor to the overall tax generation capacity of the metropolitan area and the state of Minnesota. Moving beyond the economic impact just to a long-term planning strategy, and we're nearly at the end of the discussion this evening, we are anticipating that the airport is going to continue to grow. Whether we make improvements on the airport to handle growing capacity demands or not, the airport will grow. Our current traffic level is about 33 million people, passengers a year, and growing at about maybe 2% a year. By 2030, we will be providing service to more than 50 million ticketed passengers a year. Now that number looks alarming because it looks like fairly dramatic growth over the next 15 to 20 years. But in fact, that's a calculation that simply represents the average growth of the airport over the last 60 years, somewhere in the area of about 2.2 to 2.4% per year growth. That is realistic because it's been demonstrated over the course of time. And when we take a look at the demographic shifts taking place, people moving into the Twin Cities metropolitan area, job creation, and projected growth of our community and our state overall, 50 million passengers plus is a fairly realistic projection. We will need to build at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport 20 to 30 additional gates. We also have to adjust those gates to right-size those gates for wider, higher capacity airplanes with wider wingspans to accommodate convenient parking to facilitate the movement of passengers in and out of the facility. Breaking the two terminals, Terminal 1 Lindbergh Terminal and Terminal 2 Humphrey. Terminal 1 will probably grow by something in the area of about 10 to 15 gates. Humphrey will grow from its current 10 gates to somewhere in the area of 25 to 30 gates over the next 15 to 20 years. We currently have about 22,000 parking spaces on the airport. If you drive to the airport on a Wednesday or a Thursday morning, you may find yourself having to drive to the Humphrey parking facility because the Lindbergh ramps are full. We have to construct about 18,000 additional parking spaces over the next 15 or 20 years to accommodate the demand that's already pressing our facilities. On the positive side, during the 1995 to 2005, 2010 timeframe, we spent $3.2 billion making improvements to MSP. And during that time, we added a new runway, built the LRT under the facility, also rebuilt most of the runways, taxiways, and aprons on the airport. So as a result, there's no airside, that is aircraft operating improvements that need to be made. The only improvements that we have to deal with are the accommodation of passengers and passenger circulation and vehicle circulation. This entire model on this 2030 long-term comprehensive plan is based on demand. And until we see demonstrated demand for expansion of facilities, we simply won't spend the money. That comes back to our philosophy of conservatively managing our finances and our conservative approach. When there's established long-term demand, we will then go to our board and request that we consider development of additional gates in our various terminal facilities or more parking accommodation as on the inbound roadway. We are planning between now and 2030 spending between $2 and $2.4 billion additional dollars to improve the airport to meet the growth demands of our community. The controversy here is can we really handle up to 50 million passengers, and if we don't build the gates, what will happen? And the bottom line for us in our analysis is we got the projections, we understand and we know what the demand will be. We have two choices: do nothing and let the airport continue to grow to 50 million passengers and just experience significant congestion and backup, or make modifications that are appropriate to go ahead and make the facility meet the needs of our community as we try to travel through our facilities. So we're looking at $2.0 to $2.4 billion in additional improvements at the airport. Probably the most urgent item on your mind started with the presentation by Dennis Roberts of the FAA in Washington when he spoke to you a few weeks ago about NextGen, the next generation of air navigation. You can read as well as I can. The simplistic way that I look at this is that today, the navigation and the tracking of aircraft across the United States is based on a ground-based transmitter, and it's an entire network of transmitters on the ground that basically create highways in the sky. And that's a technology that was devised in the 1950s and early 60s, and it's met our purposes very effectively for a very long period of time. What's happening now, however, is that the FAA, by direction of the U.S. Congress, is moving from a land-based to a satellite-based navigation system. For example, the GPSs that you may have in your car or that you have on your smartphone, that technology is moving to the cockpit as well. And satellite technology will now provide substantially improved accuracy, information and direction for flight crews, collision avoidance, congestion avoidance, more efficient routing and so forth of aircraft, procedures that will permit reduced noise impacts in communities in and out of metropolitan terminal areas. That's all part of the whole next-gen package. So you just see as the benefits include shortened routes, time and fuel savings, increased capacity, reduced delays, and overall enhanced safety of the national air transportation system. This is a Federal Aviation Administration program directed by Congress. As a local airport operator, we are simply the facility that will receive the improvements from the federal government as part of our responsibility within this national air transportation network. PBN and RNAV, performance-based navigation, this is kind of the overarching umbrella or the global view of how we position aircraft and operate within the air transportation network, both within local terminal areas such as Minneapolis, St. Paul, or Chicago, or New York, versus the open spaces between major metropolitan areas. Area navigation, or abbreviated as RNAV, is a specific instrument procedure that will be utilized using GPS navigation to either depart or arrive from airports in large metropolitan areas. And it's the RNAV that provides the specific guidance to aircraft on their descents into airports and on their departure tracking out of airports across the country. We are currently working with the FAA. We heard residents of the city of Edina speak to us on November 17th at our board meeting, and I think we had a very, very valuable discussion with communities representatives primarily from Edina and Southwest Minneapolis. And as you know, our board did take action following that meeting. There was a request of the FAA that the commission approve their request to implement next-gen strategies at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. The commission did not support that recommendation, but rather did the following. Supported the implementation of area navigation procedures as designed by the FAA, with the exception of RNAV departure procedures off of runway 30 left and 30 right at Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. What that means is that for activities to the east, the south, and actually southeast and north of the airport, we are going to move toward and recommend to the FAA that they implement the next-gen strategies and procedures. But to the west, we've asked them to study and take a look at alternative accommodations and to more carefully study the arrival and departure needs of the airport. That recommendation was communicated to the FAA at that meeting. They did not get the vote that they expected. And we followed that up with a letter from me on February the 1st of 2013, basically recommending a framework for the airport and the FAA to work with communities in the metropolitan community area to work on an outreach program where we can sit down together and begin to work on the issues of how we deal with the traffic management of arrivals and departures in the Twin Cities. I think I would say that your primary concern is that of departure activity and traffic, and it's the outbound tracks going from the airport. That recommendation has gone to the FAA. They are currently studying the request of that letter. I talked with Mr. Dennis Roberts last week. Mr. Roberts has indicated to me, by the way, Mr. Roberts is in charge and responsible at the national level for the entire next-gen program implementation. And he said that they are continuing to work it through the FAA, various departments and divisions, and hopefully we'll have some conclusions, some findings from them in the near future. We want to take a holistic public outreach approach to dealing with these issues. And I think first and foremost, what we at the Commission want to do is share our knowledge with the communities, have the FAA share their knowledge, have the FAA assume a leadership role in dialogue and discussion to coordinate what options and alternatives we may have available to us as they implement this next-gen strategy and this new technology. Timing-wise, the FAA has received our request. We, in the letter to them, asked that we delay any implementation until July of 2015. That gives us adequate time for the communities involved, both Western communities as well as the existing southern, eastern, and northern communities to once again engage in dialogue and talk about impacts throughout the entire metropolitan area and how we can move forward. We also have asked that the local FAA representatives participate in this process because they have detailed knowledge and understanding of our particular airspace in the Minneapolis-St. Paul operational area. We want a holistic outreach in the letter by having everyone who has an interest being involved and engaged in the dialogue and participate in the decision-making process. We also want early coordination with local community leaders. Leaders have to make decisions. We believe that leaders, in order to make good decisions, have to have information and knowledge to do that, and so we want to work together to try to provide that information and foundation, good exchange of ideas and views to make certain that we can have a dialogue toward good decision-making. And of course, adequate resource allocation, in other words, the proper funding to support the outreach program with the FAA at the federal and local level, the MAC, the communities, and all the leaders in the state, including our congressional delegation, would all participate in the process. Mayor Hovland, with that, I'll stop talking. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Sure.
Good evening.
Good evening.
With fewer people traveling as air traffic declines, it's hard for me to believe it, because whether I'm in South Minneapolis, I'm at a concert at Lake Harriet, the planes are going over about every 2 minutes as they're coming down for a landing. Mm-hmm. How is fewer travelers reflected by that number of aircraft?
33 million people are a lot of travelers, and it's reflected in the number of airplanes that operate today at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. For example, during our peak operational period, we had over 535,000 aircraft operations a year. These are airline category airplanes. That number is down by 110 to 15,000, now down to about 420, 425,000 operations. So there are actually 100,000 fewer flights per year today than there were 7 years ago. And that's a reflection of the economy. That is a temporary reflection. I think that we'll continue to see a slow rebuilding again, and traffic will continue to grow. But I don't believe that we'll get to the levels of 2005 until something beyond 2022, 2023. But the traffic will come back and demand will, and we're seeing that happening right now with a kind of a shift as the economy recovers and becomes stronger, more people choosing to fly, more business people getting on airplanes again.
In how busy an airport is, I'm familiar with the Frankfurt Airport. I'm familiar with the Munich Airport. Mm-hmm. Those are larger airports?
Munich is smaller. Frankfurt is significantly larger.
Smaller than Minneapolis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And both of them are located kind of away from the residential area?
Correct.
With the amount of growth that's anticipated for this airport, is it reasonable to think that that growth can take place at the current airfield?
Let me take you back in history to 1989, because 1989 was when the Minnesota State Legislature passed the Airport Planning Act. That act directed the Airports Commission to take a look at two alternatives which became known as the dual-track airport planning process. One track was to examine building an entirely new airport on a greenfield site somewhere within the 7-county metropolitan area, and the other track was to ask the question, could the current site be expanded to meet the growth projections of the airport for the next 20 to 30 years? Mm-hmm. The MAC spent significant dollars and time, and about 1995 or 96, Governor Carlson at the time said, enough study, let's have a decision. The Metropolitan Airports Commission, the Metropolitan Council, and the Minnesota State Legislature all voted to keep the airport at its current location rather than move to building a new airport on some site elsewhere in the metropolitan area. And that was all based on data provided by the demographics of the state of Minnesota, national trends, FAA forecasting, airline forecasts, and our own work with our own consultants. It's an exhaustive study, probably one of the most comprehensive studies ever conducted in the United States.
Well, I think it's important that the airport is convenient, and we certainly have an airport, at least for us in the Twin Cities, that is convenient. So, I mean, it's greatly appreciated by the population that's located around the airport. And looking at airports that relocated away from the residential area, that being Denver and Atlanta and O'Hare for 3 that I know What actually occurred was that the residential community went to the airport and actually created residential communities around that airport. And now what do all three have is complaints about noise.
Right.
So it does, I mean, it's an irony, but I think it's just a fact of how we as humans operate. We want convenience, we want quiet. And even if it was our choice to be adjacent to the airport, I think that's three cases in point of, the putting it out away because of noise, because of just busyness, doesn't actually keep the public from wanting to be near it.
Councilmember Brindle, I think you've brought up numerous valid points, and I think you're talking about kind of the human experience and what we all want, which is having the convenience of having all of these these amenities and not paying the penalty of that convenience. But the reality is that we do have an airport that's nested inside an urban area, and we are one of the more urbanly encroached airports in the country. Also, to be frank about it, we have some of our most thriving communities adjacent to our airport. South Minneapolis, Edina, Bloomington, Richfield, and the St. Paul side, Highland Park. This is not an airport that's surrounded by industrial expansion development, a lot of open space, low-income populations. These are people who have a voice and know how to use their voice to drive change and results. And part of that came into our whole discussion when we took a look at this dual-track planning process. Today you drive 16 miles up Pena Boulevard in Denver, Colorado, and people in Colorado routinely complain about how long the drive is to get to the new airport.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is that the airport no longer impacts the majority of the population of the city of Denver, but the offset is you have to drive for a half hour to get there. And surprisingly enough, Denver International Airport almost has as many noise complaints today as they did when they were in the old Stapleton location, because a very concentrated group of people who live south are just on this mission to continue to complain. I think relatively ineffectively, but that's the case. Atlanta did what we did not do. Atlanta was in a congested area, and they simply bought out property and bulldozed down houses and spent a great deal of money, but they still have a significant problem. But what's happened, because the Denver International Airport is basically operated by the city of, Atlanta is operated by the city of Atlanta, the airport director reports to the mayor and the city council. They basically believe that the airport's value to the economic growth and development of Denver is more important than noise impact, and as a result, it's not an issue. It's just simply gone away. So every community is different. In Minneapolis and St. Paul, we've taken a very different tact. 35 years ago, we decided that the airport was important where it was located, but noise was a serious impact, and you couldn't ignore the community. And since that time, we've spent almost $500 million of MAC money to mitigate noise in homes, and we now have the most expensive, most broadly reaching noise mitigation program of anybody in the country, and I actually believe in the world. We've insulated 14,500 homes, 17 schools, several hundreds and hundreds of multifamily dwellings in the Twin Cities metropolitan area, trying to mitigate that noise, knowing full well that when you're in your home and you close the windows and turn on the air conditioning or whatever the case may be, you can get a break. But if you open the bathroom window or if you go outside in the summertime, the aircraft are still there. Now, looking on a long-term basis, if you take a look at what's happened with aviation technology over the last 35 years, the quietest airplane flying out of the airport 35 years ago was a Boeing 727. The Boeing 727 is not once, not twice, not three, but 4 times louder than the quietest airplane operating out of the airport today. In other words, as time has gone on, we've cut the noise in half once, cut the noise in half twice, cut the noise in half 3 times, and now on the 4th cut. So a dramatic reduction in the actual individual emissions of noise by aircraft. Over the next 15 to 20 years, we're going to see another 20 decibel drop with new engine technologies, which cuts the noise in half again, and cuts it in half again, and one more time. So we're making progress, but depending on where you enter into the argument or the situation, as you move into a home you just purchased in South Minneapolis or Edina or whatever, and you're not aware of the airport's location or you didn't realize the magnitude of the problem, it's worse than it's ever been, but in fact, statistically, it's a dramatic improvement over the last 35 years. And we are committed to continue to work on those programs and try to move toward more noise mitigation.
Well, I know my colleagues have questions, but I'll just ask you one more. And is it possible to prohibit 727s or MD-80s from?
Well, MD-80s aren't gone because they're a Stage 3 qualified airplane, but the 727s are gone. All of the old military derivative engine type operating aircraft and the trail-burning exhaust airplanes that you saw 30 years ago, those airplanes are all gone. All the aircraft in the inventories today at least comply with Stage 3 requirements, and most of the airplanes today are significantly quieter than the Stage 3 requirement of the FAA. And that will continue because old airplanes consume more fuel, they're more expensive to operate, they're getting older, parts replacement, maintenance is difficult. So we're going to see the transition of older to new airplanes continue as we look forward over the next several years.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamill, I think all of us on the council this summer have gotten either calls or emails from residents thinking that there is a lot more aircraft noise in Edina, and of course for some folks it's just a tune-up for RNAV. They think that there's something going on here where the FAA is saying, well, let's test this out and see how they react, and I don't personally think that's true, but I did ask you to take a look at that issue, and you had some comments I think you wanted to make relative to why we might be experiencing more aircraft noise than we might normally experience in the summertime.
At your request, I did take a look at that issue. I've talked with my staff, talked with the FAA. There have been no procedural changes that have taken place since our meeting at the Airports Commission back in November, and there will be no changes in procedures or processes until after the FAA makes its determination on the partial implementation of RNAV, and even that will take significant time. Now, that's not to say that you're not experiencing additional noise, and I'll start with the most controversial statement and we'll go from there. When you have a heightened level of sensitivity in the community where you become aware of the fact that aircraft are overhead on a more frequent, regular basis, that heightened awareness makes you more sensitive, and I think that there's a legitimate concern in the community about how this growth is going to be handled, how many flights will fly over the city of Edina, and quite frankly, distances farther to the west of Edina. And as a result of that heightened awareness, it's just a sensitivity, and the phone calls are coming into our offices as well. What actually has happened is that we have seen additional flight activity to the west, primarily because of weather phenomenon. And if you take a look at the weather statistics and data of the last 2 or 3 months, you'll see that northwesterly winds, which is a significant factor in determining which runway is to be used, have prevailed from the north and northwest. And as a result, we've had more takeoffs toward the northwest for this particular time of the year than we've had typically in previous years. Secondly, today's a good example. It's 92, 93 degrees today. With increased temperatures, aircraft performance declines, and as a result, when people say they are lower than they were 2 or 3 months ago, that's correct, because the climb performance is impacted by the temperature and the humidity in the air. So there are legitimate observations people can make, but as far as a procedural change conducted by the MAC or the FAA, as far as air traffic being directed over certain areas, that has not changed at all.
Thank you. Member Sprague.
So just to summarize that, any perceived increase in noise activity in our neck of the woods is going to be likely from either unhabituating to the noise that's already there because they're aware of the issue now and they're paying more attention.
In part.
In part, or the seasonal fluctuations due to temperatures and wind that are affecting the frequency of the westerly flight path.
That's correct.
Okay.
In fact, we conducted a study. We provided the city with a copy of that analysis. It's about a 70-page document that shows you the statistical data and the analysis of changing conditions this year compared to previous years.
And do you know what the percentage increase in that flight pattern is?
I don't.
Okay.
You can get that from, I think that's your staff people will supply that. Okay, good. Other questions for Mr. Hamill? Member Swenson?
Just a comment about where we are in the process, and thank you for coming. And but when I met you with the mayor for breakfast before you voted last fall, what I appreciated is that you realized we hadn't been heard, nor had we been informed. So
Correct.
It was hard to be heard when you weren't informed. So this time that we have for communication is really important to us now because it's our first opportunity. And so, however, in whatever positive way we can move forward with this and that communication, I think that's really important because Edina is just part of the community of Southwest Minneapolis and Richfield where these planes are coming across. So we look forward to more opportunities like this, and I appreciate you coming tonight to talk to us about the role that the MAC plays in our community and how you're funded, but then specifically what's the future and what we should expect going forward and what we should be able to ask for going forward.
Thank you very much. In my discussions with the FAA over the last 2, 3, 4 months, both here and in Washington, they've expressed an interest in working with us to have this dialogue and this communication. As you may or may not recall, when we were first introduced with this RNAV concept, they gave us about 60 days to do an outreach program. We told them we just simply can't accomplish it in 60 days. We need 6 months, we need a year. And that's why the July 2015 time was selected in my communication to the FAA. And we welcome the opportunity. I believe that if we share knowledge with integrity, and we sit across the table and talk about these things, and we share our knowledge, and you share with us your experience, I believe that while we can't eliminate noise, we'll recognize that we do need air transportation services to be a competitive global participant, and there are some consequences with noise, but there are ways to manage it in such that we can probably try to minimize the impacts and share it fairly evenly with communities to the best of our ability. And that's kind of our ultimate goal.
Sure.
It's a trade-off.
And as you
Thank
pointed out, we're a very unique airport in the middle of a very dense population.
We are.
Thank you.
And thank you, Member Swenson. What about next steps? What do you see for next steps for the communities, for MAC, for the FAA, all working together to try to create some solution that folks are comfortable with?
Mayor Hovland, we are waiting, just as you are, for the FAA's response to our partial implementation request. We truly don't know what their determination will be. They are going to primarily focus on safety analysis, but they'll also take a look at operational conflicts and needs. This airspace in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metropolitan community is like every other major metropolitan area. It is congested space, and the way that you arrive and descend or depart an airport and climb out, and the way you navigate through the airspace to avoid conflicts has to be analyzed. And I know that the FAA has taken this proposal to 4 or 5 of its major divisions. I know it's currently within the Air Traffic Division in Dallas, Texas, where they're studying the procedural aspects of this. And I believe that within the next 2 to 4 weeks, we'll have some indication from the FAA as to what the timing will be as far as the completion of their analysis. I have to tell you that I believe the FAA is genuinely trying to respond to our request. But I also know that that's different from what the federal government has directed them to do through the U.S. Congress, and that is to implement this new technology to enhance the safety and the overall operational efficiency of our national air transportation network. So they've got a pretty hefty charge. I think they're being very diligent. They'll do the appropriate thing, and when they announce their findings and they report to us and to the community, that'll be the time for us to sit down together and start a dialogue.
Good. Well, we look forward to working with the MAC to create the best outcome we can.
Very
Member
good.
Bennett has a few questions.
I have at least a couple, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hamill, for
Sure.
appearing this evening and giving such a helpful presentation. I have a couple of questions coming out of some correspondence that we've received from residents and then also from some of the questions and answers in dialogue with my colleagues. It does occur to me that Metropolitan Airports Commission, you showed the map with airports located in the metro area. However, we're a state that also has airports in St. Cloud, Rochester, Duluth, and we also neighbor the state of North Dakota with a fairly busy airport at Fargo. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering what kind of outreach has been conducted by the MAC to see if at least domestic flights can't be somehow shared with those airports, which would also, by the way, probably improve congestion on our freeway system. And I understand, again, there's an economic interest, but can you please tell me what, if any, dialogue has been held about that topic?
I have spoken in Rochester, Duluth, and St. Cloud to this issue. I've met with city administration. I've met with city council members. I've met with citizen groups. I'm a little uncomfortable going out and doing that because my legislative mandate is a 35-mile radius from downtown Minneapolis, downtown St. Paul. But I interpret that mandate to be that if I'm asked to speak elsewhere and respond to questions about sharing air transportation services and facilities, then I'm not initiating the conversation, and therefore I travel to talk to communities. I've also been on the phone with the airport manager in Fargo-Moorhead, actually Fargo, but they're serving the Fargo-Moorhead area. And quite frankly, we'll go anywhere to talk with any community that wants to talk about air transportation services. So we have a good dialogue. The Minnesota Council of Airports, of which I participate and speak every year, we talk about these issues. I have a good relationship with all the managers of each of those airports. And quite frankly, we have gone out in support of moving some traffic from Minneapolis-St. Paul to St. Cloud or to Duluth or to Rochester. And at times it's been somewhat successful, but not on a long-term permanent basis. Because the bottom line is that the traffic comes to Minneapolis-St. Paul because that's where the concentration of population is. And it's not realistic for us to think in terms of we'll divert an airplane to St. Cloud and provide St. Cloud to Washington, D.C. National Airport and then force people to drive from the Twin Cities metro area up to St. Cloud to get on an airplane to go to Washington and then come back to St. Cloud to drive back to the Twin Cities. That model may be desirable in the minds of some people, but it's not functional anywhere in the country. This is the only large area airport that we have, and we have a concentration of people who are in the community who need those services. And I think that the reaction is not realistic to think that we can force people to go to Rochester, go to Duluth, or go to St. Cloud, for example, as being the closest airports with long enough runways to seek and receive aviation services.
And I was not so much anticipating that we would be moving people from the metro area out to those airports as capturing the traffic that's coming in. I think you did describe it as a hub. I think there are people who transfer planes. And I do know that there is some, because I have relatives in west central Minnesota, I do know that there has been some increase in direct flights, or at least flights that don't have to pass through the Twin Cities, through Fargo, and was just again seeing if that was a potential solution for a problem that doesn't seem to have a long list of potential solutions.
What has happened, Councilman Bennett, is that we've seen the airline companies changing their operating mode from a more of a market-controlled one, where they want to dominate markets, to more of a profit model. And as a result, we've seen Delta Airlines, for example, pull service out of small communities in the upper Midwest, the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, upper Michigan, because they simply aren't profitable routes. And those communities, such as International Falls, are basically saying we have to have scheduled air service. Our manufacturer, for example, the paper plant in International Falls, has to have connectivity to the Twin Cities. And with the loss of air service, that means they've got to drive 4, 5, 6 hours to get to the Twin Cities or drive up to Winnipeg, Canada. So no matter how you approach this issue, someone is going to be inconvenienced and other folks are going to be satisfied. At the end of the day, it is a hub. People have a choice to go up to the Fargo-Moorhead area, to Duluth, to St. Cloud. There's not St. Cloud today because there's no air service, but there was up until about 2 years ago, or down to Rochester. With the $6.5 billion Rochester Mayo Clinic expansion proposal, I would expect and anticipate that with that kind of growth projected, we would see more direct flights from Chicago, from Denver, from St. Louis to Rochester, Minnesota, and not even come into the metropolitan area for any purpose whatsoever. And we would encourage and support that. But today, it is what it is.
There probably will also be some opportunities for discussions about rail connections. Again, not
we already
necessarily
having those discussions.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Yep.
Also following up on my colleague's question about impact and whether it's perception or how perception is influenced, I do understand that there will be data presented tomorrow at the Noise Oversight Committee meeting. That meeting is open to the public and begins at 1:30 at the MAC offices
Correct.
on 28th Street, south of Crosstown 62, correct?
Right. 28th Avenue.
28th.
28th in the Crosstown, yes.
Okay. And that also there is a public input meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, July 23rd at the Richfield City Hall. Is that correct as well?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
Okay, so 2 opportunities for people to hear information. There also is a public input component or
Yes.
public component at the NOC meeting. And then about that data, it's my understanding that kind of like the DNL, when you take a larger amount of data and you aggregate it, we're going to hear that it's not, that there has been no change or little change, and that's again not going to fit with what we're hearing and seeing from people in terms of emails and telephone calls and personal experience in the community. But that I also understand that the MAC continues to work with people in the community who've been requesting data, and that additional data is being provided that will permit a finer analysis. For folks who want just a little bit more of a technical explanation, the gates through which the data were viewed were the borders of the city, which amounts to about a 4-mile expanse. And there are concentrations of flights along certain flight patterns over that space. And if we look more specifically at that rather than at the entire gate, I think that we will see that there indeed have been some changes that fit with the perceptions that people in the community are expressing. But I want to thank you and your staff, not only for what has been provided so far, but what will be provided, which will, I think, really enhance public understanding of what is going on.
Well, thank you. I will say that unlike my fellow airport operators around the country, we look at LDN, which is the federally directed noise metric to be used for evaluating noise impact. But we also, within our own organization, have the technology available to take a look at other ways of measuring noise, single event, other ways at time above certain thresholds. So we have the ability to get different numbers than most other airports have. That's all public information. That's all available. We get it for our own study purposes because we can look at impacts differently through different lenses, even though we're required by federal law to use the LDN metric. And we'll use the metric to determine the contours that you see on a map, but we can also share those numbers and help interpret if there's any need for that to provide you with the data that you wish to have. Our position, quite frankly, is not to fight. We're here. This is your airport, not mine. It's an airport that's here to serve this community, and if we have impact, we should try to address them together. And I think our 35, 40-year history of noise mitigation represents that effort, and we're going to continue to work on these issues. So whatever information we have, we'll share it. You bet.
Thank you very much for coming and spending all the time with us this evening. It's greatly appreciated. We look forward to working with you on a solution to this issue.
Mayor Hobland, thank you very much.
And commissioners, thank you for coming. Commissioner Peelan, Commissioner Raycamp. Go and see your. You're going to go see your daughter this evening, now?
I'm going to stay around for the zoning.
Oh.
Never a dull moment here.
I'm a Centennial Lakes resident.
Okay.
All right. We have a couple of public hearings this evening, and first matter before us this evening are some proposed changes in the zoning code in the R1 and R2 zoning districts. It's on a first reading basis, and Director Teague has this matter, and we've got some of our planning commissioners here this evening as well.
Thank you, Mayor, members.
Yeah, you want to introduce the planning commissioners too?
Certainly.
Or you want me to do that?
Yeah, the way we'd like to, if it's okay with the mayor and council, we'll divide the presentation up into two parts. The first part will be from our working group, which is made up of 3 members of the Planning Commission, Ken Potts, Arlene Forrest, and Michael Plattiter. Michael couldn't be here this evening, so Ken Potts is going to introduce kind of the process that the working group of the Planning Commission went through to get to the draft ordinance that's before you this evening, and then I'll present the details of the ordinance itself. Also, Planning Commission Chair Kevin Staunton is here to, and with the group we can answer questions that, any questions that you may have in regards to the process or the details of the ordinance. So with that, I'll introduce Commissioner Potts.
Commissioner Forrest is here as well, so thank you.
I'm sorry, Arlene.
Commissioner Potts, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having us.
I think that microphone is turned off.
Just hold it right up here.
Hold it close. Okay. Well, good evening. Carrie Teague did a good job introducing us here, and I should say I'm here really in place of Commissioner Plattiter, who did a great job leading our small group that was formed at the beginning of the year. This year, and under the guidance of Chair Staunton, we've come up with this ordinance amendment that as Carrie mentioned, I'll introduce the process by which we came to this. It was fairly intensive, and then he'll introduce the language specifically. And of course, we're here to answer questions after that. So, as I mentioned, we've really begun in earnest in January, holding some public input forums. Got a lot of input from folks, and also took input through Speak Up Edina on the website. I did communications through the Sun Current, and really, I think had an outreach that brought in many comments from many points of view, and have also had public hearings as part of our Planning Commission meetings. And along the way, I should also thank the staff for some great support that they gave us pulling this together. Our approach to this, I won't go through all of these points, but this gives a list that's an overview of what we wrestled with came up with these amendment issues. We're very fortunate to have a community that's in high demand and people that take very good care of both their dwellings and the landscape around them. I think issues started to arise as the number of demolition permits skyrocketed about a year ago, and then some specific issues came to light that caused this small subcommittee to get together and look at these amendments. And I think at the heart of the issue is trying to find the right line between individual property rights and property responsibilities as one property owner's actions may impact their neighbor. One thing we did along the way was compare ourselves, and this gives an unscientific graphic summary that lists specific zoning metrics on the left-hand side of this chart, and then a relative assessment moving from left to right of either going from less restrictive to more restrictive as we compared the different zoning metrics we have here in Edina to some of our surrounding communities. So it gives you a sense of where we fall relative to our neighbors. And then what came out of this, this represented, I guess, what I would call zoning, planning, and design issues that are the bulk of the ordinance amendment that will be presented tonight. I neglected to mention along the way several construction management issues which we have dealt with now, and with Cindy Olson joining staff, of course, we're moving in and dealing with. A few of those items are listed here that we've already developed, that we've already dealt with on the construction management side. But just to summarize this chart, as a result of our process, we came up with two series of recommendations, some that were very specific, which are addressed specifically in the amendment language, some more general that are, we arrived at solutions by taking several different points of view. In one example, of course, is the buildable area house size, house bulk is something that we received some general recommendations on, and then the specific language in the amendment in a couple of different areas. We'll deal with those. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carrie Teague to go through the specific language of the amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So what the Planning Commission did as a result of all of the work that they did over the last 3 to 6 months is we identified issues, and they're highlighted on the screen. So what I'd like to do, so the issues include drainage, retaining walls, egress windows, site access, building lot coverage, side yard setbacks, building height, sidewall articulation, front-facing garage, non-conforming front yard setbacks, garage stall requirements, and miscellaneous code cleanup. So what I'd like to do for the purpose of this presentation, I'll go through each one of these 9 issues and then highlight the specific ordinance that's proposed before you to address each of those issues. So first, in looking at the drainage, retaining walls, egress windows, and site access issue, the intent in dealing with the drainage issue is to clearly provide a more clear definition in our ordinance, clear regulations, and to prevent negative impacts on adjacent properties. With the rain that we had last Saturday, this issue has really been brought to the forefront here over the past week. 4 inches of rain in 3 to 4 hours, whatever that was, as we received an inordinate number of complaints and issues this past week in regard to the drainage. So the language that's proposed in the ordinance is taken from the construction management plan ordinance. It's now requiring, rather than the previous practice was a surveyor drawing arrows on a site plan indicating which way the drainage is to go, we're requiring a licensed engineer to come up with a drainage plan. And again, that's subject to review and approval of the city engineer. The second part of that is dealing with the issue of retaining walls. The intent here is to deal with a lot of the issues that have come up over the past 6 months to year in regard to large retaining walls that are being built with construction of new homes, and just retaining walls being built to deal with meeting our side yard setback requirements. So what the ordinance is proposing is requiring detail for all retaining walls to be submitted as part of the building permit application, and now requiring a setback of 3 feet for any retaining wall that's taller than 4 feet in height. Any retaining wall taller than 4 feet requires a building permit, so a 3-foot setback would be required. Next issue is in regard to site access. That's accessing a front yard, from a front yard to the rear yard. We've seen in a couple of instances where retaining walls are built along a side lot line, and a resident of a home can't access their backyard from the front yard without encroaching onto their neighbor's property. So the code puts in a regulation that requires a 3-foot maintenance access from the front to the rear yard. And the ordinance also defines what that residential maintenance access would include. So again, it's a 3-foot access point from the front yard to the rear yard.
Director Teague, let me interrupt you for a moment and ask you a process question. We've got 9 topical areas we're going to cover here that this group worked on for quite a while, got a lot of input on, and it's fairly complicated stuff, I think. So I'm wondering how you would prefer questions be asked from council as we move from topic to topic, or do you want us to wait until the very end and then go back and ask?
Really, at the pleasure of the council,
basis.
we could take it topic by topic, issue by issue, and
Yeah. All right. Member Bennett has a question, and I've got a couple too on this topic. I think it might be better to do it while it's fresh.
sure.
I agree with that.
Director Teague, with respect to site access, and it's an issue I am familiar with, the retaining walls across the front of the property that prohibited access to the backyard from the front. And that's just one example. But how was the 3 feet determined? Did someone go out and measure the average width of a lawnmower? Can you get a riding mower through on 3 feet? A wheelbarrow in on 3 feet? What kinds of things were measured to determine that 3 feet is in fact the right number?
Yeah, we didn't talk about a riding lawnmower so much as just the push type lawnmower accessing the front to the back. But it was more primarily just being able to walk from your front yard to your back. But there wasn't any scientific study that went into the 3 feet. Just it seemed reasonable given a 5-foot setback on more narrow lots.
But the intention again was to guarantee that site access. I guess I'm concerned that if, for instance, the width of a wheelbarrow hasn't been established, if we know it's going to accommodate a walking lawnmower, a push lawnmower, that's great because somebody can make that choice. But in terms of construction in a backyard, a retaining wall, landscaping, that kind of thing, we want to be able to have people make that access on their own property.
Certainly, if you'd like to expand that width from 3 to 4 feet or 5 feet, we could certainly do that.
Well, can we know, again, just
ask
know,
one of the-
and I think actually that Member Potts, Commissioner Potts, asked during the June 12th meeting if maintenance be better defined, and I see that it's coming forward to us with the same general terminology, which is fine. I just want to know even what we intend by it. Director Teague, you referred to walking, which certainly is desirable, but for instance, painting the side of a house, staining, window washing. Do we know that a ladder, if you lean a ladder up against a 2-story house, how much angle do you need, how much distance do you need at the base to have a safe structure on which to climb?
Yeah, that we haven't looked into. As we'll get into the proposed changes, we're suggesting an increase in side yard setbacks for lots between 50 and 70 feet in width. That may help to address that issue, but it's not part of this maintenance access issue.
Thank
you. One of the letters that we got suggested that Well, it's great to work on the drainage issue, and I think it's extraordinarily important to make sure that surface water runoff is properly channeled to stay on somebody's own property, not going onto the neighbors. The point was made that by one of the builders that commented on the proposed language that a retaining wall is really part of a drainage system, and if you put a retaining wall 3 feet from the property line, you know, who's going to maintain that area in between that gap area? And weren't we really trying to get at the notion that Member Bennett mentioned, at least in substantial part, of having a retaining wall right on a property line that precluded somebody from getting to their backyard, and there was no way around the other side of the house into the backyard? So is the site access the more important issue? Is the retaining wall equally important, or can we do one without the other? And if we try to do something with retaining walls, I'm not sure we're still quite there. I like the ideas that have been propounded on drainage, although I will ask you a question in conjunction with that. In the proposed ordinance, it says the stormwater management plan must detail how everybody's got to have a stormwater management plan when they come in for a building permit. Stormwater management plan must detail how stormwater will be controlled to prevent damage to adjacent property. That's a good thing. And then it says adverse impacts to the public stormwater drainage system. Well, what does that mean? I mean, how do you measure that? Adverse impacts to the public stormwater drainage system. What's that test? What's that standard?
I might ask our city engineer to.
And if there is a standard, it better be a defined term.
Mayor and Council, that was some of the language that we actually are suggesting to put in more on a temporary measure than a permanent measure. We in the engineering area, there's another permit that we have to have to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency by end of December this year, called the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. We call it an MS4 permit. It's a kind of a buzzword that's out there that we've been actually applying for years for our system. Part of that, developing that permit, is that we want to take a closer look at the impacts that the building's redevelopment is having on our storm sewer system. By adding a lot of impervious surfaces that we're seeing in some areas of town an increase in flows to low points. And I think we've dealt with those issues, especially up in the northeast part of the city.
Can you model that in advance, or is that something you only discover after the property is built, and then you discover in a heavy rain there's an adverse impact to the public stormwater drainage system? We
can actually, with our surface water model, we can actually start to model that, but we need to get down to that level of detail on a per lot basis, or actually determine what the coverage is for those types of lots, and then we can model the our system. So what we can be doing when we say that an adverse impact to the system is that we can work with that engineer, similar to what we do with our transportation system, where if you have a demand on that system, they can put it into the model and you determine if you're exceeding the capacity of that system. But what we need to really start developing is some of that criteria of what event storm are we planning for. Is it as a 2.5-inch event, or is it a 5-inch event that we had like on Friday night? Typically, we design our roadways for about a 10-year event. So we anticipate that there's going to be ponding on the roadways itself. The stormwater ponds were typically are 50 to 100-year events, and sometimes back-to-back events, depending on what the drainage out of those areas. So there isn't really a criteria or something that you can actually just write into code that will cover the whole city. So that's why we want to have these management plans designed by a professional engineer that is going to coincide with our model, so that we can say, what you're doing in this particular part of town, is that going to jeopardize our public system?
So if you sit down to work with a licensed professional engineer that's been hired by the contractor or the developer or the homeowner in conjunction with creating a stormwater management plan, if you sit down with them and you say to them, we need to figure out what the adverse impact to the public stormwater drainage system is caused by the building of this home. Will he know what you mean?
Yes, they absolutely will, because they speak the lingo that we speak.
Term of art.
essentially.
It will be a term of art.
If it's a term of art and it gets you there to a conversation, then I'm okay with it.
And actually, in your surface water management plan that you've adopted, it actually shows areas of the cities that we know we have issues with, meaning that we have surcharging going on in bigger event storms. And as we're doing our roadway reconstruction projects, we're addressing those issues. So those are different areas that we can share with the builders and what's basically online too, that they can look it up. But we can be in tune with those folks early on in the process so that they know if they have to develop, some bioswales or something else that they can do on their own site that'll help out the public system.
That helps. Thanks a lot. Let's go back to this retaining wall issue.
Wait, I have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
That might help you. The retaining wall issue, Mayor, was really not written because of necessarily this site access issue. It was written because of the house on Skyline Drive and the house on Littell, and the fact that they had to, well, the one on Skyline Drive, not only did they have to go on parkland, they probably had to go on the neighbor's land to build it because it starts at the borderline, property line. So that's really the issue is building these and what happens down below. And I agree it may leave an awkward 3 feet down below, but there has to be a way that these can be built without having to trespass on somebody else's property or do damage to the city property, which is what we had in 2 of the cases.
Can't we control that, though, in the review process? Why do we have to impose another setback for a retaining wall and create another? I don't understand the need for that, and I'd like the engineer to answer that question. I mean, is site review for retaining walls
actually,
enough to?
One of the projects never went for a permit until they got caught building it.
Well, but we can't control that. If we require it by law, we have
do.
to assume adherence. So if we pass this as a site plan review, part of the site plan review, it's on the plans and you review it, what would you do when you saw a retaining wall being built on the property line? Would you say, how are you going to build that?
That's what we do right now, is actually ask the question of, how is that going to get constructed? And do you have the proper cross easements to construct that wall?
And then you could, if it's required in the plan, then could you require the cross easements before construction began? Before the permit was issued, if it was on the plan?
We are doing that at this
So
point.
to me,
given the couple of retaining walls that were built that they were going on other people's property, is that our staff now is looking at that and asking those questions of how do you access that property to build those walls.
Sure,
I was just going to say, to me, that's a less onerous way of addressing the question than taking another 3 feet away from the property owner.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Kevin Stein, Chair of the Planning Commission, just to shed a little bit of light on this retaining wall issue, a couple of points that I'd make. One, this only applies to retaining walls of greater than 4 feet in height. Mm-hmm. The situation that we really were encountering were one really egregious situation was a side door on a residence that went straight into a 10-foot retaining wall. So what you've got is some properties leveling out their property to create a more buildable space, but putting the bad side of the retaining wall, if you will, to their neighbor. And so what we were suggesting is a 3-foot setback on retaining walls of greater than 4 feet in height. And those are triggered anytime you've got more than 4 feet in height. They need a building permit, and that's when we'd know about it. We did have other concerns about retaining walls from safety perspective, from height perspective, the one on Skyline Drive that Member Swenson mentioned. And we kind of set those aside because we realized there's a lot of portions of the city that have severe topography, and it's really hard to manage the large retaining walls. There's some places where you need really large retaining walls. But we thought that when you're going more than 4 feet in height, having 1 3-foot setback at least would prevent that retaining wall from being put up against the face of another property. The alternative is they could dig down and put the retaining wall on their side of the property, and then they've got the retaining wall facing them instead of their neighbor having the retaining wall facing.
Could I ask you a question about
Sure.
the 4 foot? Because the language says retaining walls taller than 4 feet must meet a 3-foot setback. So what to you is a retaining wall taller than 4 feet? What if a retaining wall is a foot at the bottom of the driveway and it's 6 feet at the top of the driveway, or it's 5 feet. Is that a
Well,
4-foot retaining wall, or is that a...
I know
what
the
is that?
reason that we went with 4 feet, and originally the language said retaining walls that need a building permit. Well, retaining walls that need a building permit, we learned were retaining walls of taller than 4 feet. I'd leave it to staff to, tell us how exactly we measure it. If you've got topography that goes up and you have a short one at one end and it turns into 6 foot at the other end, I assume once it meets 4 feet, then it needs a building permit.
That's correct.
So at any point on the wall where it's more than 4 feet tall, it
Right.
runs into this language.
That's correct.
The other thing that I guess, if you were to terrace that retaining wall, so if you went 2 feet and then went back another couple of feet and went 2 feet, and went back another couple of feet and went 2 feet, I don't know that would need a building permit. Or be, in effect, you're creating that setback in a more terraced, gentle way instead of a severe face that's going to your neighbor. That's what we were really trying to address, was the severe face right up against the neighboring property.
You can see that. I think over on Littell, that stone wall is built right up to the city property line.
And I understand what the property is trying to do. They're trying to increase their buildable space on a lot that's sloped. But it does put that sheer face right to the neighbor's property. In this case, it was the city, so there's not another house there, but we saw at least one instance when the side door of the house went right out into, a 10-foot high wall.
Mayor and council, keep in mind too, when you construct a retaining wall that's over 4 feet, you need to have drainage tile, put it behind the retaining wall, and that has to exit the retaining wall at some point. And if you build a retaining wall right up to the property line, then you're actually taking that drainage tile and draining it right onto the adjacent neighbor's property.
Good point. Good point. Okay,
Case in
that
point
was
on
helpful.
Skyline Drive.
Any other questions on this particular item? Well, so back to that site access issue that Member Bennett raised. Why a 3-foot setback, Mr. Chair or Commissioner Potts?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think what we were really envisioning is smaller lots. I think the classic case was both walking and lawn mowing. I mean, the example we talked about all the time was not having to have 2 lawnmowers, one for the front yard, one for the backyard, that you ought to be able to roll your lawnmower around one side of the house. Making it larger than 3 feet, I don't know that we technically started measuring equipment that you'd have to bring back there, but we were realizing that these properties generally were going to have 5 or 6 foot setbacks anyway. So making it larger than 3 feet, at some point you run out of setback. So 3 feet was the
Taking
distance that we
the average anticipated activity level
Right.
and trying to create the setback to meet the anticipated activity.
And I'd say the classic one was bringing your lawnmower around, that you ought to be able to bring your push lawnmower from the front to the backyard without going
down your neighbor's driveway?
Right.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yeah, Member Bennett.
But while less frequent, I think it is normal and expected that people will repaint. They will have windows washed or wash them themselves. And so again, that angle of the ladder, how far that base has to be out from the house for painting, for cleaning, and then also a wheelbarrow. There just seem to be some normal activities that we want people to be able to do within.
On their own property.
On their own property.
And you could certainly expand it. My only point is there is a limit to what you can expand it to, because on these kinds of sites, we're only talking about 5 or maybe 6 or maybe 7 foot side yard setbacks anyway.
Yeah, you've already got that, and this just is kind of belt and suspenders in a way.
Well, this is making sure you get a flat spot that you're able to, because you could have a 7 foot, but it's on a slope or has retaining walls in it that prevents you from having that kind of access. And this is trying to catch at least a 3 foot flat spot that you can.
I think of the houses in Minneapolis that have that 2 foot sidewalk going down the side with just a hair more and then the fence.
Right.
And it seems to function for those areas.
Where you can walk back and forth.
I mean, it'd be better if they had 5 feet, no question about it, but at some point you have to draw the line.
Right, because some of the lots are very small.
Member Bennett.
If I may, Your Honor, the reason, again, for stating the requirement as it is, rather than just the setback, is not so much belt and suspenders. It was not anticipated that people would actually build something in that setback that would make their access on their own property impossible, but that's in fact what people have done with different forms of landscaping and different forms of retaining wall and lot elevation, which does
And
not take
window
place
wells,
only on
which
larger
we'll
lots.
talk about later.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
and egress point. So in fact, that access has been built out, or
Sure, built into or
Destroyed.
The landscaping expands into it.
yeah, on more than one lot.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there are aspects of the home that are also allowed to come out into that setback, such as when a fireplace or a chimney sticks out. I mean, we're just talking about an egress window, the next thing we're going to talk about, but we've got other things that can encroach into that setback.
Not much since Member Swenson got rid of the bay window exception. So now anything that even if it doesn't go into the ground, this was back, I think, in 2007, and so no longer is something like that exempt from the setback.
So I guess my final question on the retaining wall issue would be, do you feel like it's been fully vetted?
Well, we felt like we were prepared to go ahead with the 3-foot. We actually did have discussion on that point at the end, that we thought that there was probably more discussion to have on retaining walls from a safety perspective. We had testimony, for instance, asking the question, when you've got a 10, 12-foot high retaining wall, is there any obligation to have some kind of railing or some kind of protection from falling over the edge of it? Those kinds of issues we just didn't feel like we knew enough about, and considering the severe topography all over the community that might require those kinds of retaining walls, we weren't ready to say you can't have one taller than such and such a distance.
Mm-hmm.
But for this limited purpose of dealing with smaller lots and retaining walls that go right up to the lot and really have an impact on that neighboring property, we think this is a good compromise.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, building lot coverage.
Did we want to talk
egress
about?
windows?
Yeah, egress windows
Oh,
is the
excuse
next
me.
little
Thank you, Member
piece of this. And right now, egress windows is an allowed exception into the into a required setback. So the ordinance before you suggests that an egress window requires a 5-foot setback on one side, and it may encroach into a side yard on the other side. And it wouldn't impact a front or rear setback. So that's the last piece of that. I don't know if you wanted to have a discussion on that.
Why 5 feet? We got 3 for retaining walls, 3 for the walkway. Why 5? Because now you've got an 8-foot setback to the house on that side, because you got 3 foot for the well and 5 for the setback.
You would. Yeah, I think it's to encourage having a retaining wall or an egress window just on one side of a smaller lot. We had a lot of discussion about requiring a setback on both sides, but this is kind of the compromise position to allow the encroachment on one side but require a setback on the other.
Is that reasonable, though, if there's a bedroom on each side of that house? Don't you have to have an egress window on both sides?
For it to be a legal bedroom, they would have to have a...
But you can have an egress window in the back of the house.
Correct.
Or the front.
Yep.
Or the front of the house.
Does
and
it have to be
potentially
in
on
that
one
bedroom?
side.
It would.
It has to be in that bedroom. So if you've got a bedroom on one side and a bedroom on the other, and you don't have egress possibility on the front of the house, it's got to be on both sides.
Then on one side, it wouldn't be considered a legal bedroom.
Did you talk about the flexibility in design and how that affects it? Okay.
So we started with the proposition of not allowing, it was kind of a carry-on from the side yard setbacks and the 3-foot maintenance, access, et cetera, and the safety issues, and we thought that really in those smaller lots, it wouldn't be appropriate to have egress windows on either side as an exception to the setback. But that very point that you raise about design and flexibility and realizing that some of the smaller homes are going to need some flexibility with creating space, living space within the house, we decided, well, you can do the front and the back, and at least if you can do one side, now that gives you 3 sides of the house that you're going to be able to have an egress window on. And generally, we think you can, that's the compromise that we reached in order to try and maintain at least one side without an egress window encroaching on the setback.
Carrie, are you seeing a lot of people doing egress windows in the front and the back? I mean, let's just take the front. You've looked at a lot of applications.
Yeah, I might look to Chris, who reviews those on a daily basis. Do we see many in the front or back?
We see them all around the house, actually.
You see them all around the house on all sides,
On
and
all
you
sides.
see them doubled up on one side? Okay.
Yes. They
And you
want to
see-
maximize the basement area, absolutely.
And you see them on both sides of the sides. So in this case, they'd have to shrink their house 5 feet. They wanted one on both sides.
Or they could inset the window and just inset the window itself, but the wall of the house is there. They could inset the window to create that
Or maybe
access.
The house is going to have to be 5 feet smaller.
Yep, or maybe it's an issue where they have 2 egress windows in the front and the side. They may have to take that one on the side out. It would still be a legal bedroom, but it would just have the one in the front yard or the rear yard.
What's the purpose of this suggestion? What's the underlying purpose of having this?
Get to the backyard.
I think it was a combination of safety issues, concerns on these narrow side yard lots, as well as the, helping to facilitate this 3-foot maintenance path as well.
On a small lot, I don't think this is unreasonable to say on one side of the house you have to be able to get to your backyard, but on the front and the backyard and the other side of the house, you can have egress windows. I really don't think that's an unreasonable request.
I think it could be. I think it could alter how people use, especially on the teardowns, or if somebody wants to remodel their basement. I think it could be.
So then they can't.
I think so. So if you're worried about the safety of it, you're worried about somebody walking into the window.
About getting to the
So
backyard.
why wouldn't it just be just as big a fear on the other side where you've let them do it, where there's no setback? So to me, the safety issue isn't.
No,
That's
I
why I was
wasn't
saying on the 3
speaking to
feet.
the safety issue. I was
But they
talking
were.
about the clear ability to get to the backyard.
I agree with you on that. I think there should be a clear ability
That's
to
why I
get to the
say 3
backyard.
feet, because you're basically de facto getting in. If you want to do 2 windows, you got to have access on that side too.
Well,
But
this is a good
just
conversation.
for discussion.
Sure, it probably mirrors conversations you've had. So, well, I think if you, I don't know. Anyway, okay, move on.
So next issue is building lot coverage. And we had a lot of discussion on this. Initially, the recommendation, or what was considered, was revising the ordinance for lots under 9,000 square feet from the current requirement of 30% building coverage, or a maximum of 2,250, down to 25%. That would be citywide. All lots over 9,000 square feet have a 25% lot coverage requirement. So for consistency, the thought was at that time to require 25% across the board. The graphic on the screen here shows what that would look like if that were enacted on a 50-foot wide lot. So on the right-hand side, this is the existing ordinance where we require a 5-foot setback on each side on a 50-foot wide lot. The maximum on a lot that's 135 feet deep, you could have a footprint of 2,025 feet. So the sidewall here would be 50 feet deep. If the ordinance were enacted or amended to require a 25%, and I've also included in this graphic the increased setback that's proposed. We'll get to that in a few minutes. So it would be a 7-foot setback on one side, 5 feet on another. At 25%, it would be a 44-foot wide sidewall. So it gives you an idea of the reduction on a footprint were that recommended. We concluded we took that out in the recommendation. Some of the thinking that went into that was, say, the country club district, where most of the district has developed to the maximum 30%. You'd be taking away quite a bit of footprint. So not only in Country Club, but other parts of the city with 50-foot wide lots, South Harriet Park, Morningside. So the proposal before you does not include that 25%. It's leaving the 30%.
So there's no change recommended in lot coverage from what the code reads now?
Correct.
Is that correct? Thanks. Member Swenson or Member Bennett?
Member Swenson, do you have a question?
No, I've been a proponent of studying this, so it's interesting to see it as in your diagram. My only interest in it was if we did go down to 25% of giving a bonus of 400 square feet for a detached garage. But I can see there isn't support for this lot coverage change.
Just to have more complete information in the record, Director Teague, I believe it is, so it's in the packet, it's following A41, if people could take a look at that, because it's my understanding that in fact it's not quite as neat. Someone on Planning Commission I think actually referred to it as a sliding scale, which is in effect what our current code has. It is 30% of lots 9,000 square feet and over. And also, it's the first, it does not include, that lot coverage percentage does not include the first 150 square feet of a deck or patio, correct?
There are exceptions, correct.
Okay.
That's one of them.
And that's a notable one
Yep.
because it's usually used as an extension of living space. So again, first 150 square feet of deck or patio, not included in lot coverage. And then with that chart, we can see that under our current code, it's the third column in from the left. We have, this is a chart that's organized by lot width and lot depth because, of course, the lot coverage doesn't depend on lot width. We talk about narrow lots, but actually our lots vary so much in their dimensions that you may in fact have a very deep lot that's narrow that still is over 9,000 square feet. You may have a lot that's wider than 50 feet that is shallow, that does not have 9,000 square feet, but in any event, our code caps the footprint at 2,250 square feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so that gets reached. So then again, with a lot that's 48 by 175, 48 by 125, we are at 30%, 48 by 150, we're at 30, 48 by 175, about 27%. A lot 50, I'm not going to read the entire chart, but I think people can get the see, if they have turned to the chart, that the effect of what we currently have means that there is no consistent standard, but that in fact it varies.
That's true.
And then to the 30% in the non-conforming and country club, when you said non-conforming doesn't mean that anything changes on the property as it currently exists, correct? All the structures are grandfathered, in other words.
They would be, correct.
And I'm familiar with the process that Minneapolis followed when it adopted its massing ordinance. I know that they created an exception for the entire Lowry Hill district. And I know that they also created a one-time 10% addition beyond the dimensions that were stated in their revised code. And I guess I understand that my colleagues may have made up their minds decisively about this, but I would at least like the full information considered, which is, again, that it's not that every lot under 9,000 square feet has 30% coverage. That is not true. It's not every 50-foot lot. We can see the inconsistency with the current standard. Also that there are communities that have addressed this through an overlay district, which in fact we have with the Country Club district. And to respond to some of the correspondence that we've received on this, in fact, the Country Club district is the only part of our city that has design review. So to some of the correspondence that said this is addressed through design review, it's only that neighborhood that has that. Is that correct, Director?
That's correct.
All right.
And we did have some discussion about potentially rezoning. That would be an easy district with the defined boundaries, but didn't decide to go there.
Yeah, I understand that that was not the majority. But again, just wanted the record to be clear, because even among the Planning Commission members who were working so hard on this, I still heard some confusion as to what was actually in effect at this time. Thanks.
Okay, so the next issue is the side yard setbacks, including that second-story setback requirement. So in the ordinance before you, the side yard setbacks for lots between 50 and 75, or actually 72 feet in width, are proposed for setback increases up to a maximum of 2 feet. The 2 feet, the 2-foot increase is for the lots between 50 and 60 feet. So rather than the 5 and 5 as the code exists today, we're suggesting a 5 and 7, or a minimum of 5 on one side, 12 total. So this would be an example of what that would look like for, again, a 50-foot wide lot, 135 feet deep. As the code exists today, this side wall maximum could be 50 feet, and with the result of the increase in setback, the sidewall could increase up to 3 feet. So we'd get a little bit deeper, a deeper home, so a longer sidewall. So that would be the ramification. Again, this is one simple example. There's multiple lot depths and all across the city, but this is an example of the ramifications of that. And we're also, the code currently increases the side yard setback by 4 inches for each foot above 60 feet in width for a lot. For clarity in the code, we're suggesting language changing that specifically lists if your lot is 67 feet wide, this is your required side yard setback. So just for clarity, rather than having that formula, we've run the formula, and that's included in the draft before you. Also, what's recommended is currently an attached garage or tool shed or greenhouse can have a 5-foot setback, even if the side yard setback for the living space of that home is 10 feet. An attached garage under current ordinance is allowed to be up to 5 feet. The ordinance before you eliminates that exception. So anything that's attached to the house, it becomes part of the main structure, the main dwelling unit, and would have to conform to whatever the side yard setbacks are for that home. So no more side yard exception for a garage, a tool shed, or greenhouse.
What was the objective that was trying to be accomplished here with both of these?
Yeah, we heard from a number of residents during the process that had concerns more so on lots that are wider than 75 feet in width, where a 10-foot setback is required, but they construct the garage 5 feet from the lot line, and then the living space above it gets stepped in to meet the 10-foot requirement. But they felt that's just too close on a large lot to allow a 5-foot setback. And so I think that resonated with the Planning Commission as we went through the process. We kept hearing that and decided that anything that's attached to the structure should have the same setback.
If I could just add to that, this is paired as well with an elimination of the second floor setback requirement. Currently, we have as you go above 15 feet, then you got to step back a certain amount, and so you get houses that it restricts your design options on houses, because as you go up, you have to come in, so you get A-frames or you get architecture that pulls it in. We wanted to, in conjunction with the building height changes that we're recommending, allow a little more freedom on coming out on the second floor. But we were also hearing people say that on some of these small lots, it's feeling pretty cramped, it's feeling pretty tight. So we were trying to strike the right balance, and I think if you look at a couple of letters that you received in the last week, one from Scott Busen, another from Jennifer Janovy, they kind of illustrate what we were hearing. From one side, the builder saying that's too much to take those setbacks in. From the other side, the homeowner in the Morningside neighborhood saying you need to take the setbacks in further. So we were trying to build the right compromise on those lots less than 75 feet to create a little more room, but also create some more flexibility on the second floor in terms of design.
But the 5-foot is for the bigger lots, for the garage, the setback. That's intended for the 10-foot setback required on the bigger lots.
That would apply to,
It would apply for all lots,
right.
Small lots as well.
So when it's when it's part of the principal structure, you're going to abide by the setbacks that apply for whatever lot width you have.
So does that make the house longer? If you push the garage back in further, isn't it going to make the house longer?
Deeper, you mean?
Pardon me?
Deeper, you mean? Could be.
I
So
like
as-
that. I like that proposal eliminating the second-story setback. I think it's a good.
And that kind of goes hand in hand with what Carrie's going to talk about in terms of building height as well.
Yeah, that causes a lot of confusion for residents, builders, in calculating that extra setback requirement on the second
Member Bennett?
story.
Director Teep, can you explain how that works? I understood and heard you say to the Planning Commission that it's 6 inches, an additional setback of 6 inches per foot of height above 15 feet.
Correct.
So it doesn't change the setback at the base of the wall or that first 15 feet, but it begins to, and I understand that that does influence design. However, it also means that once that if that exception or is eliminated, and I hear support for that on this council, that while it would simplify design and it certainly would simplify some of the planning department's work, it also would in effect move anything above that 15 feet closer to the house next door to it.
Correct, but it is tied into the increased setbacks that we're proposing in the side yard.
It's not simplified design, it's design diversity, so that you don't have all sailboat widow peak houses. You can get a colonial and a cape back in.
Right.
So it's not just simplicity, it's diversity of the stock on the block.
I understand that,
Also,
and I actually like it,
Yeah.
but it does mean that if someone builds a colonial, which they can build now with just a small colonial, or turn it sideways as they've done in St. Paul, St. Louis Park. I don't know that I've seen examples in Morningside. But to that point, you then build a colonial. And say you go to the max with the peak, you go to 30 feet. You are now going to have 15 feet of sidewall, albeit with slope at the front and back. That is going to be closer. Say that 15 feet was subject to the setback, that would be 6 inches for every additional foot of height. That would be what? Another 7.5 feet of setback.
But
so
5 feet shorter.
Pardon me?
But 5 feet shorter.
Understood. Understood. But it is going to have that impact of drawing closer. And as we consider the different things that are before us, I think seeing them in conjunction is very important. And when you're eliminating an additional potential 7.5 feet of setback, that's a significant difference. And you're offering an additional foot of setback.
Well, and you're on the issue that we wrestled with too, and the only point I wanted to make is the side yard setback, the height, and then the second floor side yard setback are all kind of tied together. Mm-hmm. And then the idea was to try through modification of all three to create a little more flexibility while bringing the height down a little bit and bringing the setbacks in a little bit. And whether we strike the right balance or not, I think reasonable minds can debate, but that's where we ended up as a result of that.
Can you go back one slide just so I can see something, because I couldn't find it here. Attached garages to it. Okay, so that's for everything that's attached. It's not for a tool shed in the back corner.
Right. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now you can keep going.
Oh, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
One thing I did not hear during the Planning Commission discussion is that elimination of the setback over 15 feet would also affect lots over 75 feet in width, correct?
Correct.
So today, when someone builds a colonial on a lot that is 75 feet or greater in width, their setback is 10 feet, but an additional 6 inches per foot of height, additional foot of height. So I think I just want to make sure that we all understand that that is another potential impact. It will also change what people experience on lots greater than 75 foot in width.
So that ties into the next point that we alluded to, is for lots that are less than 75 feet in width, reducing the required height or the maximum height to the top of a roof, reducing from 35 to 30 feet. And we're also suggesting an elimination of the midpoint measurement. So we'd just be measuring height to the top of a ridge line. And so that wouldn't impact lots greater than 75 feet in width. And we've provided some examples.
I think we've seen plenty of real life examples of that. I think 30 feet is good, and it seems like there's broad support on that issue of maximizing at 30 feet at the ridge line. I had what do you remember what page that's on, the proposed code language? I had a question on that. I guess I just had a comment, not a question. Thank you.
So the next issue is sidewall articulation, dealing with the large sidewalls. And the language that's before you was taken and modified from Alamo Heights in Texas. And again, this is to address the blank sidewall issue. So the language is on the screen, so it's suggesting if there's a building that has a 30-foot plane, we're suggesting some architectural features to break that up, or providing a 10-foot offset or a 1-foot offset, either projecting or recessed to break up the mass. We had a lot of discussion on this. We looked at other ordinances. Wyzetta had suggested some language, ultimately didn't adopt that, but this is the language that's proposed to try to break up that sidewall mass.
Mm-hmm.
Any discussion on that one, or?
No.
So if you had an egress window on the articulation side, you could potentially have a 9-foot setback, because you got 5 and then 3 for the well, and then one foot of articulation somewhere along that 30-foot wall.
Well, the articulation of 1
'Cause it
foot, you
steps in
still
1
have to
foot.
meet the required setback for that 1 foot. So yeah, the rest of the house would have to be stepped back. So it could be a recessed in that case, or you build in a series of windows where you wouldn't, or at least 2 of the 10 items that are listed there to break up the mass of a solid wall. So the code gives you some options there.
So I think we've seen some good examples of where we wish there would have been more sidewall articulation on houses that just have a unilateral plane.
Mm-hmm.
And it has quite an effect both for the neighbors and from the street. It's not good. I got to go back for a second to this building height, structure height. You've got a definitional provision in there, and it talks about building height and structure height for commercial, industrial, high-density residential, and then you've also got one for single and 2 dwelling unit buildings. And you've got a definition in there for existing ground elevation, and that relates to how you measure the height to the highest point on the roof, or what we call the ridge line.
Right.
So does this language read differently than what the code reads now?
The way that we broke that down, right now, that definition, building height or structure height, it deals with whether it's commercial property or residential. So what this language does is separates the two. The language above that's highlighted in black, that's all existing language. And so the new language is just making it clear that that's only dealing with commercial, industrial, and high-density residential. So the building height or structure height for single and 2 family dwellings is now separated. So there's 2 definitions.
All right. So, but I was thinking that one of the conversations we've had was with regard to that house on Gulf Terrace and St. John, where the height was measured from the front door. At least that was my understanding, and they were allowed to go up 1 more foot from the existing front door, which is different than this language. And it created this house that's a walkout that it's totally out of scale with the neighborhood. This seems to help with that because you're going to be measuring from the grade, not the front door.
Yeah.
So how did and I thought this was the way we had always intended it. How did it ever happen that we had the front door?
Yeah, that one should have been measured from the existing grade. That first floor elevation that you're referring to might have been the first floor elevation?
This was probably a topic of conversation.
Yeah, one of the things that we did talk a little bit about is how the starting point for where we measure height is the average of the grade on the front of the house. Mm-hmm. So if you have a steep topography that goes front to back, you could have a back of the house that's much taller than the 30 feet or the 35 feet or the 40 feet. And I think the extreme examples that you're thinking about are probably lots that it's pretty flat side to side on the front of the house.
A walkout lot.
Yeah, they're walkout.
And then the back drops way off, and it looks a lot taller. you know, I mean, you could do an average all the way around the house, but again, with some of the severe topography we had, we thought, you know, now you're in a, as you shrink the backside, now you're shrinking the front side as well, and we ultimately decided not to try and tackle that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
So the next topic is front-facing garage. This was an issue, again, we had a lot of discussion on. It's to address the concern of the welcome to my garage house, or the snout house we had referred to it. So the language that's proposed is all new, and it only deals with lots that are 75 feet, or lots that are less than 75 feet in width. So 3 conditions here. The garage door can't be any taller than 9 feet in height. The garage facade shall not exceed 60% the width of a principal structure. So what that would mean for a 50-foot wide lot is that the front face of a garage, the maximum would be 22.8 feet. So the garage door itself would be 21 feet wide, just a 2-car garage. And that the garage may not extend beyond the front building line by more than 5 feet. Any discussion on that one?
Member Swenson.
You know, my biggest concern with this is that, well, let me give an example that's an odd example, and maybe you'll understand. When we went to rebuild the fire station on Tracy, the fire chief said we could keep all the part of the building that had the fire engines in it and just build the part on crosstown that housed the people. And when we asked the chief, would that work, he said, yeah, we'll just have to be careful in the future that we order fire engines that fit that garage space, because fire engines are getting bigger. Well, we obviously decided to tear the whole building down because that didn't make sense going in the future. I can't predict what size cars will be going in these garages. I know we are now putting a second recycling bin in all these garages, which doesn't really fit. Some of us are really struggling to try to figure out how to get 2 cars and 2 recycling bins and nothing else in our garage. So I guess my concern is that this is just not practical in a society that's changing. Mm-hmm. And that would be my comment on it.
Can you talk a little bit about the objective, again, trying to be accomplished, and the feedback you got that led to this provision?
Yeah, I think it's the minimizing the width of a garage, say a 3-stall garage on a 50-foot wide lot where it's just predominantly garage, trying to avoid that. So with this language, while the door would be a 2-car garage door to accommodate extra width on the inside, you know, it could be expanded on the inside to accommodate recycling bins, that kind of thing. But the door itself would only be for a 2-stall.
And the limit of 9 feet up, is that?
Yeah, we had some discussion on that. Just examples of garage doors across town that are much taller to accommodate an RV or something like that. Felt that just didn't fit the scale and character, so we wanted to prevent that.
So do we know that 9 feet is an average garage door?
We saw, yeah, that number came up in a number of ordinances that we looked at across the country.
Yeah, I mean, we were wrestling. It's a design issue. It's the garage facing the front, the garage dominating the front of the house. And so the 2 major components of this were really the width of the garage and then how much the garage could come out in front of the rest of the house. I'd say the height of the garage door was more of an afterthought than a really critical part of what we were thinking about this. It was just trying to make sure that there wasn't some exception that created a...
So is a normal garage door now 9 feet tall, not 9.5, not 10, not...
Yeah, so, I think that's what we were getting from staff. I haven't done those.
We're trying to preclude 2.5-car garages.
It's actually more the 60% was a really critical. It wasn't the number of feet. It was the percentage of the facade. What we were trying to do was limit the percentage, and we at the same time recognizing a 50-foot lot with a 12-foot setback, you're at 38 feet and 60%. You know, we recognize that you have to have a two-car garage possibility, and so that's where we came to the 60%. But it was less about how wide the garage was going to be than how much of the front facade the garage was going to take up from a
But practically speaking, a consumer who purchases and rebuilds on a smaller lot is going to have to be satisfied with a two-car garage. They can't get a 2.5-car garage.
Unless they're going to bring it around the side or bring it around the rear or, you know, do something different. We're just saying in the front.
Front-loading option.
Right, front-loading option. You can do anything on the back or the side so long as you're not front-loading. We were looking at a design issue with how much of the front facade is taken up by the garage.
Member Bennett.
Understanding that on a smaller lot, you're going to have a lot coverage issue and how much of your lot are you going to devote to garage. People have come up with some solutions. First, I want to talk just really briefly about neighborhood character, because we spent a lot of time talking about it during the comp plan, and we made sure that it was featured fairly prominently. And I think one of the characteristics of these neighborhoods with smaller lots is it isn't that they don't have front-loading garages from way back. It's that when they do have front-loading garages on older homes, they tend to be either a single car wide or it tends to be a wider lot, which, because we have inconsistent lot sizes and dimensions throughout the city, happens. So you get, in terms of a percentage of the facade, what I thought the Planning Commission was trying to do is kind of express, again, this neighborhood character in a number that acknowledged what has been built in the past as well as what's being built going forward. And to your point, Member Sprague, what people are doing to get three-car garages is they're doing a two-door entry or two-car entry with a tandem space. So that third car space is attached and it's just in front of the third car. And that seems to work for a number of people because I've seen it built several places.
I don't disagree with that issue. I mean, we heard a lot during our public outreach about neighborhood character and just how we weren't trying to eliminate front-loading garages. We were just trying to come up with a standard that would reflect some moderation of how much of the facade they could take up.
And that goes again to the point that this does respond to stuff that's actually happening, which is that there are some homes that are being built with only a garage door and an entry door, not even a window at the front of the house. And there is some concern about a neighborhood, the one I'm most familiar with, but I think this occurs in other neighborhoods as well, where neighbors have formerly felt quite engaged. Even with new residents, they find it easy to meet them. There have historically been block parties and other gatherings, and now newer neighbors are moving in and they're not having the opportunity to meet their neighbors because they're going into a front-loading garage, going into the house, and there just isn't that engagement with other neighbors that used to occur. And so again, this isn't a movement to try to have all the garages at the back of the house. It's just to, I think, put things in balance that both reflect neighborhood character and friendliness.
And if I can just put it in context as well, there were, during our neighborhood, kind of our public outreach, there were some, I think there were some who were advocating for design standards, for much more kind of intervention from a regulatory perspective in how you're designing the house. And I think we were very uncomfortable with that. And so this percentage of the facade, and to a certain extent, there was some difference of opinion with respect to how dictating the distance between the front of the house and the front of the garage for that design reason as well.
I have a question. Because I was going to measure our garage door and I didn't do it. There are a couple of builders in the room. I'm wondering if we could find out what is typical for the height of a garage door, because while we are trying to eliminate the welcome to my garage from left to right, we might be welcome to my garage in height if we say 9 feet. Is that really reasonable as a standard?
Why don't we let that get answered during the public hearing part? I think that's an excellent idea, Member Brendel.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Does this push the garage into the house? I mean, so you had just get a longer house?
Potentially, certainly if you put it around back or on the side, you could. You could go deeper in the lot. One of the things, particularly in the Morningside area, is just an example of what comes to mind. we have some lots that are really deep and narrow.
That's what I'm in that example is what I'm
In
thinking.
that
of.
example, probably, but it's in large part dictated by the shape of the lot, and it's really hard to get around that fact because you've got such a, you got a 250-foot lot depth with only 50-foot frontage. You're almost inevitably going to have a house that's deeper.
But this would push more of the garage into the house, so to speak.
Yeah.
Member Swenson.
Then the third point in this, the garage may not extend beyond the front building line by more than 5 feet. I get why you're doing that for some houses, but I will tell you there is a house on Halifax that was built with the garage turned sideways to the front of the house, so you don't see garage doors.
Mm-hmm.
You pull in and you turn, and it's actually one of the most charming fronts of a house, and it's very friendly and open, and this would actually preclude building that style house. And I guess having ridden it down that street to Lund's 8,000 times with my husband, and every time he says, that's my favorite house. That makes me understand there are always consequences to every decision we make.
We think you could still do that under this code. The way we've written it is it's garages that face a public street. So if they've turned the door so it doesn't face the street, you could still do that.
Okay.
Then I won't have to go home and explain to my husband that house will never be built again. Okay.
So when you went about the task of making these computations about the garage facade on a 50-foot wide lot not exceeding 60% of the width of that principal structure on that lot, what did you figure would be the average width of that garage on the interior?
Depends on the new setback.
Yeah, we started out with a 50%, but with a 50-foot wide lot at 50%, the garage door, we'd be requiring a single stall garage essentially. So that's part of our thinking when we increased it up to 60%. You could at least get a 2-stall garage that faces the street.
Can you open your car doors in the garage?
It depends on the size of your car. In a 21-foot garage.
Yeah, well, it's probably a 21-foot wide garage.
Yeah, I can.
You could depending on the car you're driving,
yep.
you can or cannot open your door. So the question I have is, and we're doing some of this, we're getting into the design business. How deep do we want to dive into design, regulating design? I don't know the answer to that yet, but this is one that is creating some real discomfort for me. And Member Swenson's done a good job of articulating some of the things that cause her concern. And I think it has amongst the things that we've talked about, this has a pretty significant market impact, I think. Anyway, so.
Well, it is if anybody uses a single car garage, they have the option to ignore it and always do double. Just because the code says this is the minimum for minimum width for a garage doesn't mean that's what they're going to do. It means that if they wanted the narrowest garage possible, that's what they would do. Or am I not looking at that right?
Well, I think if somebody
It's
wants
not
to
a
build a
minimum,
one-car
it's a
garage, they
maximum.
could.
Right.
But I don't think most people want a one-car garage.
Exactly.
Even on a 50, even in a dense neighborhood, they don't want to.
Right.
So, anyway.
It's not a minimum, it's a maximum, is the issue.
Okay, just a few left here. The next one is non-conforming front yard setbacks. And the intent here is to address the issue on more of our larger streets, homes on curved streets or where there's a circumstance where one house is set back quite a ways from the street. The way the code currently reads is your front yard setback is established by the average of the adjacent homes on either side. So with that recent code change of about 4 or 5 years ago, we've created a lot of nonconformities out there. So the intent here is to address that issue. So for a lot with an existing dwelling unit with a nonconforming front street setback, the existing nonconforming front street setback may be maintained for a tear down and rebuild of a new home as long as the new construction is not closer to the front lot line than the existing non-conforming structure and can't be any closer than 30 feet, which is kind of the base setback. The new dwelling shall not exceed the existing square footage of the encroachment into the nonconforming setback by more than 200 square feet. That language is consistent with our existing nonconforming provision of the ordinance for side and rear yard setbacks. Also, the existing square footage of the encroachment, or if the existing square footage encroachment and 200 square feet of additional encroachment may only be constructed on the same floor as the existing encroachment. So what that's saying is, if you have a rambler, you can't build a two-story into that, into the required, or into that non-conforming setback. It would only be if you were rebuilding back a rambler.
Member Swenson.
So in the last few years, we've had 3 incidents come before us. One is across the street here where they flipped the front door onto the cul-de-sac behind. And that really needed a variance because it was a completely different facing direction. We have the Rolling Green one where they were rebuilding, but we have another potential in Rolling Green where there's going to be a large lot that will be sold and will get subdivided legally. And the houses on either side of it sit way back. So there is no existing home other than one single one at the top of one of the lots, or maybe crossing the border. And then we had a house on, is it Schaefer Blake Road, that wanted to add another car garage on, and the house next to them had built way back. You know, these are all such oddities that our variance process really works pretty well for this. I'm actually sort of reluctant to embrace this concept. I feel that because we have so many different situations with this, it's kind of like when we looked at, let's be able to do open overhangs over front doors because everyone wants to be able to stand at your front door and not get wet. But then all of a sudden we realized we had little houses, we had big houses. There was no way to come up with the right square footage of what you could have non-enclosed as an overhang. So we just said, hey, let's stay with our variance option. That's worked fine, and it's continued to work. I guess on this particular one, that's where I sit on it, and I'll wait and hear from the public on it, but that's...
We had similar discussion with Planning Commission. The Rolling Green example, under this ordinance, they still would have needed to come forward with a variance because they were expanding more than 200 square feet into that non-conforming setback. So it wouldn't apply, it wouldn't meet our needs in all cases. There still likely would be variances required, but there are unintended consequences.
Member Bennett?
Director T, just to clarify, so if this provision of the code were changed, what it would permit without a variance is rebuilding to the extent of the nonconformity, however much that is, not going up an additional story unless it's a nonconforming 2 stories, in which case then it can be built 2 stories, right, plus an additional 200 square feet, correct?
On each level, right.
That's the way I read it too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you have a conversation about an alternative test here, which would have left the original or the existing language in place, where they could make an election? So you either take the average of the houses on each side and set it back to that, back or forward to that line, or you can do this. Did you talk about that? Did they talk about that at all?
We didn't talk about that with the Planning Commission, but we've talked about that on a staff level, and that would give people more flexibility on that front yard setback if they could go back to averaging all the structures on the street.
But didn't we have a problem in court with offering one or the other in it?
The problem with that was they didn't do the calculation right.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Right. Okay. All right.
And if your house burns down and it's non-conforming, you can rebuild it.
You can rebuild exactly the same.
Right.
Back.
So that's an exception beyond that exception.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
The next one is garage stall requirements. We had a lot of lively discussion on this one. Currently, Edina requires a minimum of a 2-stall garage for all dwelling units. So the thought here is recommending that for our smaller lots, any lot less than 75 feet in width again, would be allowed to construct a 1-stall garage. Doesn't mean they would have to, but they would have the flexibility to construct a 1-stall garage. So with that, we can stand for questions on
And
that.
right now, they can ask for a one-stall garage in a variance process, correct?
Correct. I don't think we've had any of those requests for one stall. No.
Is that flooding demand for one-stall
That kind of answers my
garages?
question right there about the objective that you were trying to accomplish here and where did it come from?
Just to allow flexibility.
Where's the code language on that?
I think there was kind of trying to recognize the possibility that some folks wouldn't need two cars and wouldn't want to have a house that took up that much of their lot coverage with garage space, and that would be a possibility. We did have a spirited debate on this on this topic, with some feeling very strongly that we ought to continue to require two-car garages. There was some concern about storage, but the countervailing argument was, well, you know, no matter how big you build it, you still can exceed your storage and have stuff strewn around the yard. And there were some who said, look, we ought to at least leave this option for folks. And, you know, if we're trying to be open to folks who want to drive less and use public transportation and bicycling and other options for transportation, and they feel like they only need one car in their garage and they want to design their home that way, why not leave that option available?
But that consumer could still apply for a variance and just...
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
And the last one is just a miscellaneous code cleanup, and we had originally suggested two. The first one is we have a provision in the code, and it's on the screen, that talks about accessory buildings being used for dwelling purposes, which our ordinance doesn't allow anyway, so we're just suggesting that we strike that. And the next one was in regard to our floodplain ordinance and our procedures for conditional use permits and variances. We already have a provision in the code that outlines that procedure. So we were originally suggesting just to strike that language within the floodplain ordinance, but I've been informed by our city attorney that before we can adopt that, we have to get approval from the DNR. So if we could pull that back, and we'll have to present that to the DNR and then come back at a later date to remove that from the code. So that is...
Question for Director Teague on that one, Member Swenson.
No, just, I didn't see anything in anything that talked about accessory buildings not attached to the house and any regulation on them, correct?
Correct, yeah, that wouldn't be allowed either. That would be
Okay,
like...
so you can still take a shed and you can put it in the back of your yard, and that could be built on the lot line. And it can be in front of your neighbor's dining room window because they face the other way. I'm thinking of Morningside Road. I know it's, so, okay.
And there's no size restriction on that?
There's no restriction on it really much at all.
So when does a shed become an accessory?
Don't we require
Structure.
3 foot setback? 3 foot setback for, yeah, 3 foot setback for a
3
shed
foot
or accessory
setback, but
building.
it can be right built. So it's kind of like the concept of the garage where we allowed it to be built closer to a side yard setback. Well, this unfortunately happened where it was built right at the back of the lot. And it becomes, I don't know, it's not very far away. Maybe they don't have a huge setback, maybe they don't have a conforming.
3 feet requirement.
So it's...
Yeah, we talked about that particular example where you've got somebody's rear yard is somebody else's side yard.
Yeah,
so then the
it's
shed
kinda
gets
awkward.
up against their side window. And,
Yeah.
You know, I think we felt like we were regulating the exception in that case.
I know.
Even though it was an extreme exception, we felt like.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions for Director Teague? All right.
Public hearing?
This is a public hearing, believe it or not.
And it's only 9:30.
And we're going to open it up for public testimony or inquiry, comment and inquiry. When you come forward, if you remember way back when we started at 7 o'clock, I think Jennifer Bennerott said that you'd have 3 minutes if you want to comment on these proposed changes in the code. And you will, if you go to the side podium, that would be good. Give us your name and address, so we have that for the record. And then you'll get a yellow light when you've got 30 seconds left, and then you need to wrap up, because we'll be strict about the time here. So, anyone want to come forward and testify with regard to this matter?
I just have some letters, copies from a neighbor who couldn't make it, but wanted to say something tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue, in the Pamela Park neighborhood. My house, where my husband and I live, now has two, well, let's see, our block has had one tear down reconstruction, which started the whole ball of wax going, I think, with why we're here tonight. Since then, we've had another one completed, almost completed, not quite. And there's another one going up right now across the street, and another that will soon be torn down directly across the street. So we're in the thick of things here. I would urge that the lot coverage be all across the board 25%, no matter what, no matter how small the lot size is. I think that simplifies things. It doesn't leave any ambiguity. It leaves more soil to absorb rain runoff. And I had 7.5 inches of rain in my rain gauge the other night. Pamela Lake reflected that, the way it was flowing. Layout and design are what makes a house work. It's not just put more square feet into it. And I wish everyone would look at and read through the Not So Big House series of books by Sarah Susanka. They are excellent in design. I wish every builder would use those design principles. It's not huge that makes a house work well. It's how it's laid out. My personal experience in having to go back and forth to Chicago to work on a home that my husband's son lived in that we're fixing up to sell is that the more hard coverage you have, the worse off you're going to be. And twice now in the last 3 years, they've had 5-inch rains, and it is mayhem in Chicago. It is absolutely awful because some people have just plain, they don't want to have a yard, they don't want to take care of anything, and they just patio everything over, they concrete everything. There's no place for water to go, and it is mayhem. It's closed highways, storm sewers can't handle it, and the more lot coverage that the city has, the more problems that are going to be occurring. I'm very happy to see in the language of what's being proposed that attached garages and other similar structures have the same setback as a house. It's logical. The garage feels like it's the same mass as a house, same issues as a house. Okay. I do have one point that just occurred to me tonight on garage door height. Some people have handicapped vans that have that extra kind of bubble of height on them, and I haven't heard that brought up in any of the discussion with garage door height. So if you put an 8-foot limit, that may be an issue for some people.
All right, thank you.
All right,
thank you.
you.
Anyone else? I don't, yes ma'am.
My name is Hope Melton. I'm a city planner. I've been a resident and a homeowner in Edina for about 35 years. I live at 4825 Valley View Road in Edina. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for all of the helpful work that they've done with the zoning, physical design, and environmental challenges presented by Edina's tear-down, rebuild, construction boom. In that regard, I would like to speak to the overriding issue of sustaining a diverse, socioeconomically balanced community. This is one with a robust middle class that offers a range of housing for people of all ages and income levels. In other words, a lifetime community where individuals can age in place over their lifetime. Maintaining Edina as a balanced, mixed-income community is a formidable challenge in a society with high and rising levels of economic inequality. A 2012 Pew Research Center study points to rising segregation of American neighborhoods by social class. The percentage of upper-income neighborhoods living in majority upper-income households living in majority upper-income neighborhoods doubled between 1980 and 2010, rising from 9 to 18%, and neighborhoods of mostly low-income households living in majority low-income neighborhoods rose from 18 to 23%. But here's the point. The share of neighborhoods that are predominantly middle and mixed income, such as Edina, declined from 85% in 1980 to 76% in 2010. This reflects the fact that the nation's share of middle-income households declined from 54% in 1980 to only 48% in 2010. If the city of Edina is to successfully manage its growing racial ethnic diversity and preserve its mixed income character, it must create proactive, class-conscious zoning, housing, and transportation policies together with its neighboring metropolitan communities. This will require a collaborative effort, including city government, the school district, businesses, faith, foundation, and nonprofit organizations. Otherwise, market forces, absent countervailing city policies, will result in an increasing concentration of wealthy households that will preclude young middle-income families from moving in and gradually force out many older middle-income households who've lived here for generations. Fortunately, we're not alone in this challenge. Other suburban communities here and across the country have and are currently developing policies to maintain balanced racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic diversity. We can and should learn from those efforts. I suggest that this community face this issue head-on and learning about policy options based on other cities' efforts, hold a series of community conversations. These community conversations could take place in a series of town hall meetings and or in conjunction with the organizing of our neighborhoods. This is a neighborhood as well as a citywide issue. The question before us is, what kind of community do we want here in Edina, and what are we willing to do together to achieve it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Melton. If you want to submit your comments to the clerk, we'll be happy to take them for the record. So you can decide on that. You don't have to do it tonight. You could do it after the fact. You could send them in, email them in. Thank you. Anyone else?
Just a simple comment.
Yeah, good evening.
I'm Chris Johnson, 4103 Morningside Road. Last summer we had 2 teardowns on the corner just to the west of us and a very large remodel across the street from them. Is there some way to regulate the amount of tear down and rebuild and construction going on in a very small area at one time? It made for very significant traffic problems. There were construction vehicles parked on both sides of the street on both Grimes and Morningside. And then there was a big problem with drainage to the sewer. Came home one day and there was a 20-foot deep hole in the middle of the road, and we were not able to get through for a couple days.
Good. It's a good question. Thanks, Chris. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. John Crabtree, owner and resident at 5408 Oaklawn Avenue in Edina. I think my fundamental view is that I am would like to see as many options left open to the property owner as is reasonably possible. I have 3 comments which I wish to make really tonight. One is with some discussion about egress windows. I think my observation, my comment there might be, well, if you want to put the 3-foot idea, access to the side of the property is a good idea. And then I just think, you should be able to have an egress window which just doesn't encroach on that space. And I think that might take care of most of that problem quite easily. I'm very pleased to see that there are no plans to reduce lot coverage from the existing code as it's written. The thing which does cause me some concern, and I live in a house, which has got the original sort of footprint of it was roughly 32 feet wide by roughly 26 feet deep, had a couple of little bits added onto it at just 1 story, tandem garage down one side of it. 15 years ago when I first moved here, the architect who looked at my house said, well, the best thing to do with your house is if you do any major work, is you take the top off the house and you go upwards. The existing side setback requirements for the city talk about a building height 2.5 stories or 30 feet for the principal structure. As we discussed, the 30 feet is the midpoint of the roof. I don't see how I can put a half story on my house, if I wanted to, and keep the ridge line below 30 feet. I just start to see that, particularly for existing remodels, that this height limitation of 30 feet might impose some pretty serious restrictions. Now, whether you can find some language that 30 feet applies to brand new construction, I think that's something I'd like you to consider, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Crabtree. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Steve Sather. I live at 10432 Purdy Road.
Steve, give us that again, will you, just so it's clear on the record?
Steve Sather. I live at 10432 Purdy Road in Eden Prairie. I'm a builder. And just the only thing in the proposed ordinance changes I'd like you to consider is the garage facade issue. We happen to have purchased a number of lots. One of them is only 42 feet wide. And we've designed a really beautiful home on it, but in order to get to 60%, the garage ends up being a little less than, I think, 19 feet wide. And we've got space above it, so the elevation is going to be very attractive because we're building over the garage. And also the limit of the 5-foot set, the jog in the garage to dwelling, trying to design front porches so that you have a nice area to sit and face the street. I think 6 feet might be a better dimension for that differential between the front of the garage and the front of the living space. But especially on some narrower lots, I think the 60-foot facade or 60% issue is something you might still consider how that affects smaller lots.
Okay, good. Thanks for your thoughts. Anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Nate Wissink. I'm with Elevation. We're a home builder in town. I just want to comment on one thing, and that's in regard to the ridgeline and second floor setbacks. There was a diagram tonight that showed a streetscape, and I thought that was very effective in just understanding and articulating what can happen when the side yard setbacks on the second floor are loosened up to promote diversity of architectural style, and at the same point limiting the ridgeline height. And so I just want to suggest that that be seriously considered and hopefully adopted, because I think it would promote a lot more diversity in the architectural style. If you look at a lot of the new homes that are being built, a lot of it is being typecasted, particularly on the more narrow width lots. And I would just hope that we can look at some diversity around that, because I think it would help maintain some of the classic fabric I think that's here. And so you see the Cape Cods, the Colonials, and I think that would be a benefit if we can move to that effect overall. So thanks.
Good. Mr. Wissing, did you give us your business address?
18312 Minnetonka Boulevard, Wayzata.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Sather, would you come back up for a second and give us your address as well, please? Oh, you did. You did give it to us. Thank you. I didn't write it down.
Good evening. My name is Andy Porter. I live at 5905 Fairfax Avenue in Edina. I think that one of the biggest things I'm concerned about is I'm a builder as well as a resident, and myself and a lot of other homeowners and builders and developers have been working on plans for months with clients, spending tens of thousands of dollars and countless hours developing these plans. What I don't want to see, whatever you decide on what changes happen, it'd be very difficult to implement those immediately. A lot of these changes are going to take designs that we've been working on and throw them in the garbage, height being one of them. We have clients that are designing homes at 33 feet high, and if we were to implement this tomorrow, all that work, effort, and money is gone. So what I would suggest is that we, depending upon what you decide, is implement it possibly over a number of months. For example, you're allowed to submit an application until January 1st, for example, with the old code or the new code, but not a blend of the two. So you can't take the bits and pieces that you like. But then as of January 1st, going forward, you have to submit permit applications with the new code only. I think that's something that hasn't been talked about at all that I've seen, and I think that's an important acknowledgement because of the severity of this, and there are dozens of homes under design right now, not with us, but I'm sure throughout the city. So,
right. Thanks for that, Todd. Anyone else?
My name is Jim Groats. I live at 5513 Park Place in Edina. My couple of points I have. One thing that has really, we've noticed over the years, been a problem has to do with drainage. And what I'd like to know is, we're getting a new compliance officer with the demolition fees that's supposed to be watching everything. Would it be possible for that compliance officer to get involved in drainage? Because so many of the fights that people get into are concerning drainage, because people build homes and they just dump all their water in somebody else's yard. And given the enormous rainfall we had here recently, that is a big problem. And we just have never wanted to address this, and this has been as long as we have been here in this city. We just can't get somebody that wants to step up and do some enforcement and fix these drainage problems. And again, you build a house or you change your landscaping, don't dump it into somebody else's yard just because it's convenient. So I don't know if that was addressed. I came in late, apologize for that. My other point is concerning on the height. I had spoken at some of the previous deals, and my point is pick a number in the maybe 57 feet and smaller, or 58. Come up with something that affects only those small houses and not those that are larger, because we've already determined the city has a hard time building smaller homes, and it just hasn't worked out. And I would suggest you address that topic first, and then carefully consider moving on to some of the others. Pick a number, something 59 feet, 58 feet, whatever it is. Thank you so much for hearing my comments.
Thanks. Mr. Groats. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing? Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Carried. I think Director Houle, just have you comment quickly on the drainage issue. We did cover that, I think, before Mr. Groats got here, but the new proposed language of Section 2, Subdivision 7 talks about it, and maybe you can just quickly give an overview of what's going to happen under the proposed new ordinance if it's approved by the council.
Mayor and members of the council, regarding the drainage issue, essentially what will happen is the applicant will have to submit a stormwater management plan signed off by a professional engineer, and so that we would look at what the plan would have to basically chase the water where the water is leaving the site and until it gets to a municipal system or into a pond or drainage, public drainage well. So that's what we would be looking at from a staff level.
All right, thank you. And we did talk about height too, and I think you'll find that language in the proposed ordinance, so I'm not going to go to that. Member Bennett?
Director Houle, following up on that question, so a plan will be prepared, and we now have code in place to require that. What are some of the options? As impervious surface is expanded, where is the water going to go?
Councilmember Bennett, some of the options might be, especially in the neighborhoods that we've placed drain tile, is bringing that drain tile into the property so that they could connect into the drain tile, and then it goes right directly into the municipal storm sewer system itself. Some of the other options would be, if they're in sandy soils, is to create an infiltration area that they can infiltrate. But then we have to, part of the planning is to look at, is that an area that we want them to infiltrate in? And is it not in any of our drinking water management areas for our well system? Some of the other areas would be just a bioswale or a rain garden type situation. Or if they're lucky and they have a pond or something that they can just drain directly into, that's obviously another option for it. So.
And have we modeled capacity? Because you said that this is an issue. We're having some increasing difficulty in certain parts of town. So do we know what capacity issues are with storm sewer? Do we know what capacities are? We know that there are some issues where natural areas are becoming pond. The person who testified about that at the Planning Commission is not here this evening, but actually is asked to meet me tomorrow night at 7. So I'm going out to take a look at the situation that we heard about as a council during the winter. So do we have some kind of active measuring going on?
We do. Part of our surface water modeling model is that we've identified areas for different event storms that we have issues with in the city. So we do have that, and it's a really robust software system that actually does that type of modeling.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. For Mr. Groats, I'll just tell you quickly the language, the proposed language from the Planning Commission reads: the maximum height to the highest point on a roof of a single or double dwelling shall be 30 feet. That's inferentially for the smaller lots, because the next sentence says, for lots that exceed 75 feet in width, the maximum height to the ridge line shall be 35 feet. And it goes on to talk a little bit more about some other exceptions, and the maximum is 40 feet, depending on the width of the lot. So anything else that came up as a question? I don't think so, but this letter that
Mayor, yeah, I do.
Ms. Weston, I'll just set it up a little bit here. Ms. Weston's neighbor handed her a letter that she handed to our clerk that was circulated to the council. There's an issue in there that Member Sprague wishes to inquire about, I think, with the city attorney.
Yes, Mr. Knutson. The constituent would like to know if I need to recuse myself from voting on the amendments because I am part of the real estate industry. So no direct pecuniary interest, but just generally working in real estate.
No, that is not a conflict.
Okay. And if it were a quasi-judicial matter, rezoning of a lot or something, and I had no direct pecuniary interest in the transaction, would I have to recuse myself?
No, that would not be a conflict.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, we've had quite a good discussion about this hard work that's been done, and very good work, I think, by the folks on the Planning Commission. A bit of lively conversation up here. I wonder if anyone has is of a mind where they want to start a discussion. Member Sprague, maybe you can start leading out with respect to these 9 areas, things you like, things you have concern about. I think under any circumstance, based on the conversation I've heard amongst council tonight, I think we ought to do a first reading only and bring it back.
Sure.
Because I expect there'll be some discussion about some potential changes, so.
One interesting thing, Mayor, I went back to 2006 task force report, which was on massing, and the findings were similar to what has prompted the discussion today. The points are, it says overall residential rebuilding in Edina has been positive. Where residential reconstruction has raised concerns, the following were generally true. The rebuilt house was in a neighborhood of small and or narrow lots. The most common concern was the rebuilt house was too high and or too close to the lot line or too large for the lot relative to neighbors. There is concern about lack of notification of teardowns, concerns about disruption from construction, and that the codes were not adequate to regulate residential projects. And then in addressing the concerns, the challenge is to find the balance between the rights of the landowner to develop and the rights of the neighboring landowners for peaceful enjoyment of their property. That helps put it in context for me. I know that good work came out of the 2008 zoning changes. I think one of the unintended consequences on height was that we started to get a particular design of home on narrower lots, call them the widow or the Witch's Peak houses or the sailboat houses, however you want to call it, with the big gables, and that this part of this recommendation will solve that unintended consequence and allow us for a more diverse streetscape that actually will enhance the integrity and the character of the blocks right now. So I was always excited about fixing that issue, and I guess sometimes it takes a couple years to see how things shake out with the code when you make the changes. The other category of fixes, I would say, fall into the nuisance category. It's taking advantage of the code to build to the maximum, and the loopholes allow that such that they create impacts directly on neighbors. The access issues, retaining walls, drainage, all fall into that category, egress window to some extent. And then there's community design considerations. And I myself am, I guess I would take a more conservative approach on the community design, because I think we've found out through the process it's a very subjective notion. It's been said up here before that we're not in the design business, and I understand why it's very subjective. I think it relates back to the property owner's rights to do what they can, what they want reasonably with the property. And I also think there's something to be said for stability in the building envelope as it relates to one's property value, and whether it's the resale or the reuse of the property and the property value. So with those things guiding my decision, those thoughts, I would support the drainage, retaining wall, egress, and site access issues. However, on egress window, I would go back, I would scale it back from 5 feet to 3 feet. I think this 3-foot standard gives clarity. It will provide a guaranteed access, but it will not eat into the usable space that someone can build on a smaller lot, and that is something that I think is important. On the side yard setbacks, I don't support the sliding scale. I've never liked how that would impact the streetscape, having a 5 and a 7, and the next person does a 7 and a 5, and now you're creating different gaps on the block, and I don't think that will enhance neighborhood integrity. And I also don't see the impetus for shrinking the usable building envelope of a house. I don't think it's going to solve the perceived issue of a large house. You know, demands have changed, buyer needs have changed, and I don't think this is going to solve the perceived notion that they're requesting too large of a house. On the sidewall articulation,
what about the second-story setback requirement?
Second-story setback, as I led out with, I think that fixes an anomaly that will help us to get a better design diversity on the block. So I think that's a good one. I would support that. Building height, same goes along with the second-story setback. So take the ridge line down to 30 feet, again, enhance the overall character and integrity of the block. I would support that. Sidewall articulation, I don't support. Again, I think we're eating into the building envelope. And if we want to soften the sidewalls, we can do that with landscaping requirements. Front-facing garage, I don't support that, mainly because I think there may be some unintended consequences, and that could be a market issue, Mayor, as you mentioned. And it could also push some of the garage into the house, and then we have a longer house and a longer sidewall, and we're just creating a different impact in a different part of the building envelope. However, I would welcome in the future maybe some more discussion on that. I'm not sure that percentage is right. I'm not sure that height is right, and so I don't want to pass that. I don't support the non-conforming front yard setback changes. I think the process we have now works really well, and with the diversity of lots in Edina neighborhoods and topography, I think we should stay with that process. And then garage style requirements, I don't want to legislate in a functionally obsolete housing element. A one-stall garage is functionally obsolete. If someone wants to do it, they can ask for a variance, but I don't want to create that minimum in the code. Member Scheer talked about storage issues and so on, and that just resonates with me, that this is not something we want to encourage. If someone wants to do it, great, but not as a code provision. And then the miscellaneous code cleanup, minus the floodplain language because of what you said, Planner Teague, I would support that as well.
Two questions
Member
that
Swenson.
I didn't hear you speak to. Garage setback to house, did you speak to that?
I would support garage setback to house because I don't want
the change from 5
Yes.
to whatever the setback is.
Yes, so you conform to the house envelope on
Right.
larger lots.
And then you didn't speak to Mr. Porter's question about timeline as far as implementation.
And I would, I think that there are real dollars involved, and the design process is, 90 to 120 days. And I would support delaying implementation. We're getting almost through this season. Whether it's November 1st or January 1st, I would leave up to the council, but I think 90 to 120 days might be prudent to allow this design, the people that are in the pipeline, to finish what they got, and then going forward in the next season we'll have the new requirements. And I would make a motion to that effect.
All right. Is there a second for discussion purposes?
Second.
All right. And then who would care to go next in discussing their thoughts on these various proposals?
Well, could I hear from Member Brindle, who seconded it, that all of the ones that
Sure.
Josh supported are what she supports and no
Comfortable
additional
with that,
ones?
Member Brindle?
I am, actually, because as I had my notes, he kind of reiterated what I had planned on saying. So, those are the ones I think that are easiest to act on in the shorter amount of time. And if in fact there is something to do with regard to the non-conforming front yard setback that is different than what is stated now and what the practice is now, we've got some time to make that change later. I don't know that we need to make that change now. So I'm fine with those. One question that was asked by Mr. Grotz was with regard to drainage issues and whether the redevelopment coordinator would be responsible for responding to drainage issues in a plan or in a redevelopment.
Of course.
Okay.
That is something that she would look at, and she would confer with her coworkers in planning and building inspections and engineering and help resolve any issues.
Member Brindle, with respect to that, I just wanted to point out in that paragraph, subdivision 7.1, second paragraph, third sentence, it says, as part of the building permit, the applicant must submit a grading and erosion control plan along with a stormwater management plan signed by a licensed professional. We might want to add a comma after, the licensed professional engineer is only for the stormwater management plan, correct? Okay, so I would add a comma after plan so that that clearly relates to the stormwater management plan only.
If you think that comma will do that, then we can add that comma.
Mayor, do you see what I'm saying there as well on the construction side?
Because I think the word "that" refers to the plan. So I think you've got it there without the comma.
Just don't want to, if I can avoid the ambiguity, I would. If no one else thinks it's ambiguous.
It's
then.
not ambiguous.
Yeah, I don't think it is either.
Could I also request from the person who did the motion and seconded it, if a date would be appropriate for the timeline, say December 1st maybe?
I think that is very valid, because there are projects that are ready to go. That
I mean, that's 120, that's more than 120 days at this point.
Yep.
Let me ask council members.
I'd accept that, friendly.
Okay. Let's talk about that for a second. I think it's a valid point, too. The one thing that concerns me, I suppose more than anything else, because we've all experienced it with some of the folks that we've talked to, and that's building height. And I'm wondering, I would hate to see a proliferation of houses at the 35-foot mark when we know what happens at the 35-foot mark. They get out of whack with the neighborhood. So the only cautionary note I would have, or the concern I would have, would be we could do a gradual implementation, and maybe it could be 32 feet.
If you've just designed a house at 33 feet or 34 feet, that's not an easy
It's not an easy thing to do, but
we could stipulate they have to be so far along with the plan at this date to be able.
No way to measure that.
No way to measure
Mayor, I
that.
think you if you want to err on the side of that, I mean, you can choose a sooner time frame and just make a choice, and you know, it's what's
they're going to
reasonable.
have those design change costs, it seems to me, regardless.
But to implement it now will create a hardship on all those people already in design to go from 35 to 30. That's what I was saying. You give them a reasonable amount of time. What is that? You know, I defer to my colleagues, but I was thinking 90 to 120 days. The builders say January 1st, so we have to make a decision.
Can we ask for a recommendation maybe from Chris and from Carrie, since that's their department and
idea.
these are the plans that they see, since Chris is sitting there and she does a lot of review of residential plans, maybe you two could both speak to that?
We could discuss that too on a staff level and get some background information and bring that back on second reading.
Second reading?
There are a lot of builders that are aware that this is being thought of, and so I know they are watching this closely. So some are revising the plans, but I'm sure the additional time would be appreciated.
So the motion would include a delayed start with the staff to stipulate the time frame at the second reading?
Yeah,
We'll give you some input on what we think that should be, but I would strongly recommend you pick a date for this to cut over, so that we know how to regulate a set of plans that's coming in the door on one day versus the day after the implementation.
You mean implement a date tonight or wait till second reading?
No, when we pick second reading, but really decide on a date where there's a hard cutover. And if we don't have a set of plans submitted by a date certain, then we're looking at them under the new regs.
So will my second accept that amendment to defer to staff until second reading?
Yes, that's fine.
Go ahead. I'll be last.
I think actually a point's being missed here, and it's not so much height that's going to have such a negative impact, Your Honor. I think it's the drainage issues and the access to the backyard issues, and if there are any ways to accelerate those. I know from a call that I had from a resident earlier this year in the Todd Park neighborhood that even an egress window can be moved if it turns out to be under somebody's retaining wall and kind of causing a drop into space. I do understand the question about the implementation altogether, but those almost construction management issues or real quality of life issues, I think are pretty pressing. On the other, and those are the things that I think of what is in the motion actually respond to the concerns that people have raised. Member Sprague, I don't think you were at our town hall meeting last fall. I think you were out of town. It was after a busy November, but we had a 2-hour town hall meeting of which about an hour was spent listening to residents from neighborhoods, various neighborhoods, with concerns about massing as well as construction management. And then the Planning Commission Subcommittee held 2 really solid public meetings and well-noticed, well-attended. And Mayor, you and I were together at the Saturday one. We were able to hear the reporting at the end of the meeting, and Member Swenson, you and I were at the Thursday one. So I've heard what people in the community are saying, and I think that what I'm looking for, and I think people are looking for, and I think the Planning Commission was working for, was code revisions that helped make the code more clear, helped make the code more practical, and helped make the code more enforceable. And the elimination of the additional setback above 15 feet does do that. That's the one thing that does that. But historically, that wasn't adopted in 2007 or 2008. That's old. I actually asked about it at the time, and maybe it dates from the 1980s. So we're eliminating something that is decades old, that provided for a little bit more space and air and light on houses that were otherwise built closely together. The motion does not have any additional side yard setback, so that wall is going to go right up without any additional space or light. That's in effect a loss. That's not a gain of space. That's a loss. We're not looking at lot coverage, and we have heard about drainage from all neighborhoods of the city. We had correspondents come to us with a serious problem in the Woodland Road neighborhood, where through the redevelopment that's taken place in that neighborhood, one neighbor's yard, which they've tried to have landscaped to cope with the problem, is serving as an involuntary pond. It's basically flooded. We know drainage is an issue, but we're not looking at some of the things that might help address it. So I would like to support this. I like what's being talked about with egress window. I think that's a compromise. The drainage, the retaining wall, the site access, all are very good. But I think, again, the net is actually a big step backward. I don't think it responds to the concerns that were raised in the community. And I don't think it meets those goals. And I appreciate all the work done by the Planning Commission. I appreciate their thoughtful recommendations, and I'm sorry that most of them are being jettisoned.
Thank you. As I look through the list here and think about the motion that was made, the drainage, I think, is a tremendous improvement. We've got folks looking at drainage issues right now on a case-by-case basis, but I think this really beefs up the language. As a predicate to these comments that I'm going to make, I'm also going to say that what the Planning Commission has done and what I think this council is trying to figure out is how you find those balance points between making sure that the market functions for people that live in Edina that want to sell their home and can get the maximum price, but whoever comes in afterwards, whether it's a homeowner that bought a place or it's a developer that's bought a place, that whatever gets built maintains neighborhood context. And so that's been kind of our goal here, and it's a delicate walk. It's a tightrope walk, I think, as we kind of step gingerly into to market conditions. And I think it's clearly what we're doing to some degree. So back to my thoughts here. The drainage I like changes. The retaining wall issue, I understand that far better than I did before, and those explanations were very helpful for me. On the egress window issue, I feel the same way that Member Sprague feels. I think if you've got 3 feet to get by to your backyard and there's an egress window in there, then we ought to be able to allow that. The key is to be able to get to the backyard, and I like the notion of being able to create safety in on every wall surface of a basement, plus getting a lot of light into a basement area where people want to do some living. So I favor that part of it as well. The building lot coverage, I'm comfortable with the Planning Commission's decision there. The side yard setback, that sliding scale, as Member Sprague mentioned, or referred to it, I have the same problem that he has. I think for 100 years we've had a situation in Country Club and South Harriet Park, for example, where we've existed with a straight-up setback requirement, and I think we should stick with that. So I don't support the sliding scale either. Building height, I really like the idea of ratcheting down building height. Is a perfect example of how it can work and maintain neighborhood context. If you go over by Coteam Park on 45th Street, you'll see an example of a house that actually one of the builders in here tonight built at 28 feet at the ridge line. It's a 2-story house, fits right in the neighborhood. The one next door is at 35 feet. It looks like a sore thumb. It just doesn't fit the neighborhood. I like the sidewall articulation idea. I see too many of these houses that are in a single plane. So that's the one area I would disagree with my colleagues on. I don't know quite how to deal with that because I sense the discussion isn't going to include, or the code isn't going to include that sidewall articulation. I think it's worth discussing further. Maybe on second reading we can have another discussion about it. The front-facing garage, I thought the builder from Eden Prairie raised a good issue there on the smaller lots. I think there could be some unintended consequences there. I don't favor that either. I know what people's feelings are. You go over on Branson with all the front-facing garages, and it's changed some of the character of that neighborhood, but it is kind of the character of part of the neighborhood now. I mean, it reflects modern building standards. I mean, there were times when people didn't have garages, they didn't have indoor plumbing, and life changes. Now people have 9-foot ceilings in their basements and 9-foot ceilings in their living rooms. The way people want to live changes over time, and we're trying to accommodate that. I was actually fine with the non-conforming front yard setback determination that the Planning Commission made. But I also like the way our code reads right now, where in these neighborhoods, like Rolling Green, for example, over on Crescent Terrace, we have a rule in place that would have required that tear down to go further back without a variance, and it ended up that the neighbors kind of struck a bargain on it. But I suspect the council might have said, no, you want to build a house here, you got to build it according to the rules. I didn't see a sufficient basis for a variance there, but that was me personally. The garage stall requirement, I think the variance system works there as well. If somebody wants to build a one-car garage on the front of at their house, they got to come and get a variance from us. And then those other cleanup issues were, I think, with what's in the main motion is something that I'm comfortable with as well. So. In terms of setting a date certain?
Setback from a garage.
Setback.
From a side, does the garage have to fit within the current building?
Yeah, I was comfortable with
setback?
that too.
Okay.
So, all right. Remember, the garage setback, the way the language reads is okay with me.
Okay.
Member Swenson.
The point that the drainage retaining walls, egress windows, and site access are an important thing that we would maybe want to implement on a now basis rather than a phased-in basis. I would be interested in discussing that and not make that phased in. I was an original supporter of building lot coverage, but I understand I don't have enough support to continue that discussion. I am in favor of the building height changing to 30 and the setbacks changing. I don't like odd side yard setback. I do support sidewall articulation, Mayor. Actually, that's something that we've often enforced when a variance comes before us with a long sidewall that doesn't have anything on it, like a long garage addition. The only part of the front-facing garage that I might be interested in discussing, but I would need to know what height is logical, is I can understand where someone doesn't want a huge garage door for a camper or whatever it is to be put in. And so I could certainly entertain a discussion on a maximum height facing forward, now that I know that facing forward means the doors and not just the side of the garage. I'm not a supporter of changing non-conforming front yard setbacks. I like the variance for that. I like the variance for single stall. I support the garage to be included in the full setback of the house. And I would support a timeline on the building height and sidewall setback, and potentially the garage setback, though that I'm less inclined to be supporting a timeline on.
What the second-story setback? I forgot to comment on that, but I didn't. Did you just comment on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm comfortable with the
So
second-story setback.
we're not all aligned, but at least for implementation, there is some alignment.
Timeline-wise, I understand what you're saying about the nuisance factors that we're talking about. So I don't have a problem with that.
So just for clarification, so actually, I mean, there is good in this, but what the net effect of it is actually increasing mass, not decreasing mass.
Agreed.
Okay.
I got that.
Yep.
We're close on many issues, but we've got a few outliers. Member Swenson and I like the side articulation notion. How do we handle this from first reading to second reading?
Yeah,
We got a motion and a second that doesn't include it, but if we
Why
want
don't
to
we
keep
talk about sidewall articulation and see if we can get on the same page, and then we can, because then we're down to timing. So
My issue on sidewall articulation is I thought at least they gave a smorgasbord, should I say, of options to include in it. I don't feel like landscaping does anything for that. You don't have a very large landscaping space to landscape, so I don't think it breaks up. It may break up the mass a little visually, but it doesn't really change the house. Landscaping, the only thing that's you got 12 months of the year is some sort of pine tree, arborvitae kind of thing. So I just don't think that does the job.
did you talk about articulation in 08? When you were talking about massing?
No, we didn't really have a comprehensive discussion in 2007, 2008, and I think sometimes it's been mischaracterized. What happened is that we were very much dealing with things piecemeal, and that was part of the fatigue that set in, because people didn't know from month to month what the code change was going to be. And then in the middle of it, there was a big discussion about whether or not we were going to have a one-year moratorium on rebuilding, and that created a lot of interest and concern, and we backed off and then followed. So the changes that got made were the elimination of the bay window exception into the side yard setback. We created the sliding scale for side yard setbacks from 60 feet to 75 feet, recognizing that otherwise it was 5 feet up to 74 feet, 11.5 inches. So those were two things that were done with the side yard setbacks.
Height.
We also did put the limitations on height, recognizing, in fact, going to a higher height, 40 feet, with the very wide lots, recognizing that there was neighborhood character and differences in building in certain parts of the city. And at a point where we had a long discussion about this issue that was discussed by the Planning Commission about the slope, the steeply sloping lots and how high the height could be at the back, but we couldn't come up with a solution for it. And what we were hearing from the community, both residents and builders, was that people's heads were beginning to spin because the code was changing. It would change 1 month and then 2 months later or 3 months later. So we agreed to take a break and see what the net effect, what the effects were of what we had done, and that we would revisit it. And then the economy happened, and rebuilding didn't stop. but it slowed to a point where we weren't getting calls, we weren't getting
Kind of a moot
emails, we
point.
weren't getting complaints. And so we just have let things went on as they went on. And so why this has come forward is not because we just needed something on our work plan, but because, as we all know, we were hearing from the community again about things like roads that couldn't be driven on, holes developing in the middle of the street, job sites without porta potties, understanding that a lot of it is construction management. But we were also hearing about, we had the event last December when 3 feet of soil collapsed under somebody's driveway because of a foundation that got dug to the property line on a 50-foot lot. So it wasn't imaginary. It wasn't that we were drumming up something to do. It was that these issues were brought to us by the community with genuine concerns for their property rights as well as for the property rights of people rebuilding on their property.
Chair Staunton, can I ask a question?
Are you still on the side? You still on the side
Yeah,
articulation
because
issue?
I want to try to hear a little more on this and see if we can come together. So, can you encapsulate the discussion the Planning Commission had on this particular issue and kind of where the consensus landed? I mean, was there a split as to
on which issue?
With respect to sidewall articulation? So, just give me the history on that particular discussion.
Well, we recognized, I think earlier the conversation came up about, some of the narrower lots, but they're deeper lots, and so as you kind of squeeze the front, because we were recommending side yard setback increases, that you were likely to have longer walls. And we heard from folks that it wasn't just the nearness, it was that the houses would go back deeper, and so you'd see these long kind of expanses of, I think some people call them movie theater walls. And so that's when we went looking for examples, and we found a couple and settled on the one. We modified that a little bit. At one point it talked about having to have 4 foot deep articulations. We narrowed that to just a foot. But our idea was you want to put something to break up that just long run of blank wall. And that's all we were trying to do, with as many options without dictating design for folks, as many options as possible.
And the language came from?
Came from an ordinance that
in Texas?
model in Texas.
Alamo Heights, Texas.
Is there anything like this in our region?
Wayzata had something similar, but we thought this one was better.
Who was that?
Wayzata
Wayzata.
looked at a change, but they decided not to adopt it. So we looked at the language that they considered.
Several of the items.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry. Several of the items in the list do stand out from the sidewall. And so if we are increasing setback, side yard setback, and then saying on this sidewall of the house it has to be articulated with any of the following, some of which come out like a bay window, like a chimney, like a porch, like a balcony.
Bay windows and
You're not increasing the side yard setback.
Pardon me?
You're not increasing the side yard setback.
No, but these would encroach in the side yard setback as an egress window could encroach.
When you're on a 75-foot lot, with a 10-foot setback, do any existing homes have, do the bulk of homes have articulation, or are they just building a sidewall, in your experience, Planner Teague?
I think the bulk of our homes do have the articulation.
So they're just choosing from a design perspective.
Right.
And on the smaller lots, not so much.
Well, I think even on the smaller lots, for the most part,
This is, to me, this is almost like you got to get to your backyard one.
Right,
This
right.
is, you can't just build a solid wall with no windows that goes back 40 feet.
When you think about significant things that really change the streetscape that are being proposed here, there's 3 items. It's the 30-foot ridge line requirement. It's the second-story elimination of that requirement, which allows us to have more design flexibility.
Yep.
And it's the sidewall articulation, because once you start getting the house moving in and out, it creates a lot more character between adjacent properties. people can really appreciate and enjoy as they look out their windows in these tight neighborhoods like Country Club or Morningside. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a great sort of character builder for a piece of property.
Is it necessary to list the tools that they have or leave it up to them? Is it necessary to make this list of 9 features that could adorn
You want to ask the chair and Mr.
side
Potts
wall?
why they decided to articulate some of the
I'm just curious.
ideas?
If we list, I mean, a combination of 2 of the following architectural features every 30 feet. Well, are there features
Well,
that
it's an alternative test. I'll just say that. They can either they can move the wall in and out,
Mayor,
1 foot every 10 feet, or they can do some of these other things.
Right.
I'll support this.
Okay.
So we accept that?
Yep, I will. I mean, ultimately what we want are homes that are desirable for the people who live in them and desirable for the neighbors.
We're not impacting the building,
No.
the usable space that much, and I think it goes along with the package for the design flexibility and the movie sidewall. I get that. So to me, that follows the theme of the other changes we have, so I would support that, Mayor. So with that being said, now we're down to the implementation aspect.
Right, and then we were going to hold off on that until we get to second reading.
Until we get an
Right.
opinion.
More data.
And I agree with
Carrie and
Member
Chris.
Bennett that the nuisance elements, the retaining wall, the drainage, those should be immediate, but we'll see what the staff recommendation is.
Okay.
Could you also come back potentially with a recommendation on a height of a garage door? And I think the handicap van is a good thing to look at. The other question we never answered tonight is it possible to limit the number of tear downs on a street? And I think I would let our city attorney answer that question.
Well, that wasn't exactly the way she posed it, but, I mean, not limiting the number of tear downs in a street.
At a single time.
At a single
much-
time.
One time.
How many
much
permits
construction
are issued
activity?
in a
Did
certain
you
area?
remember the question, Roger?
Congestion
Yeah.
and safety.
I've never heard of an attempt to do anything like that before. I could look into it, but at the outset, I'm uncomfortable saying you could do that.
We found 2 examples of it in looking at suburban Chicago communities.
I was going to say, I remember
Glencoe and Winnetka, I believe, both had regulations about how many redevelopment projects could be going on simultaneously and in any particular city block. I don't know how applicable that is to Minnesota law, but they were both doing it in those communities.
If you wanted to, I would look at it.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. Is there any way to regulate the amount of tear down activity in a neighborhood at any given point in time?
I think she at least deserves an answer.
So,
I will look into that.
take a look at it. I think those 2 towns do have something. I agree with you, Manager Neal. When we looked at Glencoe in particular, I think they had something.
Okay.
What about the issue that Mr. Crabtree raised about he doesn't think he could hold himself to 30 feet on a remodel? You still have a second story. Mr. Teague, any thought on that?
On a remodel or even an addition of an existing home, they would still have the non-conforming use ordinance. So they could expand 200 square feet into that non-conforming height that would exist on that property with an addition.
So would that give him the ability to add a full second floor?
Oh, he's got a 1-story house.
With the one-story house, then no.
No, he can move out. You
His
explained that
question-
earlier. All he can do is
Yeah.
move out 200 feet into the non-conforming space.
Right, then with a second-story addition, he would have to conform to the 30-foot max.
And would he be able to add a second floor onto a first floor and stay within a 30-foot max if his lot was the size of that?
It's hard without knowing the
Okay.
plans or the first floor. It's difficult to answer.
So could he ask for a variance?
Could always ask for a variance.
Yeah. And if he can show undue hardship, he can, or reasonable use for the property, I guess, is the standard now. Okay. All right. Any further discussion, folks?
No.
This is a first reading approval only. I think we all understand the different elements of it. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. And we'll look forward to second reading. When do you expect that will be, Director Teague?
We can try to get that on for your next meeting, although I'm sensing that since we're talking about delaying, maybe we'll try to get it on for your next meeting if we can.
And that is Monday,
August 5th.
5th.
Thanks for being here, commissioners.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you for your
Very
good
helpful.
work. And now we have another public hearing matter this evening. And
The house on.
Chris Ocker, our Assistant City Planner, has this matter, which is a conditional use permit and variance request for a piece of property located at 6612 Indian Hills Road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor's members of the City Council. The request before you is for a conditional use permit with variance for a tear-down rebuild of a home at 6612 Indian Hills Road for property owner Malcolm Lipke. The subject property is on a corner north of Indian Hills Road and east of Indian Hills Circle, and it is comprised of two lots at 6608 and 6612 Indian Hills Road, both backing up to Arrowhead Lake. Mr. Lipke owns both lots, with the easterly lot at 6608 encumbered by a restrictive no-build covenant. So this easterly lot that is adjacent to the lot that has the house on it will never be built on. The homeowner is proposing to tear down the existing multi-level home built in 1953 and rebuild on the lot. It would be the westerly lot, with a horizontal, flat-roofed, contemporary two-style home with portions of the structure embedded into the topography of the site. The project requires a conditional use permit to allow the new first floor of the home to be 2.8 feet higher than allowed by ordinance. A new first floor of the home would be allowed to go above the 1 foot maximum with variance from the criteria from the conditional use permit. A variance from the required 75-foot setback from Arrowhead Lake to allow a rebuilt home at 4.22 feet further from the lake than the existing home, and a 25-foot setback variance from the lake for a terrace area to be 50 feet back from the lake, and a 3.8-foot front yard setback variance to allow the front corner of the subgrade garage to overlap the front yard setback along Indian Hills Road. These are photographs of homes that are adjacent and nearby. The home to the east at 6604 Indian Hills, actually, that's under construction and really doesn't look like this anymore. It's being remodeled. A neighbor to the west at 6616 Indian Hills Circle. The house across the cul-de-sac at 6620 Indian Hills Circle. The new home across Indian Hills Road that actually addresses off as Iroquois, it's at 6600 Iroquois Trail, and the neighbor across the street at 6601 Iroquois. So that's a flavor of some of the homes that are surrounding it. This is a revised site plan, illustrated changes to the original design that have occurred since the Planning Commission reviewed. They had recommended some changes to the plan. The gray area is the revised building footprint. The pink area of the plan is the original design with the yellow-green area, the original terrace, and the blue area the current terrace proposal. The home has been reduced in size by 1,800 square feet from 6,000 square feet to 4,200 square feet. There is a reduction in coverage by 2,257 square feet, or 4.6% of the lot area. So the plan has been reduced quite a bit. Terraces have been moved back.
Ms. Ocker, this is, the pink area is the footprint for the plan that the Planning Commission saw?
Correct.
And the gray footprint is the one that we're now seeing that
has changed.
That adjusts lot coverage and reduces square footage based upon the comments that were made at the Planning Commission or by the Planning Commissioner?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So in your memo, all of those reductions are things that have occurred since the Planning Commission meeting?
That's correct.
Thank you.
It's a much smaller home, less coverage, further from the lake, further from Indian Hills Road. So there's been a number of modifications to it. On May 8th, 2013, the Planning Commission moved to approve the request of variances and conditional use permit. The motion did fail approval by a split vote. The applicant submitted a grading plan as indicated here, and also a landscape plan recommended by the Planning Commission, and again has reduced the size of the home and variances needed for the project to address those Planning Commission concerns. These are the floor plans of the revised project showing the lower level floor. There's a garage that is subgrade and below grade, along with the walkout lower level. This is the main level of the home. The grade here is actually, it would be a garden above the subgrade garage, so you wouldn't, it's below grade and accessing off of Indian Hills Circle. And then the main, above the main floor, you have the master bedroom, which is a little over 900 square feet. It's only about 19% of the area of the main floor, so it's a very small second story. Here are photos of the existing conditions of the site. You see we're standing at the intersection of Indian Hills Road and Indian Hills Circle with the existing home. This is an overlay showing the rendering of the proposed house and landscaping that was on that plan as it would be implemented and what you would see in sort of that same location at the intersection of the street. Here are some various photos of the existing conditions in the home right now. One of the dilemmas with this project is that it's a split entry home. This would be the main entrance, presumably, of the home. There's also an entrance that is at a higher elevation. Where they would like to place the main floor is actually where roughly the main floor of the existing house is, but because our ordinance reads that the first floor elevation can't be any higher than 1 foot above what is existing right now in a split entry or a multi-level home, that would be at the entry level, and this would be considered the main floor, which is lower than the existing main floor of the house. Here are some other various shots showing the existing topography and the multiple entry conditions of the property. Existing topography and conditions. This is along the lake side of the home. This is the home of the owner currently, and they are showing this because they would like to demonstrate their commitment to authentic landscaping and architecture, and that they have every intention of making sure the project is attractive and successful. A variance is requested for the first 3 additional conditions required for the conditional use permit to allow the first floor elevation higher than 1 foot above the existing home on the site. None of the first 3 criteria apply to the home, so the variances are being requested from the first floor elevation may be increased only to the extent necessary to elevate it above the 100-year flood elevation, or the first floor elevation may be increased to the extent necessary to reasonably protect the dwelling from groundwater intrusion, or the first floor elevation may be increased to extent necessary to allow the new building to meet the state building code. This particular project does not meet any of those first 3 criteria, so they are requesting a variance from that for the conditional use permit, but they will comply with the fourth criteria, which is an increase in the first floor elevation, will be permitted if the new structure addition fits the character of the neighborhood. And this home, there's a variety of housing styles throughout Indian Hills and different times of construction. This one is by no means as large or larger than some of the homes within Indian Hills, so it would fit very nicely within Indian Hills. Findings for approval of the request would include that the proposal will keep the new first floor approximately at the same height as the existing main floor of the home and second-story entry of the existing home. The proposed home is in character within the neighborhood. There are a variety of housing styles, again, as mentioned. The proposal would meet the required standards for variance because the improvements would provide a reasonable use of a corner lot subjected to 2 front yard setbacks. The proposed home would uphold the established front yard setback pattern already existing on the block. The setback proposed for the home from Arrowhead Lake would be further back, actually, than the existing home is right now. The setback from Indian Hills Road is for a minor point intrusion for that subgrade garage. They've pulled back and omitted any variance that was required for the bedroom wing that is a little bit further out here. So the only variance that's requested for the subgrade garage is a small corner that's overlapping. The home is appropriate in size and scale for the 49,079 square foot lot, and that's not even including the square footage of the no-build lot that is adjacent that the property owner has. The practical difficulties include the steep slopes on the lot, the irregular shape of the lot, and the required setbacks based on adjacent home, which is 80-foot requirement for this front yard setback based on this house to the east. The first floor is defined by the entry level of the multi-level home, and again, there is a higher door, and the main floor of the home is higher than or at about where they would like to put the proposed new main floor. The purpose behind the lake setback, again, is to maintain adequate distance from water bodies. The ordinance is meant to prevent a continual erosion of that. The new home will actually be 4.22 feet further away from the lake than the existing home. It is recommended that approval of the project be subject to the following conditions: that the site must be developed and maintained in conformance with the following plans. The site plan that you see that is dated June 7th, 2013, the grading and erosion control plan that was dated June 6th, 2013, the landscape plan dated July 8th, 2013, building plans and elevations dated June 7th, 2013, that they must submit a copy of the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District permit if required, and the city may require revisions to the approved plans to meet those district requirements. Final grading and drainage plans are subject to review and approval by the city engineer prior to issuance of the building permit. Drainage patterns may not be directed to adjacent properties. And then the final recommendation would be the execution and recording of a conservation restriction 50 feet upland from the ordinary high water level of Arrowhead Lake. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Can you walk me through the drainage elements? I know they're listed on the plan, but I just want to talk about what this will do to the drainage on the site. I could also hold that for the applicant if you wish.
I guess I would prefer you do that.
Okay.
The intent was to maintain the drainage on site as much as possible and not impact Arrowhead Lake.
They're draining to the sides and to the
Correct.
street.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of property there and a vacant lot right next door. So
And the current drainage is towards the lake.
it is.
So they're improving the drainage. I'll let the applicant talk about that. Thank you.
Give us your name and address, and why don't you take about 10
My name's
minutes.
Christian Dame, architect. Address is 4221 Beard Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I could start by, I think Chris did a great job highlighting the changes we've made since the Planning Commission hearing. We have made the house smaller. We hired a landscape architect to do a grading plan. To answer the question about drainage on the site, that's one of the chief concerns I think the Planning Commission had. While they really liked, I think, the design of the house because it is predominantly a low-slung house, predominantly a single story with a walkout with a very small portion as a second story, we think it's a good example of working with a pretty varied topographic site. Our intent was to have this house appear fairly organic and fitted with the natural topography of the site. We are improving the drainage. The existing house right now has downspouts that drain toward Arrowhead Lake, and so right now we have French drains that drain to dry wells, 24-inch diameter dry wells on the sides of the house. So all the drainage of the house now is going to the sides to holding catch basins, basically dry wells. And so, with the fact that this is a flat roof house, we have good control over where the water is going. Instead of just simple, gable roofs going to downspouts, we can really strategically orchestrate the water going to the sides versus away from the lake.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Dean? I think one of and it was noted here in the proposed resolution, and you can see this from looking at the site, as sort of expansive as it is and as beautiful as it is, there are practical difficulties involved here. And maybe you want to talk about some of those in terms of how you had to design the property based on some of the lot challenges that you had.
Well, there's a kind of a prominent knoll to the southeast corner of the site, and we didn't want to interrupt that. So that bedroom wing that we have going toward Indian Hills Road, we've tried to keep it back from that natural knoll that's there. So we want to preserve the beauty of the site. And I think we've kept the house back from Indian Hills Road because I think right now the site is kind of pastoral in a way. It's got this kind of gentle sloping site that you can kind of see deep into the site. So we're keeping the house kind of low and deep into the site. It does push us closer to the lake, but we are, like we've said, taking measures to keep at least beyond the existing house. We're 4 feet further back from the lake. So we're trying to do everything we can to improve the existing conditions. With regards to the first floor elevation, the existing house I don't think it was kind of built over time, so it's not probably a good leading example for us to follow the threshold of the split level door that's there, because it's significantly below, I believe, the kind of natural buildable elevation of the site. The highest point is about 908, and then kind of the average up on the buildable part is about 904, which is where the existing home's first floor is, and so that's how we established that. And then that worked out quite well with establishing a walkout. So our walkout, which is 10 feet 8 below that, gives out to natural grade on the western part of the site, and it allows us to have that tuck under garage, which then we were again trying to be sensitive of garages facing the cul-de-sac. We've tried to embed that and make it appear almost as a landscape feature by putting a green roof on top and a landscape wall along the edge. And so that wall comes out a bit too to screen the garage doors. So we're really trying to make that garage appear kind of part of the landscape.
All right. Now, we don't usually require that you talk about the materials that you're going to use, but would you comment on that a little bit for us, on the materials that you intend to use if this is approved?
We're looking at a number of things for the upper levels. Right now we're looking at a zinc. Zinc is a natural weathering metal material as a siding. We're looking at stone and board form concrete potentially. Some type of masonry for those lower level walls. We really want to establish a sense of like a kind of a robust plinth for the first floor of the house, and then above that we're looking at a weathering, a material that has some patina, which is zinc has a very natural weathering quality to it. It's not a pre-finished painted material, synthetic. It's got a natural age. It's been used in Europe for many years, and it's very durable and very low maintenance. So there's some attractive qualities to that material.
Okay.
I have a question about the terraces.
Yes.
The lower terrace, is that at grade?
The lower terrace is approximately at natural grade. It's about 89.3. It's slightly below the crest of the hill,
Okay.
So our terrace is a little bit down, so again, we're doing a pretty good job of not having anything run off and down the hill to Arrowhead Lake. So we have the terrace is slightly, almost at grade, and we have a French drain that goes out to the catch basins that we have.
So the material that's going to be used for the terrace, is it, what's going to be made of?
Dry laid concrete pavers. So in a way, I mean, our landscape architect tells us that that's a permeable paver because it's dry laid on a sand bed. It's got joints and it'll drain.
Okay.
It's not a poured concrete patio or anything like that.
All right, great. That was my question.
Good. Mr. Wissink or Mr. Lipke, do you want to comment at all before we open it up for public hearing? All right. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Yes. Thank you. All right. We're going to open this matter up for a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? And a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Carried. Nay? No.
No.
You want to start the discussion?
No, I'll just said I'll move this matter.
Second. We got a motion and a second to approve this matter. It is composed of a conditional use permit and variances. Everything is embodied in Resolution 2013-57.
Other than the fact they forgot to show the picture of the side yard of the house they currently own, which is actually prettier than the house, but.
All right. Member Bennett.
I support this. My only comment is that in listening to the Planning Commission discussion, it sounds like a lot of it centered on original design, which I think has been really improved in the reduction in size, has been able to accomplish, has made the project able to accomplish these goals of decreasing setback variance requests. So I think it's a very, very good redesign. It will be a beautiful house on the site. It's a beautiful site. What I'm commenting on is this process of conditional use permit that we created when the Supreme Court eliminated variances for the year with the Krummenacher decision. And we had projects that needed to be built that had been worked on for a while, had water issues, and so we created this conditional use permit process to be able to approve something when we didn't have variance, which we also did with the alternate setback rule. Well, variances are back and have been back for some time. And I think part of what I heard the discussion on the Planning Commission center on was the fact that this project didn't meet any of the criteria that were established in that conditional use permit process that was established really to deal with water issues. And that's not what's going on here. So had this just come forward in a variance process, I think the conversation could have been different. There still would have, I think, been extensive concern about the setback from the lake. There seemed to be very little concern about the much more minimal setbacks from the road. But I'm wondering if it isn't time to, in fact, look at that again. I think the process that was created, the level of review, the criteria that needed to be met for homes that do have a water issue, that there's still value in that, to look at that in terms of people establishing what they need to establish for a variance. But the process itself seems clunky in applying to home construction when conditional use permits usually apply to schools and churches, conditional uses in otherwise residential neighborhoods. And again, I'm just saying that I think it is time to look at that, see whether or not it fits in our code, see whether or not it's a process that serves us, or whether we should just go back to variances as we did in the past before Krummenacher. And otherwise, support the motion.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for those comments. And Roger, you can give us some advice on that at some appropriate time if you want. Maybe now, if you feel like it.
I can, if you want to. I think that's, you made it.
It's only 11 o'clock.
I know.
The night is
several
young.
hours to go. I think that's a good, I'll repeat just what Councilmember said. That's why we have this conditional use permit process, because we couldn't use the variance process.
Right.
Now we have the variance.
Now we have the variance process back, and I think it's more appropriate to use that. So a change could be in order.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I just have one quick comment.
Member Brindle.
And that is to thank Skip and Michelle for your patience through this long and arduous process. I'm sure it's longer and a little more mysterious than you might have anticipated. But what we have and what we're going to have is just fabulous. So thank you so much.
All right, I won't welcome you to Edina until we vote. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Welcome to Edina. And as many times as I've driven by your house in, I think it's on Lake of the Isles,
Mhm.
I like this one a lot better. And I think you'll like living here a lot. I'm not going to say you like it better than Minneapolis, but... Okay. Community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to the council about any particular issue that's not on the agenda this evening? All right. Seeing no one coming forward, we're going to move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. And the first item there is the proposed priority use policy for the Braemar Ice Arena. Director Catry, welcome. And Ms. Miller, welcome as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Braemar Arena Priority Use Policy. Just a little background on the policy. Braemar Arena has operated without a priority access policy. And at the August 21st, 2012 City Council meeting, staff was directed to create a priority access agreement. And at June 11th of 2013, the staff presented the first draft to the Edina Park Board. Just a little bit of fact information for you. The Edina Hockey Association has currently 1,323 members, 99% of which are Edina residents. And the Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club has 128 members, 40% of which are Edina residents. And for an annual ice allocation, the Edina Hockey Association is averaging 2,100 hours purchased, and the Figure Skating Club is purchasing 1,500 hours. And of those hours, during the prime season of October 31st through March 15th, 2,000 of those 2,100 hours for the EHA are happening, and 700 hours are occurring for the Figure Skating Club. So a little quick math shows you that the Figure Skating Club is renting about 800 non-prime time hours, and the Hockey Association just over 100 non-prime time hours. At the June 11th Park Board meeting, staff made a recommendation to no longer recognize the Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club as a recognized City of Edina Athletic Association. And this recommendation is solely based on the residency percentage of 40% of the Figure Skating Club. As you are aware, the association residency requirement is 90% for Edina associations, and for the Edina Swim Club, that residency percentage is 60%. And we also recommended to distribute ice based on the number of participants in each program, and that would allocate 2,368 prime season hours to the Hockey Association and 229 prime season hours to the Figure Skating Club. We asked the Park Board for their review and comment on this issue, and they agreed with the recommendation to no longer recognize the Figure Skating Club as a recognized association. but they wanted to see the hours more gradually reduced, and to provide the Figure Skating Club an opportunity to plan for their future and to secure ice time at other arenas.
Can you stop for a second, please?
So,
Director Cottray, you're citing some minutes, but you don't reference, your staff report doesn't reference a park board meeting, nor did you attach any minutes. So can you please bring up the minutes that you're referring to, because otherwise we don't have them in front of us.
I'm sorry, the minutes are in the city council packet. I didn't attach them specifically to
Right,
this
and
item.
I found those and reviewed them, and there was no motion in them.
No, there is no motion.
Yeah, we did not have a motion. We just did a review and comment on this item, because when we are asking the city council to approve an item, we are no longer asking the park board to make a motion. So this was based on a compilation of the comments that were received at the park board meeting.
Well, with the materials I have in front of me right now, I'm not bringing it up. Could it please be brought up on the screen, because I did not see in my review of the minutes what you're describing.
Susie, do you think you can find that? Okay. Double check here where I was. So tonight, would you like me to go on, Member Bennett, or would you prefer to?
I have found my copy of the minutes. Again, not called out in the staff report, but I did find them, and I did read them, and I'm not finding a conclusion as you're stating. But please continue with your presentation. I'll raise my questions later. Thank you.
Okay. Tonight's staff recommendation to the City Council is to provide a more proportionate distribution of ice based on the number of participants than are currently scheduled. It values the multi-use of the facility and the 45-year relationship with the Figure Skating Club. It considers feedback from the Edina Park Board. It values the 800 hours of non-primetime hours that the Figure Skating Club purchases at the arena, and the 3 p.m. ice hour that would be difficult for the arena to sell. It considers that the elimination of the figure skating hours would cost the arena approximately $25,000. And it could be a one-year plan to phase in the reduction of hours, or it could provide a permanent solution. The Figure Skating Club will no longer be a recognized athletic association based on the 40% Edina residency rate. And as I mentioned, for Edina Youth Athletic Associations, that percentage is 90%, and for the swim club, it's 60%. And then we are also recommending a priority access policy for the arena, which is similar to the policies that we have for the rest of our facilities. Priority 1 would provide priority for all city-sponsored programs. Priority 2 would be for the Edina High School boys and girls Hornets hockey team. Priority 3 would be for recognized Edina Youth Athletic Associations. Priority 4 is for recognized organizations or leagues that have consecutively rented ice from the city of Edina on good terms. And in this policy, that would include the Figure Skating Club. And priority 5 would be new non-recognized resident or non-resident or figure skating programs. And in terms of options for ice allocation, we have provided 4 options in your packet tonight. Option 1 would keep the schedule as is. The Figure Skating Club currently purchases 30.75 hours per week. Option 2 would be to continue to schedule those same number of hours, but would be rotating times that would share in some less desirable hours. Option 3 is what staff is recommending, to schedule the Figure Skating Club for 20 hours per week and adjust times to share the less desirable hours. And in our thought process on this, thinking that it's easier for the Figure Skating Club possibly to get their synchro team hours at another facility as opposed to their club hours, we chose to eliminate that percentage of their hours Not saying that we are wanting to eliminate their synchro program. They could certainly allocate their hours differently, but that's where we got that number of hours from. And option 4 is to schedule a proportionate number of hours by comparing the number of figure skaters in each program. And that would equate to approximately 1.86 hours per participant, or 238 hours during the prime season. And as I mentioned, staff is recommending option 3. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Questions for Director Khatri?
Yes, can you please go back to the slide that contained what you said was the Park Board recommendation? Okay, so you're saying that staff is recommending that they no longer be recognized as a group?
As a priority user, you mean?
As a priority user. Okay. Are you familiar with the user group, user fees working group recommendations from last year?
I am, yes.
Okay. They are reflected in the council minutes of August 21st, 2012, and there were some modifications made, but there is a section that is not shown as having been deleted. That is 3 titled Youth Athletic Associations that use enterprise facilities. There was a section A and a section B, and in the section A, there was deletion of this document should recognize Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club as priority youth associations and include the Hockey Association. But B is not shown as having been deleted, and that states, this is again a working group recommendation that was adopted by the council. We recommend that associations that exclusively use enterprise facilities are exempt from the per participant user fee and residency requirements because they pay competitive hourly fees to use these facilities. So what we've got for a record shows that the council considered this on August 21st, 2012, did not strike this, adopted with some changes that are reflected in the minutes, but this was not something that was deleted. So what is your position on what you are recommending in light of what was done on August 21st, 2012?
My thought on that, Member Bennett, is that the City Council at that point acted to strike the Figure Skating Club as a recognized association, and we do not charge the $13 per participant fee for our athletic associations that are paying rental fees at the arena or at the Edina Aquatic Center.
Backing up just a second, it's my understanding that that fee, that per player fee, the $13, is charged to groups that use fields and outdoor ice. And that enterprise facility users, such as, for instance, the swim group, Edina Swim Club, does not pay that fee, nor does the figure skating, because they pay the market rates for the rental at the arena.
Yes.
However, the Hockey Association does use the outdoor rinks, and so that's the rationale for that fee being charged. But the figure skaters do pay a $20 per player fee that was just agreed to last summer as one of the conditions to the Hornets Nest, financing the Hornets Nest. And I understand that the person who negotiated that on behalf of the figure skating club is out of the country and will be out of the country until later this month. So one thing that I'm questioning is can this fairly be resolved without his presence, since he was party to those negotiations? There is a document that we discussed as a council when we approved the Hornets Nest that's pretty explicit in terms of what the figure skaters are going to enjoy for being able to rent. And the quid pro quo, of course, was they're agreeing to this charge of $20 per skater when in fact they don't use the facilities in the same way. They, understanding they get ice, a lot of ice hours, that there's the ballet room and locker rooms, but the Hornets Nest is not something that was ever going to be used by them. And there was also some concern raised in the negotiations, as I understand them from minutes of our discussions, about the kind of use that they would be making of the dryland training facilities. So that's one concern that I have. I also have a concern. Can you tell me how figure skaters get started in this community?
We have a Learn to Skate program, Member Bennett, that is offered at Braemar Arena, and a lot of those skaters do come through that figure skating program. That figure skating program historically has been offered through the Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club, and in this past year, that program has been taken over by the City of Edina, but we are very actively involved with the figure skating program.
How many participants approximately are involved in that?
In the Learn to Skate program?
Yeah.
Susie, do you have any idea?
I understand that last year it was over 350, and I would also wonder what the percentage of those participants are in terms of Edina kids. I would imagine it's a higher percentage, and what we see probably with the figure skating club is what we see in other elite sports, which is as the level rises, some of the local kids find other activities, and you end up, because of the stature of the group, attracting people from outside the community. And I think if we look at, soccer club as opposed to soccer association, we probably see some of those same differences. So I understand that change was made in November of 12. Am I correct? The change with the
change for
Learn
the
to
skating
Skate
lessons.
program.
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yes.
But if that, and the teachers for that program?
I'm sorry, thank you, Member Bennett. It actually always was run by the city, all the figure skating classes. We just contracted with, not even necessarily the club, but one skating instructor, one head pro that ran the program for
Okay,
us.
and who is teaching in the program now?
Still the skating instructors. The figure skating club instructors are teaching our figure skating classes, and now we're starting some also additional classes where we have some outside instructors.
And for kids who stay with that program and who pursue figure skating rather than hockey, where do they go as their skills increase?
They would go to the club. I mean, they do transfer over to the club at that point as their skills increase.
Okay.
I mean, they're welcome to. I would assume many of them are developing there and going to the hockey program.
Okay, and last question, and then I have more, but I'll turn the microphone over. But last question on this, in this vein, is do you know of local Edina resident children who want to participate in figure skating who are not allowed to? Is it in other words, is it an all-comer organization, or is it an organization that has standards that then prevent some extent of local participation?
I think that would be a question for the club, but I believe that they enter kids in at different levels, at all levels.
I mean, I understand that there are auditions, but there isn't, again, as it would be with soccer club, with tryouts.
I think that's a question for the club, because I do not think that I think that anyone who wants to skate and sign up for the club and hire a coach can continue to participate in games.
Okay, so then it is open to any resident who wishes to participate. Great, all right, thank you.
Member Sprague and Member Brindle.
Thank you. In terms of notice to the clubs, were the leadership teams of both entities noticed at the same time this was presented to Park Board in June?
Yes. Right prior to the meeting in June, they were notified of the staff recommendation. And then for this meeting, they were both notified immediately after the meeting.
Okay, so they've both known since June that this was coming forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
June 11th?
June,
I think your Park Board meeting was on June 11th.
oh, you know what? I've got notes right here.
So it was
June 10th.
So June 12th was the first conversation.
a little over a month ago.
Yes. And then
For the staff recommendation 3, or I'm sorry, is it? Yeah, it's 3. What's the timing for the phase? What's the timing for this, for recommendation 3? So does this mean next year this goes into effect?
This would mean this coming season, starting in October.
Okay, so in 2013 October, they're down to 20 hours. And then going forward, they're just locked in at that 20-hour level?
This proposal that we brought forward, yeah.
Okay, so there was no consideration of another schedule, like let's say a phase out down to a minimum. Like I see 4 is kind of like suggesting a minimum based on a pro rata basis, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but there was no mix, it was just 3 only, purely 3.
That was, yes.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
I would like to suggest that a decision not be made this evening. The president of Braemar Figure Skating Club is not here, and it's my understanding that the president of Edina Hockey Association is not here. So I don't know why we would move on this. I think there are technicalities to be worked out. I think there's a discussion or a series of discussions that need to take place, and I would suggest those take place between the presidents of the organization. And this is my own suggestion. We can go down the line, but to reach a compromise so that both organizations can coexist in the facility, knowing that both organizations do seek ice time outside of Braemar, and they will continue to do so no matter what happens here. But I just don't see that we should take any action here tonight without the presidents of the organization.
Member Swenson.
I think it's our job to make a decision whether it's tonight or at the August meeting. I don't expect that 2 people jockeying for a lot of ice time should have to do that. That's not their job. Though I respect why you asked them to do that, and I understand your reason behind it. I don't think that I personally want to choose one sport over another. I think it's important that they both coexist, but I do understand that that there's a lot of ice time for the Hockey Association being rented outside of Edina, and that the skating club has had a schedule that has been that looks unfair right now from an outside view, I guess is what I would say. I want them to maintain some ice time at our facility. I think what they currently have and the hours they currently have that are on Sunday afternoons and other times are probably not equitable. And I could certainly take a vote on it tonight, but if it is the pleasure of the rest of my council to wait 2 weeks, I don't want to wait a long time. I think it causes a lot of angst in the community. I saw this happen with swim club when we did the swim club deal, and already we're getting emails from people that say you need to do it this way because I won't support you and vote for you again if you don't. That's not the kind of animosity you want to create in your city. Not that I care if someone's going to vote for me or not, actually. But I just don't think we want to drag it on.
Again, I just want to give some context to this because I broached this topic when we were bringing up the aquatic center to avoid prolonging a conflict down the road. Our athletic associations are set up to succeed because we give them priority access. This is how the whole system works. It's favoritism to the associations that maintain certain standards and that support more often than not, more than 50%, residents and training residents. So I also believe that there is an equity issue here that should be resolved with a policy that is similar to the aquatic center. The principle is exactly the same. Our associations should have a priority access because of what they do, and they maintain a certain percentage of serving our residents. That's what our facilities are being paid to do, to provide services to residents. That being said, there's a historic relationship with this club, and we also want to maintain sport diversity, yes. So I believe among the menu of options, there is a solution, and we should act swiftly to resolve this. I don't believe there's an equitable issue with notice. This has been on the docket. Both parties have known about it, and to me, I believe a decision could be made tonight, and we could move forward. I also understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that these parties have already sat down and they could not come to a resolution. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So for us to assume that they're going to sit down again and do that, again, we're dragging out the enmity and we're just creating another aquatic center issue. So as with Member Swenson, and I may be in the minority here, I support acting on it. I have enough facts. I believe there's enough notice, and I actually have a suggested solution. So,
Member Bennett.
I too would like to have a little bit more perspective on this, and I think having the parties negotiate it out probably works better in other contexts. This is a city facility. It is taxpayer supported, and in fact, Manager Neal, what did we learn tonight in our budget discussions? It's not operating in the black. No. It has a certain amount of public subsidy. And while there are a lot of hockey players, that's still in a city of 22,000 households. It's over 1,300 players. We have 22,000 households in the community. And if you assume that in some instances there's more than one child playing per household, which we saw in correspondence today, it's not 1,300 households. But with swimming, Member Sprague, there were two teams, both of which had substantial Edina membership, one of which had been the historic Edina team and has, as far as we understand, slightly more Edina members. Both teams had other options. I mean, we were able to fortunately make the match between Edinburgh Pool and the Gators, and AquaJets have their own facility. And then there was a compromise that could be worked out with the outdoor pool at the Aquatic Center. This is different. These are two different sports, Members Swenson, as you mentioned, and they're both historic. And they both offer opportunity to children in our community on a choice basis. One happens to be a smaller sport than the other. It was a bigger sport when the Learn to Skate program was more closely affiliated. So as of November 2012, yes, the city was doing the administration of the Learn to Skate, but it's my understanding that in terms of the standards and some of the skills that the kids were learning, that fits under U.S. Skate, which Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club has the relationship with. So just even in terms of the skills that the kids were learning, there was a very strong relationship with the club. Now the city is administering, which it could do with hockey or any other sport. The youth sports exist by statute as a convenience for the city. Do we maintain any facility in this city for the sole use of a single sport user?
We're not asking for sole use.
Well, if in effect an organization can't exist, and we have
How do we know that?
We have some correspondence that we received tonight from an official body that states that there are limitations that exist on that sport's ability to rent facilities elsewhere that don't exist for hockey.
Do you know anything about that? Can you speak on that?
What I do know is they cannot exist in a facility that has a competing program.
Okay, so maybe in 2 weeks when it comes back, we can find out what facilities, in fact, it can rent in the area, because I do understand that there are other clubs.
I actually do have the list of the arenas that the Edina Hockey Association would propose to share some ice at. There's only one that has a competing club.
Okay.
2 of them have small rinks, and then there were 5 or 6 other facilities.
Well, it would be helpful when it comes back in 2 weeks, because I will support deferring it for 2 weeks. Then I would like to see some more information come forward. Again, I would have really appreciated reference to the park board discussion in the staff report. But again, the facilities that we maintain do have competing uses. There are other sports. We have fields that serve football, soccer, lacrosse, rugby. New sports are rising. This, again, is an older sport. It's a historic sport. So I think we are called upon to work it out, Member Sprague, not the parties negotiating. It's a city facility, and I think we need to come up with an answer that fairly serves our residents and the needs of our youth, and the community and the programs we want to support.
Member Swenson.
No, Manager Neal had his pen up.
I would just say if the council is of a mind to grant more time for dialogue between the two parties, that you do two things. One is you put city staff in the same room with them so that we can have a mediating role, but also an informational role to kind of do our best to pull together an agreement, but also to set a deadline by which you're going to make this decision, because we are at a time during the year where we are not that far, as hot as it was today, we're not that far out from ice season, especially when it comes to making commitments to rent time in not only our own facility but also other facilities. And the longer we allow the uncertainty to be present, it has a negative impact on their ability to rent, be it the figure skating club or EHA. So I would think that if that's a reasonable time period, if we can reach an agreement, we'll reach it during that time period. If we can't, then it comes back to this body, and you end up making that decision.
Member Bennett.
In 2 weeks as well, it would be very helpful to know what the meeting of the minds was between the city and the figure skating club when they agreed to pay that $20
Certainly.
per skater fee, because the document that I've seen doesn't indicate that there was any mention of reduction in hours that year or next year or the year after that, and I think it's relevant.
Okay.
All right, so here are my thoughts. Consistent with other folks, I think. The 2 weeks is fine with me. There are many parallels here, in my opinion, with the conflict we had last year between the Aqua Jets and the Edina Swim Club, where it looked like, at first blush, the Aqua Jets were not going to get the time they wanted over at the pool. They were required to speak to each other and try to work something out. We did facilitate some things. There were people on the council that helped facilitate those discussions. But there are also staff people immersed in the middle of those discussions. And I think for the parties involved, the swim clubs, Aqua Jets and Edina Swim Club, they knew we were going to make a decision. And so it helped force them into a situation where they didn't get exactly what they wanted, each one of them, but they were able to reach a compromise, and I think things are going pretty well now. When I talked to the Aqua Jets, they didn't get what they wanted in terms of as much pool time or the times that they wanted to function, but Director Kotry had a big role in that, and we get something worked out, and I'm optimistic we can get something worked out here. This priority access is a policy that I think generally works, but I really feel like in this situation there's a reason why it hasn't been employed in the past, because of this long history that people have alluded to here, where you've sort of been equal occupiers, the Hockey Association and the Figure Skating Association, of Braemar Ice Arena since it opened its doors. I mean, there's so much history here, and so many people to think about, and so many interests to consider, and so many complexities, I think, in the world of figure skating, that the home club issue, the teaching issue, having enough ice time to have the kind of coaches that you need, how you go about having the right posture to be able to represent the city of Edina internationally, or the club internationally. And if the club disappears, there aren't going to be any Edina kids that would be able to continue to skate on a figure skating basis. I think that there's real risk here that the proposal that is coming from staff is not viable in terms of making it work for the figure skating folks. And I understand perfectly well what the hockey people want. Everybody wants more ice time. Personally, I would prefer some kind of time frame where we could assess the need for additional ice sheets. And I don't know if that makes sense or not, because what I see here is a problem of from 4 in the afternoon till 8 at night. You know, it's like, can you have enough combines in the field at harvest time? You know, I mean, everybody's stumbling all over each other. So everybody wants this at the same time, and there's ice time available other times of the day. I don't quite know how to deal with the problem, but I know that we can deal with it. We will deal with it as a council. But I do think, and we've heard from time to time, the plea in the case of some folks for additional ice sheets maybe it's worth looking at in conjunction with the sports dome, for example. We had alternate plan 2, I think, which has an outdoor ice sheet with it that's controlled with temperature controlled equipment. So that's a possibility here too. I don't necessarily agree with my colleagues that we've had plenty of notice here to deal with this problem. I think it's a really, really sticky wicket here. So, but I do think the best chance the EHA and the figure skating clubs have to control their own destiny is to get together in the next 2 weeks with staff in a room and figure out what they're going to do. Otherwise, we'll make a decision, and there might be some unhappy people. So, those are my thoughts.
So I do have one question. As individually, has everyone stated that they feel that figure skating has at least part of a home here? But what extent that home is, I didn't hear.
Oh, I think they have a home here. If you look at the number of times.
I didn't, sorry, I asked my question incorrectly. I get that we all think that there's some home here. My question to you is, when you look at those options or you're thinking about the percentage of the home, do you have a response for that at this time?
Well,
say that again, would you please?
Well, I stated that I think they have a home here, but I think that the times that they currently get that are pretty premium and the number of hours are pretty premium, and I couldn't probably support everything they have right now. I think Josh said something similar, but what I didn't hear from you guys is where you stand on that, and I think that you have to give people an idea of at least where you are today if you're going to send people out for 2 weeks to talk.
Yeah, I thought it was apparent in what I said, but I'll make it very clear. The Figure Skating Club's been here for 47 years, the same period of time the Edina Hockey Association has been in existence. This has been their home for 47 years. I think it should continue to be their home base of operations, and I think the USFS requires that they have a home base of operations, and it ought to be Braemar.
That's nebulous. So are you saying you just want to maintain the status quo then?
No, I don't think it's nebulous. What it means is, with the information in front of us tonight, we don't know. We have material that indicates that there are some limitations on their options that, again, are not limitations. One of the things I think that also clarifies the public record, it's my understanding that even if all of the hours were taken from figure skating, it's not going to send hockey players out into the community.
Right.
There are enough hockey players, there are enough teams, particularly little kids who want, so that there is a need for additional ice. This is not the solution.
No, I get that. And I wasn't suggesting it was.
So what I hear the mayor saying is, we don't know from the information that's in front of us tonight. There was no reference to the park board discussion. The park board actually discussed this pretty thoughtfully, and they weren't happy about it from my read of the minutes. But that's not in the staff report. We don't have an indication, apparently when it's available, of where ice actually is available. Let's take a look at that. We also don't know what the understanding was between the president of the club and the person he negotiated with, I believe it was John Keprius at the city, when they agreed to pay a fee that supported the locker rooms that the hockey community wanted. Okay. So they've been not only a long time in the community and a wonderful resource and a place where figure skaters in the community can go, but they've also been supporting all these other efforts that have gone to some of the really positive changes.
Not arguing against any of that.
Yeah. So what I was maybe not saying in the most articulate way is I want them to continue to be able to call Braemar home. It doesn't necessarily mean that the status quo will be maintained.
That's
but
clear.
We've got to put them to work on trying to figure it out. We had 2 other clubs that figured it out in swimming. I think we've got 2 clubs that can figure it out in skating.
I think we've got enough.
Okay, do we have enough? Okay, fine.
We do.
I just wanted to make sure that we had enough, that we weren't.
Yeah.
So I wasn't trying to beat it into the ground.
And maybe you want to put the park board to work taking a look at this ice demand issue. I mean, this is, for me, really the first time I've ever seen any data about this level of demand. For me in the past, I've heard from time to time people saying we need a 4 sheet of ice without any data underlying it, just sort of a visceral reaction. But now I see, I see numbers that make me wonder whether, we need to be thinking about that outdoor ice sheet.
Well, part of the demand is driven by the fact that you might have one hockey practice a week for a group, whereas the figure skaters, one figure skater is there 4 or 5 times in the week. I don't know if that's an argument that holds any water or not.
6-year-olds have a minimum of 2 hockey practices a week, and then rotating games.
It's not just total number of hours, it's peak versus off-peak and the inconvenience. And what doesn't sit well with me is at these facilities that we're paying for is that our resident teams that we support through this entire youth association system, we're saying, you're the only one that needs to be inconvenienced here. That's not right. And if it's existed for 40 years, and it hasn't been right for 40 years.
Another piece of information that would be helpful in 2 weeks is with it.
I don't know
where
that.
will time that's shifted actually go? Because a lot of the folks we heard from today were parents of 5 and 6 and 7 and 8-year-olds. If additional time is offered to the EHA, is that going to go to the 5, 6, 7, and 8-year-olds, or is it going to go to more older players, more skilled players? I think that is an issue that should be addressed, because if it's not going to go to those youngest players, then the people who contacted us today are not going to have the solution that they were looking for.
Until I saw this data over the last couple of days, I've never had anybody associated with the EHA tell me that they were inconvenienced. And I've never had anybody from the figure skating club tell me they were inconvenienced. So, I mean, this is all...
When's the last time you had to take your kid down to the hockey rink?
Yeah.
I mean...
Mariucci at 5 o'clock on Friday night.
To me personally, it's not about even that. It is about the principle of it's the equity issue, but it's also about the principle of supporting the associations, that entire system. And I remember having this discussion when we had the Aquatic Center discussion, and that's why we're here tonight, because we called for this, because it was consistent. I don't see any distinction. You talk about different user groups and different sports. No, it's the same thing. It's about the principle of supporting in our taxpayer facilities our athletic association teams that maintain service to residents. That principle needs to be respected in order for the system to work and to be justified.
If memory serves me right, 40% of the kids on the figure skating team are from...
And it's not to say that, like I said in the beginning, I don't want them to not exist. I like sport diversity. However, there's something that's not right, and I think that's why it's come forward. So, and I think that's why the staff came down where they did. So I agree with you at this point. We can't do anything tonight with the discussion on the dais, so let's continue it and move on.
Okay. Motion to continue, Member Brindle, for 2 weeks?
Yes, please.
I second.
With a directive that the 2 clubs get together with staff to try to work out a solution to the time usage at Braemar Ice Arena.
Yes.
With a second, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. 8B. Resolution 2013-55, clarifying the inclusion of a parcel list of a tax increment financing plan for the Southdale 2, the tax increment financing district. They forgot to put a condo in there. Mr. Neuendorf.
Good evening. I'm Bill Neuendorf, the city's economic
What do you want?
manager. Yes.
You want the late night. You always
One simple
you
thing.
like the late night. This is perfect for you.
I know you've been laying you've been laying on the floor up in your office while we've been down here.
It has been so productive upstairs. We can bring a candy dish down here for you all. But what I have tonight is one resolution to address a discrepancy with the Southdale 2 TIF district. In April of 2012, the city and the HRA passed the resolutions to create that new TIF district called Southdale 2. And as part of that process, there was a map and a list of parcels. in some routine housekeeping, Hennepin County discovered that of the 300 parcel IDs that were included, we missed one. And they asked that we formally pass the resolution to identify that the parcel that was shown on the map is indeed intended to be included in the district. So that's what this resolution does this evening. It identifies the one missing parcel. It was part of a condominium project where there's dozens and dozens of parcels, and it was simply a typo that we missed.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. AUAR update. Mr. Teague, Director Teague.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The council is asked tonight to authorize distribution of the AUAR update. This is, if you recall, back in 2007 when an environmental review was done for the Pentagon Park area. And that was the plan for the senior housing and the hotel and the 2 office towers. No development has occurred. The AUAR has expired. Those expires after 5 years. So if any development were proposed, that AUAR needs to be updated. So with the new owners of the property down there, we thought it would be a good time to update that AUAR before they before they proceeded with any development there. So what we did was WSB, who did the AUAR originally back in 2007, was hired at the expense of the property owner to update the AUAR. And Andy Moffett is here this evening from WSB to make a quick presentation on what that all entails.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Teague.
You'll need a handheld microphone, Ms. Moffett.
So the item before you tonight is the Alternative Urban Area-Wide Review AUAR update, and the AUAR area is 135 acres as shown here. And again, the AUAR was originally done in 2007, so it has expired. Briefly, what is an AUAR? It's an environmental review document. As stated through Minnesota Environmental Policy Act, there's a number of rules that require when environmental review is done. The AUAR evaluates different development scenarios. It includes a mitigation plan, and as we've discussed, it needs to be updated every 5 years. There's a whole host of items that are reviewed with an AUAR, as were reviewed with the original document, include stormwater, wastewater, parks and trails, etc. There were 4 development scenarios that were evaluated. One of them needs to be the comprehensive plan. There was the master plan that Mr. Teague alluded to at the time. Then there was scenario 3 and 4 that contemplated what happens if we have a maximum commercial build and what happens if we're looking at maximum residential build. With the AUAR that we just completed, it was determined that these scenarios did not need to be updated, that they provided sufficient flexibility for the city and developers to come into the area and look at redevelopment. So just looking at these 4 briefly, really everything stays the same except for the Pentagon Quads area and the Pentagon Towers. So this was the comprehensive plan at the time. And again, the master plan looked at these 2 areas being different, the maximum commercial and the maximum residential. So when you do an AUAR update, you do evaluate what has developed. Currently nothing has redeveloped in the area specifically. You evaluate the mitigation measures, and you update the environmental review. With that environmental review, we recontacted the DNR to see if anything had changed related to wildlife. Nothing had. We looked at any new information about contamination or past land use from PCA. There was a wastewater project that was done in the city of Bloomington by Met Council, so that is referenced in the AUAR update. 9 Mile Creek Watershed District has new rules. That was contemplated as well. We did update the traffic counts, and we actually have less traffic than we did back in 2007 by 5 to 15%. And then again, evaluated the surrounding redevelopment. So the next steps, we did review this with the Planning Commission. It is before you tonight. If authorized, it goes out for a 10-day public comment period, which would start August 5th and end the 16th. There'd be a response to any comments that were received. It would come back to the City Council for your consideration to adopt the AUAR update, and then that document would then serve as the required environmental review for another 5 years. So with that, I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions for Ms. Moffett? All right.
I do have
And
one. I have a
Member
question.
Swenson.
You know, when we were talking about the Bloomington interceptor for, is it wastewater? Is that the biggest issue? And that they've added something to increase it to maybe 1.8 flow now. That's the max it can take. Where are we, how close are we to the max? Because it looked like it wasn't going to change until 494 got realigned or something.
The Bloomington interceptor, that, I'm not sure what the numbers are on the max on that, but we actually had a staff meeting with the Metropolitan Council Environmental Services regarding that interceptor, and actually there's a lift station just on the south side of 494 that needs to be rebuilt, that'll help out the capacity of that.
Okay, so it's not lift station 10, it's a different one?
Pardon me? Is it?
Well, I think the lift station in Bloomington, they keep referencing in this, is lift station 10.
I believe that is correct, and that's the lift station that needs to be rebuilt if MnDOT ever realigns Chunkai 100 and 494, and the lift station itself, they propose to have that rebuilt, or ask the Met Council to get that on their list to rebuild it, and they were really receptive to that.
So currently it can take 1.8, but if it gets rebuilt, it can take more.
That's right, yep.
Okay, but we don't know where we are right now today as to what's going through it.
I don't have those numbers.
Okay. I just wondered how close it was to capacity.
You know what's going through it.
That one, yeah, shit, but,
You just don't know how much
sorry.
is going through
That
it.
was a technical term, wasn't it? Okay. Luckily, my 6-year-old granddaughter wasn't here because she'd say something about that. But no, that was always one of the concerns, is when it got full, then development had to pay for it, or it came to a standstill, it seemed to me was the issue. Okay.
And I believe, Member Swenson, there's been some discussion recently about kind of a race to approval of some projects, because there is something that Bloomington is contemplating that in fact will put some load on some piece of the system. So I'm not sure in what meeting I heard that discussion, but Director Houle, does that fit with anything that you've heard?
Given our approved comprehensive plans for this area, is that they have to maintain that capacity for us, that they can't use up our capacity on the line that's going through
Because
Bloomington.
the Met Council has approved our comprehensive plan.
That's
That
correct.
is, okay, so if people want to know what the Met Council does for us, that's,
Okay. That's a positive. That was my only question, just about a lift station.
Sounds good.
And for the city attorney, do we need some kind of an agreement with Hillcrest to have them compensate us or reimburse us for the cost of the AUAR update?
I assume that's already been done.
Yeah, that's already been done.
You already got an agreement?
Correct.
Okay. In principle, or you got some agreement in writing?
We have the money already.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's a class outfit.
Got
I
cash.
would like
So I like
to
it.
mention that on the dais tonight is a replacement for page 6.
So,
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
so the only action you want is to authorize distribution, so do you want the motion to say that we...
That's correct. Councilmember Bennett pointed out the page that's on your dais this evening. Just updated some of the development that's occurred.
Okay.
all that paper that I've been saving does help.
All right, so what's the motion that you want?
Just to authorize distribution.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to authorize distribution of the AUAR update for agency comment. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Next, Resolution 213-56, accepting various donations.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Donors' names will be on the website, and quite a few donations in honor of our former mayor, Jim Van Valkenburg. Some nice memorials in there. And then, next, student appointments to advisory boards and commissions. Member Bennett, Member Brindle have worked hard on this. Interviewed a lot of students, to all 23, and came up with some recommendations for us. I don't know how you want to handle this, but I'll let you two decide.
Do you want, we have recommendations both as to appointments and as to a couple of housekeeping things. There was a staff organized an orientation for the student members last year, which was held in September after some of them had just started with their first meetings. And so we're recommending that that be held in conjunction as closely as possible to Get Connected Day, which is when a lot of students who aren't in band and football come back to town. And then we have a couple of dates that we're not recommending, or Rosh Hashanah. Also, we have recommended that correspondence be sent to the students not selected with some advisories about connecting with working groups and also with reactivation of applications should an opening arise. We want to make sure it always feels better to have a match for everybody. And we had a really strong group of students, and some had just exceptional interest in activities. So our two...
It looks like you've got 8 boards and commission. Why don't you take the first 4?
Okay.
And Brindle can take the last 4.
And do you want 2 motions? Do you want one for recommendations for people and one for recommendations for things, or do you want it all in one motion?
I think you could nominate people to the particular commission and name them. Is that what you meant?
No, with things, it's
Why don't
things
we
like
do it
the
in 2
data.
motions?
Okay. So as to the people, I'll do the first 4. Arts and Culture Commission, Sophia Munich, who is a rising junior, and Jack Reddy, a rising sophomore. Community Health Committee, Tone Dynama, who is a rising junior at Providence Academy, and Aditya Mittal, who is a rising sophomore. Energy and Environment Commission, Sarah Bale, rising senior, and Alana Sakal, rising senior, who served on this commission last year. Heritage Preservation Board, Andrew Brandt, also a rising senior, who served on Energy and Environment Commission last year, and Nathan Johnson, rising senior, who served on Heritage Preservation Board last year.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
All right, Human Rights and Relations Commission, Molly Haig, rising senior, Paige Harrington, a rising senior. Park Board, Sarah Good, a rising senior who served on Heritage Preservation Board in 2012-13. And Julie Johnson, a rising junior. Planning Commission, Taylor Halva, a rising junior. And Ben Kilberg, a rising senior who is currently on the Planning Commission and continuing that service. Transportation Commission, Carolyn Sirks, a rising senior. She is currently on the Transportation Commission and continuing that service. And Jackson Van Dyke, a rising junior. So all of these students mentioned are Edina High School students, with the exception of Tone Dynama, who is a rising junior at Providence Academy.
I'll move this list.
Second. Got a motion and a second to adopt the recommendations of members Bennett and Brindle for student appointments to boards and commissions. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And your second motion?
Second motion is for our recommendations that there be conveyance to staff of the recommendations regarding the working groups. I have spoken with City Clerk Deb Mangan about it, and she is agreeable. And then also that we include an encouragement to the rising sophomores and juniors that they be encouraged to apply next year when it's likely that we'll have more openings. And then finally, the rescheduling of the orientation to be slightly earlier so that it starts before the student service starts.
That recommendation actually came from some of the students themselves, so that's why we carry it forward.
So Member Bennett moves it. Member Brindle seconds.
Sure.
Starting to sound like Jim Van Valkenburg.
Oh, I'm pretty good at his method, you know.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we're on to item we added to the agenda, 8F, which is, who's going to cover this for Mr. Kirchman?
I'll cover this one.
All right, this is the fire sprinkler and plenum material removal agreement between the City of Edina and Pentagon North LLC.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose of this agreement is that city staff and the property owner have reached an agreement on the implementation of fire sprinklers in the buildings in Pentagon Park, into a number of the buildings in Pentagon Park, not all of them. The reason that this is coming to you, normally these agreements are made between staff and property owners. The reason this is coming to you tonight is that this agreement is going to be put into a recordable form, and when we do that, it's recorded against the property. And this has been prepared by the city attorney in consultation with legal counsel representing Hillcrest. And when we do that, we do bring these documents to you. In normal course, this is in previous instances, this has been a consent agenda item for you to approve. The building official, fire marshal, fire chief, staff have all signed on to this proposal. The reason it's coming to you tonight in sort of this rush version is that there are a couple of tenants who really want to get started with their project. They want to stay in Pentagon Park and kind of keep that renaissance going. And in order to do that, we needed an action, if you will, for this item tonight. So we'd recommend that you do that, and we'll sign off on it tonight, and they can get moving with their project tomorrow.
Member Bennett.
So, Manager Neal, am I correct in my understanding that the code requirements can be relaxed because these buildings are fully sprinklered?
They can be relaxed if there is an intention to bring them to building code on a timeline, and that the building official has that authority under Minnesota statutes.
So it's the combination of the sprinklering and the phasing?
Yes, right.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
A motion and a second to allow the phase-in of the fire sprinkler systems. The agreement embodied with between the City of Edina and Pentagon North LLC. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Who says government moves slow? All right, we've got some correspondence in front of us. Anything other than what's been on the dais this evening? Manager Neal? Nothing, okay.
No, we don't.
And then we've got some petitions. Do we need a motion to receive those 3 petitions? All right. Somebody want to move that?
I will. Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to receive the petitions from Todd Emerson, Mary Malberg, and Jennifer Janovy. Different topics. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Mayor and council comments. Member Brindle.
All right. Since
You can reserve them for a couple weeks from now, too, if you want.
Well, I could. I'm just going to do my high priority one, and that is just a huge call out to Fairview Southdale Hospital to say thank you for once again providing fireworks for the city of Edina. It was a fabulous 4th of July, and the weather was beautiful. The fireworks were wonderful. Big crowd as usual. And that does bring to mind the pedestrian bridge over Crosstown with people walking across for the fireworks. Do we have, I know we've talked about this before, but I can't remember specifically. Do we have a date as to when that pedestrian bridge can be redesigned and replaced to something safer?
We don't have an actual date. It's in our capital improvement plan, and I don't recall the year, but we don't actually have a date at this point.
Okay. Well, it's getting older, and a lot of people are on it that one night a year. So it's used all year long, but certainly that night is when it gets tested.
I do know that engineering, not engineering, Public Works went and took out the extra bar that rides down into the stairwells, so no one would trip over it, and then put it back later. So they made every effort to make it safer. I know Peyton Robb emailed us about that, and I forwarded that and got a response right away from it. So,
Good. Anything else, Mary?
I spent a few days in Lisbon, Portugal. I would highly recommend Lisbon for your vacation pleasure if you are looking for a place to go. It's very easy to get places. There were, I think, more than 25,000 Rotarians there for the Rotary International Conference. So everywhere you went in Lisbon, you saw people from Rotary. And but it's a wonderful city, and lots of fun, lots of great music, good food, very friendly people. So it's a nice place.
Okay, thank you. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Very briefly, I will be at the Metropolitan Airports Commission tomorrow for meetings all afternoon. There is a public meeting, the Noise Oversight Committee, at 1:30 in the afternoon. They do take comment. There will be a presentation on this data that included overflights over Edina. And so that is tomorrow. And then next Tuesday, the 23rd of July, there is the regular quarterly public input meeting held by the Noise Oversight Committee, and that will be at 7 p.m. at Richfield City Hall. And I encourage people with concerns to come to either or both of those meetings. Finally, people who are experiencing noise, and I do appreciate the comment that was made at our special meeting that when people perceive something, it's usually there with increased noise and increased travel overhead. And so there is a website, macnoise.com, which both takes online complaints and offers a telephone number for those who wish to make a complaint by telephone. And I encourage people to make use of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
I would like to thank the city for the wonderful float that they made for the 4th of July parade and the lovely fans. We had more to hand out. We did do a little jogging. We have a complaint about the driver who's sitting down on the end. But I did hear that he was cited for reckless driving, so I'm relieved since the candle on top of the float did get decapitated by the U.S. Bank overhang. However, it was a lot of fun, and what I really enjoyed the most was the day before I happened to stop by City Hall, and the poor receptionist was getting complaints by people because the chairs were going out already, and it was 3 in the afternoon, and there was this worry about, will I be able to get a chair, and can people do that ahead of time? And really my response is only in Edina could you put out lawn chairs, blankets, and tents overnight, unobserved by anyone, and they would be there in the morning. So I think that's kind of cool. The other thing is, Jennifer, who also watched the parade, you filmed it, and there were a number of cities that didn't have parades, and you gave me kind of a cool list of...
It's late, but let me try to remember
Okay,
them.
I'm sorry.
West St. Paul, Mendota Heights, Sunfish Lake.
There was
That's
farming.
all I
there
can
was
remember
okay.
right now, but they were suburban St. Paul suburbs.
And anyway, they played our parade because they didn't have one of their own, which I thought was sort of a proud moment for us. So I want to say thank you. Some people weren't at the parade.
Good segue. Good segue. Yes, I was in Maine. Do you have those pictures? You just have one? Okay, never mind. This isn't the right picture. I was in Maine. I missed you guys. Mainly, I missed seeing the reckless driving of our city manager on the float. I mean, I wish someone had videotaped that.
I'm glad. Well, there is a rumor that someone from the Noon Rotary has a photo.
Or maybe some footage from a camera from a retail shop or something. I really want to see it. But so I was in Maine, Denmark, Maine. This is near the New Hampshire border. One town that's nearby is Bridgeton, Maine, and this is a picture out my window of a pedestrian crossing. And one thing I thought was kind of neat was that they have the markings yield, and then there's a little figure up ahead that's
That
a person.
dead pedestrian?
Yeah.
The one you have to run over? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
The guy who's squashed.
But they have those all through town, and it makes me think, as we're getting into living streets and network design principles and so on, I like on-street markings more than signage. Signage almost becomes noise, and the on-street markings, I think, are very noticeable, and they're also more aesthetically pleasing. So they have a dual function. And so I just thought it was interesting to see a different notification for a pedestrian crossing than another sign.
The slides were very effective in Boulder, but I didn't take a picture.
The signage, not on-street markings, but the signage.
Signage in Boulder, marked crosswalks, but signs.
Yeah. So just something I thought I'd share with you. Today I was at the first meeting of the Metro Cities Municipal Revenue Committee, and we were talking about sales tax exemptions. I know we've got a good handle on it, but on Thursday morning, the Department of Revenue will release their first fact sheet on what it covers, what it doesn't. Today I heard that there are still a lot of question marks. But I do know that with us foregoing bidding France Avenue, next year we will have immediate cost savings from the delay, due to sales tax exemption savings on the products and services that go into producing that road, the road improvements. And then the other thing is, I got a notification from Southwest LRT, and I'll let the mayor talk more about this, but it looks like August 28th is the drop dead date for the Met Council to make its final decisions on corridor alignment and the freight traffic and all those other co-location options, all those other things. And I'm looking forward to getting that resolved. So with that being said, I'll hand it over to you, Mayor, to talk maybe a little more about that.
Yeah, between now and the 28th, I think there's 2 or 3 meetings scheduled in August as we work on this issue. I think early in August we're going to get the costing numbers on co-location, relocation, including the deep bore tunnel and the cut and cover tunnel that would allow co-location. So I've asked a few of the suburban mayors and asked the city of Minneapolis to join us here on the 25th to discuss some of these issues that are more political in nature. So we've got a group coming over here with some city managers, I think, and maybe at least one county commissioner to discuss some of these things, other than in the context of a technical meeting, which is where we listen to the engineers. So we'll sure keep you apprised of that. So a couple other things. We got some letters from the League of Minnesota Cities that they've recognized 30 legislators for their activities at the legislature this year and their leadership on a wide variety of legislative issues. And Ron Earhart and Melissa Franzen from our community were amongst the 30. So congratulations to them. And that's it for me this evening. I'll report out later on other things. Oh, Manager Neal has a handout.
I will. I'll be brief. And this is a handout. You might have received this, but I think this is an updated version. I got this just this morning from Tom Harmoning, who's the city manager in St. Louis Park. He asked me if I would share this with you. I told him I would. So you might have seen this before, but this is, I believe, a new version of what you might have received electronically. Another item that just maybe more of a housekeeping item is we are beginning to arrange to take the team photo or the group photo of our various boards and commissions, and we'd like to get one of council this year. So I want to give you some time to get prepared for that, or we've got to make sure we've got all of you here. And we want to make sure that it's at a date and time you all know about, so you can prepare yourselves for it. So we could do this on August 5th, if you're all going to be here, right ahead of the meeting.
Okay.
All right.
What are we doing? I'm here.
Taking a photo?
No. You're not here?
No. I don't get much sleep before meetings. I don't want to be part of a group photograph that's taken the day of a meeting. Sorry.
Okay.
The Photoshop you.
Yeah, that's good.
No. Let me think of an alternative for that then. And the final thing I have for you tonight is that I send you a lot of email, I know, during the week, but one in particular I sent to you this week was just yesterday, an email from Peter Kirsch describing a decision about aviation noise.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, if you haven't had a chance to read it yet.
We asked tonight, but then I decided that wasn't really fair.
It probably wouldn't have been, but it's something I think for it's good for us to know. And
the helicopter case.
They'll continue to keep researching that, and that's all I've got. Thanks.
All right, good. Thank you. Now, we don't have any HRA, do we?
Yes,
no.
we do. Yes,
we do.
Yes, we do.
Oh boy.
Very
there
brief.
It is.
Very brief.
Okay. Any further council business? All right. We stand adjourned as a council and calling to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
I am here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hubley.
Here. We've got a meeting agenda. Is there a motion to approve the form of meeting agenda?
Second.
Got a motion and a second on the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Minutes. June 18,
Second.
2013. Motion and second. Discussion. Approved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
And Your Honor, these are two affirmations of actions you took previously tonight as a city council.
So moved.
So,
Second.
all right, you want them on separate resolutions, I suppose.
Yep.
First of all, contract number ENG 1305, France Avenue Improvements. Motion is to reject a bid from Member Sprague. We have a second from who?
Member Bennett.
Member Bennett.
Commissioner Bennett.
Oh, Commissioner Bennett, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, resolution 2013-11.
So moved.
That was the
Second.
Southdale tax increment financing matter that Mr. Neuendorf discussed. We get a motion and a second from the commissioners. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. One other matter. Bob Coteen, our former park director, is in the audience this evening and advised me as we were coming in a meeting tonight that our former city manager, Ken Rosland, is in tough condition and is in hospice. In hospice. So keep him and his family in your thoughts. And that's it. We stand adjourned.